In a world where dinosaurs travel through time portals, one man says, I have had it. Ah, God damn it, boy. Why do you keep doing this show every single Sunday? You're showing up saying the weirdest stuff that doesn't line up with anything. Hold on a second. Anything that's remotely true or, oh my God, provable or believable. David, you just screwed up for the last time, and I have had it. Woo, yeah. Angry Daddy in the house. You guys already want Galian. It's way too early for Galian, but we might get there. We might get there. Yes, I got a haircut. What do you guys think about the haircut? Let's just get the honest, hopefully loving reaction. I'm actually very happy with it. I said, look, you got to just take bigger chunks of hair and throw them together into the color, and boom, we got the results, man. This is like, woo, yeah. What do you guys think about what do you guys think about the hair? Much better, says Army Wife 63. Nice, I love it. It's great. You look awesome. Looks good. Great haircut. Love the haircut. Oh yeah. See, it pays to actually just make a little effort and take care of yourself. And if I could go outside, it would look like this, but I'm always so busy. It looks like Rand Paul. Yanks do some weird things with your sideburns, LOL. Well, yeah, I'm a Yankee. That is true. You look great. You look younger, much nicer, looks great. This is my let's make money on aerospace haircut. Go in there and just rock their socks. And so this is what we're doing, folks. I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy to be here. This is an amazing, amazing show. Makes you look younger and happier. Thank you. And this is all part of, living a good life, living on the straight and narrow path and fighting against evil. And you got to have a really, really sizzly haircut to do that. This is kind of like my boy band male model look, woo! It's a little wild. It's a little crazy. We got some stuff sticking up in the back. Let's try to get all that to come down. I'm still very triggered by, flyaways and past trauma, other shoot experiences. So look, you guys, all is love, love is all. Celebrating your first super chat. And probably, the haircut probably helped with that donation. Probably just helped to coerce it out a little bit. David, you have to revamp your Mrs. Doubtfire Irishman accent, says John David. Yeah, I mean, the Irish one was just this thing that we did one time. And, people that come from those countries typically don't think it's funny. Like sometimes Australian people don't think it's funny when I do Queensland. And if I very slightly mangle the accent and they say, oh my God, it's not right. Well, look, as I've said before, part of what makes these characters funny is that I'm deliberately getting the accent wrong. I know how to pronounce it right, but when you do it wrong on purpose, then it's funnier. In my opinion, I think it's funnier. I just go with how much I'm laughing and how much it makes me laugh. And so I laugh a lot more when the accent is actually somewhat bad. So it's a comedy principle that good is bad, embarrassing is bad, pain is bad, but it's also good because, like, as I said years ago, I was speaking in front of an audience telling a very traumatic story and everybody starts laughing. I'm like, my God, you guys, it's really inappropriate. And that was when I had my big breakthrough that if you tell somebody a story about getting divorced or going broke or being mugged in an alley, that the audience is going to start laughing. I mean, that's just what they do. So a funny, bad accent where you make mistakes is funnier than doing it perfectly correctly. And all these people don't get that, man, but you guys get it because you're my friends. So anyway, we had Catherine Conradi donated $50, and I'll just put that in there. Vacapalo, hi, David, did you get your gift hair? Looking good. Yes, working with a hairstylist, and I just said, take bigger clumps and hit them with whatever you got, because this is what would happen if I actually could get out in the sun, go on vacation. So I want to take a vacation in advance. My hair would look like this if I stayed outside. Richard Whitney, as always, thank you. He donated $200, dude. Look at that. I mean, wow. Richard Whitney's one of our all-time best supporters. We're definitely going to have to hang out with that guy. As always, thank you, David, for all you do. Peace, love, and light unto you and all of us. Catherine Conradi, $50. Imagine David riding on a dinosaur dressed as Trama. Somebody's got a Australian thing. James is cool. Oi, this is bloody Drongo, reckons he can chuck a sickie and still flog a barbie with the mates. Fair dinkum. Good on you then, mate. Good on you. All righty then. See, I had an insider who told me about things like the Loch Ness Monster and that they'd actually captured it. He had a lot of interesting things to say. We talked about the Wally-Mai pine, mate. It's in Australia. It's supposed to be 200 million years ago. It went extinct. And then all of a sudden, the Wally-Mai shows up in Australia, mate. It's bloody insane. You are handsome with your new haircut. Thank you for everything you do. This is kind of like the seduction dance, man. When you start doing your head like that, stay away from a guy who's doing that because he probably wants something that he hasn't earned yet. 5 Dog Blessed donated. Thank you very much. Jackie Not donated. Thank you very much. Did you get Monica's portrait? Says Marianne Reese. Did you hang it up? Yes, it is right upstairs, and I love it. It's right in the middle of the room. Doing the Newsom. Now, if I was doing Newsom, it would be all slicked back. David, you could definitely rickroll someone right now, and they would love it. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you what I'm feeling. Don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and hurt you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. There we go. And it was actually on pitch. Thank you. Ooh. Unironically good. I'm dancing, man. The Rickroll dinosaur. Oh, man, now I'm going to have that stuck in my head. Sorry about that, but yeah, I definitely can sing. I was trained by a guy who worked with 500 top recording artists, Larry Sire. He had 9 Grammys, and I spent an entire year in Austin, Texas in his Electric Larryland studios, and I had to sing properly or... Wow, a workshop with a floor show. I love it, says Edna Korinsky. Yeah, I had to learn how to sing properly and how to sing on pitch, and so most music that's released by the industry is you know, obviously auto-tuned, and even the stuff that doesn't sound like it's auto-tuned actually is auto-tuned. So now, because I had to sing on pitch or it would just, the recording would stop, I might sing one phrase of the song 45 times. I definitely had to do a whole bunch of pitch work, and now when I hear somebody not on pitch, I'm just like, I can't even stand it. Got to de-shine my head a little bit here, man. We got some, that's a fatality in the camera world. If you got a sweaty looking head, it's bad. Rogers Zabark donated another $50. Or maybe that was Richard Whitney. But anyway, Zabark's another one of our favorites. David, thank you again for another wonderful Sunday afternoon. My good friends Howie and Chris are sitting here with my wife and myself eating our popcorn. You are the greatest. Well, Howie and Chris, buckle your seatbelt, guys, because this is about to get crazy. It's all auto-tuned. Kaylin Robinson said, you better sing. Well, I just did. Alice's Wonderful Moments. Your voice is great for singing. Yeah, I actually really liked that. The Rick Roll song. Never Gonna Give You Up. It's you know, it's got that funk groove, and I like it. I mean, it's definitely, he earned his respect. And then, no, there's people trolling me. My God, you guys, like, some people are just so freaking rude and crazy. Anyway, I had a major breakthrough this week, you guys. Here I've been reporting on Ezra's posts every week for over a year. And then I was on Twitter, and, you know, there's this thing that I can, I don't even really use it, honestly. I don't really use the social media. But there was something I could click on that said, you know, see where people have replied to you. It's like notifications. I don't even look at that. It's always just massive. But I've started to look at it. So somebody wrote to Liz Crokin, who apparently was going to work with Ezra, and said, David should be on your show. And I just wrote back one word and said, indeed. And so then Liz actually direct messaged me on Twitter that morning. And I never look at those either. I just have ignored it all these years. But I looked at it, and it's like, oh, she wants to talk to me, so I responded. And I told her about the amazing Tucker Carlson deep underground military base disclosure that just happened and how exciting that is. And then I was talking about, you know, yeah, I would be happy to do a show on this in the future. Not realizing what she was even saying, that she was talking about that, because Ezra said he was going to be on the show. I figured it was his show. The first one kind of turned into a train wreck. I really would have liked to hear people keep interviewing him, but after a while it just got really combative and crazy and lots of posturing and egos warring against each other, and Ezra was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, that happened again. He got bumped out. It was a Twitter Spaces chat. But anyway, here's what happened, you guys. I got spontaneously invited into his only the second public debut he's ever made, which was for a whistleblower to come forward from the island. And right at the moment, I mean, I didn't even know. I was literally just like watching the show as an audience member. And I was hitting the little emojis here and there, you know, just like you guys are doing now. You actually look younger, somebody says. Well, thank you. We like that. That's age reversal, you know, that's time travel. So, dude, I was actually sizzling my steak on the grill with these really crazy, noisy fans, the noisiest moment of the whole time. And I said, well, I got to eat. Even if I'm listening to the show, I got to eat dinner. So I'll just keep playing it while I'm eating dinner. So all of a sudden, she says, why don't we bring David Wilcock on the air? He's there. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I'm making all this noise. I can't talk right now. Next thing you know, I'm made into a speaker. And then I tried to unmute my microphone, but all the noise was like, it caused Twitter to bump me off. So then I had to, you know, go back in again. But what ended up happening was that I actually spoke for, I don't know, 45 minutes of, you know, so I had a really good chunk of talk time. And everybody was really, really excited about what I had to say. I interviewed the witness, and we talked about Satan and demons, and we got specific about what she saw on this man's face, that it turned into a demonic head that was 3 times larger than usual, the black eyes, all black, kind of this greenish gray skin, and stumpy horns on the top, 3 times the size of his normal face. And she swears she saw it, and I said, yeah, that's... You know, when people are working with the demonic, you might smell bad smells when they come into the room. It's like a psychic smelling. You might get this pressure in your chest. You might get a ringing in your ears. I went through all these different things that might happen, and she actually reported on them. So that was really incredible. I was deeply honored to be brought on this show. I knew at some point the Alliance would start openly working with me. I just didn't know when. But to then be invited onto Ezra's own program was quite amazing. They had 1,000 people listening live. We normally can get up to 5,000 to 7,000 here. We're at 2,400 already. So we're already 250% bigger than the entire show was. And that's amazing because he's getting millions of views, but I guess the degree of engagement where you can get people to actually just show up and listen to you on the air, that's something that I guess I take for granted, you know. But thank you guys for being here. This is so amazing. So again, she started out when I was sizzling steak. It took a while for me to eat dinner, and then I got on the air, and it was all good. And this breakthrough was thoroughly described in the time loop that you're going to see. The Archangel Michael time loop, almost the whole thing is talking about me working with Ezra. So this is where it was posted. It was April 29th, and that kept on happening where it would say details not available. It was so annoying. We were under a massive hacking attack. I had to keep logging back in. I'd have to close my browser completely and then log back in as myself. And then eventually even that got messed up, where now I don't even see the icons showing who's talking. There were normally little animated lines that show you which of the people on the grid are talking. I couldn't even see that. I think it finally just cut me off completely. Same thing happened to Ezra. I would love to have dialogued with him a little bit and asked him some questions. We never got the chance to do that. I greatly regret that. I wish we could have put the spotlight on him. But, again, here's the title of the show. Suspicious Death of Virginia. Survivors are speaking out. That's what I was in. 22,000 views. And Sun Tzu, the guy that was hosting it, said phenomenal spaces tonight. So if you want to go back and listen, I think I don't kick in. It's 5 hours long, dude, as you can see. And I don't kick in until about, I don't know, like at least an hour and a half in, maybe 2 hours in, something like that. Beverly Adams, can you give us the show link for Ezra? I don't know what it is, but you can go to this page, go to his page, you can go down, scroll down to April 29th, you will find it. It's right there. Mayan Mountain, love the haircut, keep up the amazing content. Woo! Cynthia Marie Brewer, it seems there are skeletons in the closet there. I don't know. Apparently Ezra and I had a past life together, and we got into a big falling out and argument. So, that's something that's in there. But no, we're getting along fine right now. There was no problem. You guys always want to read in, but Cynthia's a great supporter, so we're not going to hold her guilty for that. But anyway, yeah, it was really great. I talked about underground bases. I talked about Boliden, the tunnel underground boring machine company that makes those. They can do miles a day, and those machines have been around for decades. So think about how much they could have already built that we don't even know about. It's crazy. So in the time loop, you're going to see Michael saying that Ezra and I have a lot more work to do together, and I'm excited about that. And he's been dropping enormous disclosure in the posts. Most people do not realize that the alliance that is working on these, they understand that arrests are coming. They understand that there's some kind of an alliance out there, but they don't realize that these alliance people are actually working in what we would call Space Force or Majestic. And it's essentially, I didn't record until now, so now we're recording on the main deck, but that's okay. We just missed the first 15 minutes. It's only live. Now we got the good recording going. Anyway, all right, so we can find trolls and we can eliminate trolls, which is fun. Ezra's phenomenal, cute haircut. Catherine Karate said, I listened to you on the Ezra broadcast. You were so professional and informative. You gave it credibility. Yes, I did not promote myself. I did not promote products. I didn't try to, pump up my ego. I just answered questions I was asked, and then I redirected the focus back to Survivor, but I'm glad you liked the show. Looking good today. Yeah, so anyway, it's been a really great experience because Ezra is just dropping bombs, dude. I mean, it's like, first of all, this was from Tucker, as I said, but this is a major, major event. Former Bush administration official Catherine Austin Fitz revealed to Tucker that the U.S. government has constructed underground bases as large as entire cities. And yes, you can actually, I was starting to say that in the show with Ezra, but you can actually, they plant trees, they have rivers, they have lakes, they have buildings, and then they have a dome that looks like the outside, but it's a holographic projection. So if you were in there and nobody told you that you were underground, you might not notice, except for a couple things. You always hear the noise of ventilation fans, and you always smell a machine oil smell, and those are the two things that apparently kind of give it away. But otherwise, you got buildings, you got roads, they use electric cars, they don't have anything that burns gas down there. You can actually live and work and have a home and then travel to work and go to a building, and you're all underground and you don't even think about it. You just start to feel like you're living on the surface. And there's real trees and there's real animals and birds, and they bring all that stuff down there. So it's really quite incredible. So this is very, very exciting, folks. The U.S. government has constructed underground bases as large as entire cities. Fitz says some of these massive underground structures are officially documented while others remain hidden. They're not limited to the U.S., scattered across the globe. She theorized there could be as many as 170 underground bases, some located beneath the ocean. Wow. And others around the U.S. interconnected by secret transportation networks. Yes, those are called the sub-shuttles. So she said 170, but my data actually was more like 250. And that's just the ones that we made. There's also times where they were using these underground tunnel boring machines and they drill into an alien base and have actual problems where the extraterrestrials would fire upon them in some cases. Dulce, New Mexico apparently is one of the places where that happened. So this is really, really something, you guys. And this is all going to become known to the public, that they were being built in preparation for a potential near-extinction level event. That's the solar flash. I mean, there's other ways that you could look at it too, but they also were thinking they were going to do a nuclear war. The elites were, and then they can just hide out under the surface of the Earth. And so it's a very, very vast network, and there's been a shadow war going on to infiltrate and destroy the negative alien bases all over the world. Carrie Bonifacio just donated. Thank you very much. We're almost pushing 3,000 now. So this totally blew me away, and for some reason, it just kind of hit the zeitgeist, and people are like, you know what? I believe it. After all the other stuff, it's like the truth community has suddenly gotten red-pilled, if you want to use that term. They're all kind of realizing, yeah, you know what? This does make sense. I've been talking about it for many years. It's wonderful to see Tucker covering it, and he's got the word Fatima right next to him in this shot, which is really hilarious because it relates back to the Fatima Prophecies, a Christian UFO sighting of 1917. 90,000 people's clothes were dried off. Plus, he gives you the little Easter egg of post number 63, and it says right here, to those watching, you know who you are, you have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know is right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. If you decide to take down the internet, we will be ready. So what is that really saying in the guise of underground bases? That at a certain point, if the disclosure gets to be too big, if something comes out that they don't like, they're ready to take down the internet. So if that wasn't enough winning for you, we also had RFK totally just, I couldn't even believe this. He publicly confirmed that the stratospheric injection programs are being deployed through jet fuel in regular conventional aircraft, containing materials that are released in the atmosphere. When questioned by a concerned citizen about spraying, he promised he would do everything in his power. And, whoa, he suggested that it may be linked to DARPA, the U.S. military's advanced research agency. His team will appoint someone to investigate, find who's responsible, and ensure accountability. I mean, wait a minute. This is like one of the craziest long-standing conspiracy theories of all. Oh, it's fake, it's not true, it's a lie, it's a joke, it's not real. Whoa, what does he know that we don't know? How does he know that they're putting it in jet fuel and that it's working through DARPA? Wow, I mean, guess what, guys? The big one is coming. If you don't think this is all going to happen, you would be sorely mistaken. Then we got post 55 where it says, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. So this is happening right now, but that still wasn't as good as where it went. You know, even though I got on a show with Ezra, even though deep underground military bases are being confirmed by Ezra, even though the aerosol stuff is now coming out, RG950 said, oh, look at that. On April 23rd, the price of gold hit $33.33. The price of silver then hit $33.33 within 30 minutes, and he's got 17 likes. Woo! That's really good. We're up to 3,000 now. Thank you guys for showing up. I always want to do it on a Sunday. We have an incredibly beautiful day here. So I get to look at all that, and it's not cold. I don't have to wear base layers today for the first time in a show. All year, I don't have to wear base layers. So, dude, May 1st totally has redefined everything about my life. Ezra didn't even talk about this one for whatever reason. He usually covers these. He didn't talk about this one. It was an event in Congress. This is a congressional official disclosure called Understanding UAP, Science, National Security, Innovation. I looked it up online. Hardly anyone has covered this. Hardly anyone has written about this. It's almost, at this point, still completely ignored by the media, even the alternative. So guys, please go look this up and watch this thing because it's incredible. So it says right here that they are in collaboration with the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. The pivotal briefing in the Rayburn House Office Building, room 2247 at 11:30 on May 1st, featuring members of Congress and leading experts offering a science-driven perspective on UAPs, formerly known as UFOs. Discussions will examine the implications of science, national security, innovation in an era marked by rapid advancements in aerospace, energy, and artificial intelligence. Significance of UAP has transitioned from a fringe curiosity to a matter of central importance. Oh, yeah, I would agree with that entirely. And this nonpartisan briefing convenes esteemed figures from the realm of science, defense, and technology to discuss the multifaceted aspects of UAP. We had several donations just pop in. I guess you guys love me right now. So we had Alive and Thriving. After this morning's chem falling out of the sky, it smelled like mold, white residue on our windshields in Florida. Yeah, it's definitely not to be ignored. Cynthia Marie Brewer, did your wildflowers come up? They are just starting to. We're not really in blooming season yet. It happens after Mother's Day. And then we have Golden Rainbow. Good morning from New Zealand, 6:30 a.m. Regarding my chat comments further above about methylene blue, this is the YouTube address, da-da-da. Phil M. David, where can I rewatch Wisdom Teachings? I loved the science. It presented so much. I miss it. Help. Well, the rights to Wisdom Teachings were sold to Amazon, and they then expired. So there is no ability to watch Wisdom Teachings right now. It does not exist. If they've put it back on the network, I don't know. Last I saw, it wasn't there. So it's, you know, at some point we'll deal with that, but not yet. Anyway, thank you guys. I'm still getting lots of good compliments on my hair. The number of viewers keeps going up. That's pretty awesome. So the event details were, again, right here. First come seating. And people always complain about this. It's kind of a hilarious aspect of the UFO field that we've always had these like bad videos with bad audio, and it's too echoey and it's too quiet. This is the same thing, dude. Somebody needs to go run audio processing on there, run it through Isotope RX11 and get that grease out, get the de-reverb it, you know, and get the noise level out and get the gain loudness control to turn up. It needs a lot of help, and he talks really fast, which is the other problem with all these super smart guys, is that they get nervous and they talk way too fast. So it's too fast and it's hard to listen to, but man, there's some stuff in there. So this is the only article from the mainstream that really even seemed to cover it at all. This was from the Daily Star, and it says that it had congressional bombshells as ex-NASA bosses share possible UAP photograph not investigated. It's going to turn out to be a hoax. Anyway, we're going to read this right now, where it says, a founding partner of technology investment company American Deep Tech claimed that private sector firms are building new inventions based on extraterrestrial systems. Dr. Anna Brady Estevez, who once worked with NASA on space economic policy, said she helped fund entrepreneurs with UAP-inspired inventions. She said they are working on advanced energy, advanced communications, funding companies working on what they later described as UAP-adjacent or inspired technologies. However, these inventors were forbidden to give away too much detail about their technology because it was classified. So yes, it is actually true that unlike what Stephen wants you to think, we have one hater, right? This is our, again, SM-39 Razor. It's going to be Mach 4, the fastest, most badass jet ever made. It can go into low Earth orbit. And so Chris Beskar is the designer of this. He's the CEO of Stavati Aerospace. We are very, very close to getting deals. We want to come out with power plants. We want to come out with hover cars. And it's really not that far away. They're now admitting in Congress, here's this woman saying, yes, we were funding advanced energy and communications, but they can't talk about what they're doing because it's classified. So that is straight out of Area 51. That's where Chris was. He got out in 1993. He's responsible for over 2,500 classified spaceships being built, believe it or not. So Pete Peterson told me he was the preeminent alternative energy and spaceship designer in the world. And so, yeah, we are going to be doing this, folks. This is not science fiction. And I don't feel comfortable going out there and talking about all this stuff if I'm not actively making an effort to try to bring out something real so that we get beyond just, oh, some insider said so-and-so. I want the proof, and I want to fly in a hover car. So then we got alien ruins on the Mars and the Moon. I've shown you these pictures before. We're not doing that one again, maybe later. Mike Gold, an ex-NASA associate administrator, revealed stunning photos sitting in the Space Agency archives, yet to be investigated as potential UAPs. And he shared a number of unexplained images taken by NASA on Mars and the Moon. So yes, they're continuing to push the narrative of the face on Mars, that there are, lunar ruins, obelisks, domes that are made of clear glass-like material. Shannon Burgess, who is behind the flat Earth psyop? Reptilians? No, it's just this intelligence community, man. It's the same thing with Tagada. It's the same thing with the, whatever's the other one that they got. I don't even remember. See, that's the thing. I block it out but that's what's happening. Disinformation is you tell people two pieces of information that are similar but contradict each other, and then their mind throws away the whole thing. So you have this Taggeta stuff out there, and that's all based on my work, but it's completely different, and they're trying to throw you off. So I'm just going to keep doing what I know to be true, but most of the stuff that you see online is some kind of weird, disturbing propaganda, or people who just don't know a whole lot, and they're just working with what they got. So anyway, Mike Gold included these. Not only did he have the face on Mars, the pyramids on Mars, etc., but we also saw this, that this was something, fragments of metal that he recovered from the Pacific Ocean in 2023. And they do look interesting, don't they? It looks like gold alloyed with something else on a microscopic level. It's got all this interesting structure to it. So then this is another one. Secret program recovers alien spaceships. Hey, isn't that what you've been talking about this whole time, David? Yes. Again, we only have one hater. And he's now been exposed, and he did not participate on my page this past week. X may have finally shut him down, so way to go, Elon. If you get an emergency injunction on somebody like this and he does it again, that means he crossed the injunction, which means he's subject to immediate arrest. All anybody's ever had to do to stop this is just create an emergency injunction. I haven't had the money to do it properly, but I think that might have been what happened, and if not, it absolutely needs to happen right away. So anyway, this is where it really gets interesting. Research physicist Dr. Eric Davis said the U.S. government has been operating a secret program recovering crashed UFOs since the 50s when Ike was president. He worked as a subcontractor and consultant for the Pentagon's UFO program since 2007, claiming that the project began after they discovered a crashed UAP back in 1944. And it actually crashed in 1933, but they recovered it in 1944. Since then, he said a lot of the technology recovered over the years from these wreckages has secretly moved to Wright-Patterson. That's only one of many places, and a lot of them are not even above the ground, without any congressional oversight or approval. In addition, project code names change every few years to cover up the Defense Department's actions. He concluded that we couldn't make it ourselves after seeing some of the recovered materials firsthand. So yes, I've talked to insiders. We have one of them. We have actually several of them on the board of Stavati. They typically say no names, no contractors, no projects, and no current operations. Those are the four things: no names, no contractors, no projects, and no current operations. So you're not allowed to ever give out the names. You're not allowed to ever say who it was. You're not allowed to disclose any current operations. You can only talk about things that stopped being done, and then you can't use the specific project name or anything like that. So that's what he's saying right here, the project code names, and we couldn't make it ourselves. But again, the really big thing, you guys, and this is, you know, so amazing, is somebody asks him, what are the types of beings that were found inside? And very quickly, he lists off Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids. And this is him right next to Representative Anna Luna. There he is, with the gray hair on the left. Greys, reptilians, Nordics, and insectoids. Well, there you go. I mean, that just validates the entire David Wilcock disclosure narrative. Everything I've been telling you guys all this time, everything I've been trying to, you know, work hard to get out to the world with this incredible opposition and terrorism and death threats and lawsuits, which are still ongoing, by the way. We only found out from my attorney he was dealing with family crisis, so I didn't even know until, Wednesday or Tuesday or something, that no, these people are actually still threatening me and being very hostile and wanting more information. And they don't want me to talk about it, which is my First Amendment right. So that's the first answer I'm giving them, is I have the right to talk about what you're doing. I haven't given out who it is, but I have the right to say it if somebody is harassing me. So yes, I'm under ongoing massive legal attack, and we do need your financial help. So thank you again for the donations. It is not over, and they did it. They did it on April 15th. And remember, the last time was right before Christmas on Friday the 13th. So yes, what could be a more annoying day for somebody to try to hit you with a massive amount of legal attack, but on tax day? That's what happened, folks. I didn't find out about it till early this week. Anyway, so here he goes, and he says reptilians are real, Nordics are real, Greys are real. Well, the Nordics would be basically your positive ETs, because they project into a human form. They can look like any race on Earth they want to. Some of them are Nordic, some of them look like Asians, some of them look black. All different types are represented. So it's not a racist thing of, oh, you know, Whitey's got his white aliens. No, that's not what this is about, okay? So this, to me, is one of the most significant moments in human history that just happened here. It is in front of Congress, and it has validated all of my main UFO talking points. The Greys, reptilians, and insectoids are the evil ones, and the Nordics, in a very loose sense, are the positive ones. He said most of them are around the height of human beings. That's about as far as we got, but it was very amazing. Hardly anybody is talking about this. Go watch it. Again, you can get the link by going to that page. And then I feel bad for Luis Elizondo, because once again, they sent him out there, whoever is doing this, sent him out there to be debunked. I mean, I would be flaming pissed off if I was him, because it says he holds up an unvetted photo of an apparent UAP. They're saying this appears to be real. Then you look at it up close in his hand. It's like, oh, crap, wait a minute. That looks like not actually a UFO casting a circular shadow. Now the debunkers come in and, oh, look at that. It's actually caused by something that's on the desert ground. It's like a water treatment plant. And they, for whatever reason, gave it to him and said, oh, this is a UFO. It is not. And again, I'm not blaming Elizondo, but why do these people keep on throwing him out there with stuff that's just shot down as soon as he says it? These photographs, like there was another one of a chandelier on a window that was reflection. Everybody gave him heat for that. It happened again, okay? So here's the main people. We heard of Avi Loeb, Eric Davis, Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, and then here's your CIA guy, Christopher Mellon. We said Mellon is one of the top names from that from the inside world of the DS. That's one of their top family names, like Carnegie Mellon, et cetera, et cetera. Kirk McConnell, and then we've got Anna Brady Estevez and Mike Gold. We heard about them too. So they're all speaking at this thing. And it's Tim Gallaudet said the Navy has a trove of data on UAPs, and they're not giving it to us. None of it has been officially released. He calls on them to share the information, and said he just received reports of Navy members who saw them. So this is very interesting, you guys. All we've ever wanted in UFOs since I got out there in '96 is congressional hearings and congressional disclosure. Dr. Greer was pushing for that all the way back since when I first got online in '96. Now it's happened. It is official U.S. government disclosure that there are Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids, man. I mean, wow. And Pete Peterson told me starting in 2009 that there were living quarters being built under the White House for 35 different species of ETs, including insectoids, that some of these beings have to be in front of kind of like a flashlight or you don't see them. They need a special energetic flashlight for their bodies to become visible. There's also special bedrooms for these insectoids where they have this little clamp on the wall, and they actually put their carapace in there. They snap their back into it because they sleep standing up. And so they have different quarters for different types of beings. So why would they have 35 beings with, hotel space under the White House? Because they're getting ready to come out and be introduced to us. That's what he was telling me all the way back in 2009. So it sounds as if this is going to happen. It sounds as if the ETs will introduce themselves, and that as this happens, or while this is happening, we get this first wave of ascension and everybody suddenly upgrades into something that's more than what you were. It depends on how much spiritual work you've done as to where you go with this. But yeah, it's a massive energetic upgrade. So this week's time loops are probably the best we've ever had. We're up to 3,500 people. That makes me feel great. Wait till you see these time loops, you guys. It talks so extensively about Ezra and all that stuff. And then my mother also had a dazzling prophetic dream. She does not watch my show, but it totally tied into the show. And what the impending arrest and prosecution of Stephen, which we are going to help to create if Elon can't get him first. I hope Elon gets him first, but that just means it gets done faster, but we're going to be on his case really soon because we're about to get money. So this is not going away. So let's get started now, you guys, on the time-traveling dinosaurs. This is a huge subject. And wait a minute, what are you saying, David? Are you saying that dinosaurs travel through portals from prehistoric millions of years ago and then can pop into our reality? Yes, that's what I'm saying. And it can happen as simply as a little piece of ball lightning. That could be a portal to extreme levels of time travel. If it happened to you, then, you know, you might get stuck in the past, and then that would be a really bad environment to live in. How would you ever leave anything behind for people, you know? Where are you going to leave your legacy? You can't. So we know that dinosaurs have stepped through millions of years. This is something that we're now going to prove, and that geometry seems to be the key to jumping through millions of years, and I'll talk about this. Once you pop into this galactic level geometry, you actually exist throughout the entire geometry at once. Technically, you get spread out into all of the geometry, and then you can move through it and then decide where to get out. And if you know what you're doing, which these higher extraterrestrial civilizations do, this geometry can help you actually travel in time. So it all goes back to the science of these so-called vacuum domains, bubbles where gravity is converted into visible light and free energy. They also have levitation, and this is actually where portals come from. The big secret, of course, as we've been talking about in all these other shows, is that time and space flip inside out. So a movement through space over there in like the galactic geometry would be time travel here. You've moved to the other side where the geometry was. It might be 62 million years ago. So we do actually have an Earth that is turned inside out, and we have a solar system turned inside out, and a galaxy turned inside out, and a universe turned inside out. And it works in a bizarre way, and you got to spend a long time meditating on this, which I've now done. So if you go into this inverted Earth, your gravity that's actually moving you down onto the surface of that planet is now in the air to us. So when you are in the when you're in the energetic influence of the alternative gravity, you're also getting into this time-space. So if you start levitating, it's because you're actually moving downward in this parallel reality. As crazy as that sounds, that's how it works. So it's as if particles of atoms have time on the inside, space on the outside, and then you can roll them inside out, and now time is on the outside, space is on the inside, through the toroidal bubble. So we talked about the Olaf Nair's experiment with carbon-60 molecules, where they were 1 nanometer wide. He shoots them through a 100 nanometer wide hole, so 100 times bigger than the particle. The particle is first hitting the wall, and then by getting bumped, it turns into an interference pattern, meaning it strikes in like 5 different places rather than 1. It is no longer a solid particle. It exists in past, present, and future. The buckyballs have actually rolled inside out and transformed into waves. This was performed at the University of Vienna in Austria in 1999. So again, this explains the wave-particle duality. The most perplexing puzzle of physics is like, why in the 7 geometric thought forms? Thank you very much. $5, and we're now at 3666 concurrent viewers. Let's get it up to 4 so we're not staying at the number of the devil. Anyway, this is the solution to the wave-particle duality. Why can't we always measure particles as particles? Why do they sometimes show up as waves? Because when they exist in their wave state, they are out of our linear time. They exist in past, present, and future. And so this really does get into the Goldilocks principle of how the universe was designed by an intelligent creator to allow time travel and levitation to occur. Levitation occurs by just turning off gravity, and you start to have this opposing force. It's actually falling down in the parallel reality. You're going back down to the earth, and it sounds crazy, but I've meditated on it, and this is how it actually works. So then we had Dr. Kozyrev. You remember this. He drops a cannonball on the floor. He weighs it before and after, and it loses weight, but the weight comes back over the course of 20 minutes in quantized layers with nothing in between. So again, the layers of the atom are popping back into our reality. What does this really mean? This means that atoms are already going right near the quantum speed of light, and when you bump the atom, like in the cannonball, it actually displaces into time-space, where it now exists in time, but not really here as much, and so it loses all of its weight, and the ball becomes lighter, and over the course of 20 minutes it comes back. So this totally flies out of Einstein's model. Instead of mass becoming infinite as you go towards light speed, Ginzburg said, no, you just flip that fraction upside down that Einstein made. Doesn't violate any laws of physics. You don't lose anything. But now as you go towards light speed, you're losing mass, not gaining mass. So the idea, again, with these orbs is that that's what happens inside the orb, that the speed of motion inside the orb is actually above light speed. You're shielding gravity, you're shielding time, and when you go in there, it becomes a portal that you can actually use for time travel. Alive and thriving, Angkor Wat Stegosaurus hieroglyph. Yeah, you're jumping ahead. We're going to get to that, I promise. So again, the quantum movement in every atom is right near light speed. Now we know when you go over light speed, you dematerialize. Einstein was wrong on that. So by just bumping it, like in the buckyball or the cannonball, you get dematerialization, and the atom goes into this reality where time is three-dimensional. So this is what I've been calling stretch space. Many people who have had experience of visionary states, fevers, psychedelics, entheogens, whatever you want to call them, different ways to get there, they will notice their feeling of their body stretching and stretching through spaces and elongating. All of that stuff is what you're going to need to be able to become comfortable with, to be able to levitate, to bilocate. To experience this stretch space is very strange. You can feel the convolution of space and time itself in these visionary states. And so this will help you if you ever find yourself in one of them. Yeah, if you just so happen to find yourself in a convoluted state of some kind, you might want to think about how this could be that you're stretching through space and stretch space, man. It's trippy, dude. Whoa. Dude, it's so intense, bro. So anyway, each of the platonic solids that matter is made of, that they can invert this way, they flip inside out. So again, what we're seeing is that the stablest atoms in our reality would be oxygen that has 8 protons. That would be the orange cube on the left. The actual oxygen nucleus, there are no neutrons in this new model. This was a guy that was on, the Manhattan Project, Dr. Robert Moon. The corners of the geometry represent protons, and so they don't even really exist on their own. They're part of a vibrational field. So oxygen has 8 protons. Those are the 8 corners of the cube. But you can flip the cube inside out, 7 geometric, thank you again, donating once again. You flip the cube inside out, that's called an inversion, and it becomes the octahedron, which actually in the Dr. Robert Moon model is silicon. So if you have an element on the periodic table that doesn't have one of these geometric shells of protons, then it's still looking for something else to bond with, and that solves both ionic and covalent bonding in chemistry. Chemistry is actually the result of different elements that are normally disorganized bonding together into these geometric shapes where the protons all add up to a shell of a certain geometry. Then it becomes a stable molecule. So H2O is like a tetrahedral water molecule. That's why water is so interesting. All the stuff that you've seen with Masaru Emoto, where people say they hate the water and then the water doesn't have crystals, but if they send love to the water, it gets these beautiful ice crystals. That's all because of the consciousness and the geometry that matter is created from being an emanation of consciousness. As you think thoughts, those thoughts can modify the matter itself. So again, this is how atoms stay intact as they flip over into time-space. In the middle, you have the tetrahedron, flips upside down from red to yellow, stays the same, just becomes inverted. And then over there on the right, you've got in the purple, you've got the dodecahedron, that's 12 pentagonal faces. You flip it inside out, you get the icosahedron, which is 20 equilateral triangles. So again, you could have a dodecahedral molecule, you flip it inside out, in the other reality it becomes an icosahedron. Again, this is what the universe did for us to be able to allow this time travel to be possible. The universe has a Goldilocks principle for time travel, for anti-gravity, for free energy, all because of the fact that these two realities can flow together in these spherical bubbles. So we talked about this from Dr. Oleksii Dmitriev different types of properties that are all examples of these portals. Ball lightning, NSLFs, poltergeist, tornadoes, etc., earthquake lights. You can take pictures of them with infrared. Sometimes they're visible as plasma orbs. Sometimes they roll up into a ball like a candle flame. They turn into a ball as they rise out of the earth. So ball lightning, which everybody's heard stories about, that's actually the most important key to physics that we left behind. They've been drawn. People used to be more interested in them than they are now. This is one going in front of a church. This is one captured by the pyramid power of the steeple and giving off a bunch of particles. And these are people that are freaking out as it goes into their room. Another example of somebody doing that. Well, these things can kill you. You definitely don't want to kick it like he's doing. If you see one, you got to get the hell away from it because you'll get a time slip. It can kill you. Not a good thing. They can also become habitats for ghosts. Ghosts can jump into these portals and use them to levitate objects in our reality to make themselves visible, or in some cases to make their voices heard. So if you hear, weird sounds of voices, it could be because they're using these portals. Dina Barnes donated. Thank you very much. We are pushing 4,000 now. We're almost there. So I'm really glad to have a big crowd today. So again, all these different properties we talked about. Kimberlite pipes explode underground, create diamonds. That's caused by this, apparently. Tornadoes are caused by this. Next week's show might be on tornado physics because it's so awesome, and I need to get you guys that information. Anyway, we were seeing how these portals are being created by the pyramids. The big discovery coming out of Egyptology, which is alternative Egyptology, is that we've now found 2,100-foot deep tunnels below the pyramids. Primitive people did not dig this out. This clearly shows an advanced extraterrestrial technology. The tubes down at the bottom go into these 80-meter tall cubicle rooms, phenomenal in size. And through the essence of shape power, they actually are harnessing vibrational energy, making it cubical. Like I just said, these are vibratory energies that can create portals. They specifically look like the Tesseract. So this again really shows you the turning inside out that happens at the subatomic level. In this case, you got the cube turning inside out to a cube. But remember that if we had the proper geometric illustrations, which I don't have the animations for yet, you could see how the cube turns inside out, how the tetrahedron, the icosahedron, all that stuff. Now, to set this up again, we talked about Ivan T. Sanderson, who was a researcher much like myself. This is him in 1965. He had a lot of famous books. He had Argosy magazine. And he discovered that there were people saying they saw dinosaurs called Mokele-Mbembe in the Congo. We'll talk about that a lot more today. This is a casting. He actually went out there, pygmy headhunter country. Nobody ate him. Maybe he's just too skinny, They didn't think there was enough meat. Look at his arm. I mean, he's got weak arms. Nah, there's just not enough meat on those bones. Whatever, we'll let him live. So they took a plaster casting of the Mokele-Mbembe footprints, and this is fresh footprints from a dinosaur. That shows you what it is. We're going to get a lot more into this today. So he wrote in Fantastic Universe about UFOs. He wrote books that had the things in the title because these are like 40 anomalies, but he couldn't use any of those words. Invisible Residence, The Reality of Underwater UFOs. Argosy magazine was his big thing. After he talked about the Mokele-Mbembe, he's thinking, okay, if there's a weird dinosaur in the Congo, how the hell did it get here? How would I even study something like this scientifically? How would you come up with conclusions about dinosaurs getting into our reality? Well, let's look to see if there's modern-day portal effects, if things are disappearing in portals, and if so, let's find out where that's happening, and then we'll... I just can't stand the way this doesn't want to turn up like a collar should. I want it to look like that, but then it just keeps flattening. Whatever. You guys can handle it. So he did a huge investigation into ship and plane disappearances worldwide. Anytime that a plane disappears in the sky or a ship disappears on the ocean, let's put a push pin on a map with a nice little piece of paper on it that says which event it is, and let's just look at all the disappearances around the world. And to his amazement, as I said, he found that they only really were happening in 10 equidistant points on Earth. So there they are, and so this is where all the Bermuda Triangle stuff keeps happening, one of which is off the coast of Florida, Another one, as you can see, is there in Africa, right where the Congo is. Then he also found out that the North and the South Pole are equidistant, and that you connect the dots and it forms, again, one of these weird geometries that is an icosahedron. So that's really bizarre. Are you saying, David, that there's some kind of geometric structure inside the Earth? Could we go down and find a crystal? Is the crystal creating these portals, these little bubbles? So what we're saying is basically that the time portals are rising off of this geometry inside the Earth, and then they rise up into the air, and if you're unlucky enough to go fly through one, then you get stuck and you go through this portal. So what is it about this geometry? Let's say, wait a minute, stop right there. We've talked about this in other shows. The geometry is an invisible geometry that's in the ether. It's in the invisible energy that makes our reality. And Hans Jenny studied geometry in a vibrating drop of water. So what you see right here started out as just muddy water. There was nothing else in there but particles and water. And then you play a sound frequency of like the pure white keys on the keyboard. You put that in there, and all of a sudden you get this incredible tetrahedral geometry, just like we saw. And then if you change the frequency, as we see in these two pictures, same drop of water, same particles of mud, you change the geometry and it turns into a cube octahedron. So again, this is three-dimensional. It's a three-dimensional drop. All of the geometries that I showed you in that inversion diagram are the basic vibrational shapes of vibrating liquid. So now what you have to envision is that matter is being fed by what Einstein would call space-time, and they're now calling it zero-point energy, or they call it dark energy. But the energy is actually the result of vibration inside a hidden medium that makes matter. So matter is a crystal coming out of this hidden liquid caused by vibration. Thoughts cause vibration, therefore thoughts can create matter. So this again is a map of all the different, several different geometric phases, 9 in particular, of this one drop of water. And if you put the water in a big pan, you get multicellular structure. And then you can change the frequency, and then the entire cellular structure changes. So if our physical matter, or the matter of the body of a dinosaur, is made like this, what happens if it increases? You may very well get dematerialization. That's our big discovery. So we talked also in many other shows about the amplituhedron. This is following up on physics from the 1970s from Sir Roger Penrose, where he was noticing that it appears that all of the subatomic particles that we see are somehow the result of an emanation from a geometric form. And he tried to delineate it, but he couldn't quite solve it. Nima Arkani Hamed went back to his research and corrected it and found out, yes, you can model every single particle in the quantum reality through one geometry. It actually validated Hebrew because it is the Star of David, dude. You can't even make this stuff up. So there's your Star of David Merkaba. Again, it's the inverted tetrahedron I just showed you before. It fits inside a sphere perfectly. And then let's superimpose his discovery, Nima Arkani Hamed's discovery of the amplituhedron. He is saying this is basically the face of God. It's exactly what the Star of David implies. It's the original form of the universe. You see Tibetan mandalas have this as well. And what you really have here is just 4 tetrahedrons put together. And if you want to get into it, I believe that what you can do without violating any laws of symmetry is you just add in the rest of the star tetrahedron to that image. And now you've got your original Star of David Merkaba. And remember, the idea is the entire universe of space and time is all just amplitude emanations off of this one thing. So what is this one thing? This one thing is actually a photon. Now, Arkani Hamed hasn't seen that yet. He didn't come to that point in his research, but he's gotten most of the fundamentals together. You have one photon of light that the entire universe is made from. So then, as I said, go to Radek Tropkiewicz. That laser device he's got there is capturing photons. And when he captured the photon, sure enough, the image that we see is the same star tetrahedron turned on its side, a single light particle hologram. Previously thought impossible, as it says right there. Hologram of a single photon. So there you go. There's your single photon that started the whole universe. So the Bible was right. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Right? That's the whole basis of it. It's written into the Star of David. There's the modern physics. And here's again the ancient form that the Tibetans were seeing and that King David was seeing when he made the Star of David, whatever. And that apparently was my past life. So I really like this material. I've been talking about it for thousands of years. So anyway, you have this icosahedron inside the Earth. And now what did I just say the icosahedron was? I said it's a fluid vibration. You get that same shape just vibrating a drop of water. So guess what? The inside of the Earth is mostly liquid. It's magma. And the magma is in a liquid form and it's vibrating inside the Earth, creating this icosahedron. That's where it's coming from. It is not a crystal in the Earth. It is not some solid shape. It's actually caused by the vibration of the Earth's mantle, which is fascinating because, again, this turns out to be a multidimensional geometry. Plasma is rising off of this. He looked at all the different ship and aircraft disappearances, discovered they clustered into these 12 locations that are equidistant from each other. So there's some weird geometry causing time travel, like time-traveling dinosaurs. And it formed the icosahedron. The main one, again, was in the Bermuda Triangle. The idea is that these spherical bubbles are rising up out of the Earth on the geometry, creating portals through time and space. And then you connect the North and South Pole, you get your icosahedron. That was his original diagram of it. And then, what did we just say? You can flip the geometry inside out. It's called an inversion. Now it becomes the dodecahedron. So, well, sure enough, these three Russian scientists found that all of the pyramids and standing stones, any megalithic site we talk about on Ancient Aliens that you've ever seen. We did do some episodes on this, thanks to me. They had me as a consulting producer for many years, so I actually wrote shows for them for practically nothing. $500 an episode, basically. But anyway, all 3,300 of these sites of giant pyramids, Stonehenge, standing stones, you know, weird cathedrals, all this stuff appears on the grid. You flip the dodecahedron inside out from the icosahedron, that's what it looks like. And it turns out that the structure of the continents, as you can see here, the right-hand side of Africa's coast fits perfectly along the line. So does India. And there's stuff like that all over. Remember, we have the magma inside the Earth is vibrating in the shape of this geometry. It's actually flowing that way. And mountains form along the geometry. So the Mid-Atlantic Ridge perfectly fits the dodecahedron they discovered. And again, that grid explains where all the time portals are rising from and why is it that when they want to levitate stones and make pyramids that they're always using this grid to do it. Apparently that's a big thing. Vakapalo talks about the geobleem. Yeah, that's another thing I refer to in Michael Prophecies, that you can have certain areas of the grid that explode and others do not. And it has to do with the weak consciousness on the surface. So you can have a selective extinction disaster where certain parts of the Earth have these massive internal volcano eruptions and then other areas are fine. And so depending on where you live, it's the vibrational level determines your safety. Okay, so this is all really fascinating, and that's where we took it to before, but it's not just geometry on the surface of the Earth, it's actually in the solar system. So again, the solar system geometry is going to be the key to get us to the galactic geometry. You have to not just see this as something inside a planet. You have to see it as the geometry exists in freestanding interstellar space. So once again, we have cymatics here. Let's not forget, you don't have to have this be the liquid inside a planet. It can just be empty space that has geometry like this that's forming. And that's exactly how our planets are held together. This was discovered by Dr. John, well, he's not, I would call him doctor, but I don't know if he really is. John Martineau, Little Book of Coincidence in the Solar System. There he is, cracking the mystery of something that Kepler got from probably Atlantean texts, secreted away in the Vatican after they stole it from the Library of Alexandria. And what are we looking at here? This big bowl that you see is supposed to be a model of our solar system. And that means that Kepler believed that all the planetary orbits were spaced in between each other with this geometry. What did we just see with cymatics? We saw that the vibration holds the sand particles in place. Instead of it being muddy water, now you have this beautiful geometric pattern that appears in the water. The water has force fields that are forcing those little particles to be held in place. So could planets be held in place by vibration? That's what Kepler was alleging. So you see that we're going right out now to what looks like the orbit of Jupiter, and he believes there's a cube in the way there, and then you go in a little more, you got your tetrahedron. The middle of it looks kind of hard to see, so let's zoom in on that. In the middle, you have inside, first you have the octahedron, which has the sun in the center, then it's surrounded by the icosahedron, then it's surrounded by the dodecahedron, and he's got that associated with what looks like Mars. Well, guess what? These are the same layers as the shell layers in Dr. Robert Moon's quantum model. He doesn't show the cube, but you've got the cube, then you've got the octahedron, and remember, the cube is oxygen, the octahedron is silicon, then you have the icosahedron, which is iron, it actually conducts magnetic energy, then you have the dodecahedron, which is palladium, and that's the key ingredient in cold fusion experiments. Whoa. So this ancient diagram that Kepler probably copied over from somewhere duplicates the shells inside the atom as discovered by Dr. Robert Moon. So this idea is that all the planetary orbits are being held in place by these three-dimensional gravitational stress patterns. They do create gravity. They will hold things in place with the same kind of energy as gravity and inertia. So you can't have a planet in our solar system that isn't caught up by these vibrations created by the sun. Just like we see in cymatics, the planets must be in a geometric orbit. If any planet is not in a geometric orbit, it's going to get captured and it's going to get pushed by these weird gravitational geometric currents into a gravitational ring. And then we look at them as ellipses, but you just have to straighten them out into circles, and then all of a sudden you'll see this. So Prince Charles, now King Charles, back then in the time the book was written, he was still Prince Charles, said this: I was captivated when I came across the work of a young geometer called John Martineau while he was studying at my School of Traditional Arts years ago. He decided to make a close study of how the orbits of the planets relate to each other and how their patterns can be drawn to fit so precisely with things made down here on Earth. He found beautiful relationships. This is pretty remarkable evidence that there is a mysterious unity in the patterns found throughout the whole of creation. From the smallest of molecules to the biggest of planetary particles revolving around, everything depends for its stability upon an incredibly simple, very elegant geometric pattern, the grammar of harmony. Well, he probably would know that because, again, geometry is the big secret of mystery schools like Freemasonry. They're always talking about sacred geometry. Why do they do that? Because they know this stuff is real. They know that there's invisible vibratory currents in our reality that are in something that creates gravity and matter, and that they actually have a gravitational force, and so planets are getting captured by these vibrations just like the particles in the glass of water. And again, the geometry can turn inside out. That's this whole other thing about how you travel through time, what we were already discussing. So first I want you to see the geometry in the solar system. Now this would be the idea of nested pentagons here, just so you understand there's a pentagon within a pentagon within a pentagon. Satanism, of course, the magic circle, based on this intrinsic geometry, apparently people are creating a protective containment field that's supposed to keep the demon in there if they're doing this type of black magic. It's not fiction at all. Kenneth Bates says, gravity hates me and I hate it more. That's pretty funny. Thank you for the $100 donation. I really appreciate that. John W. says, it all gets into creation physics, be heart, victory to the divine healing love and light. We are all one. I don't believe anything, but nothing is off the table, says Gregory Leon Watson. Well, yeah, this is pretty easy to believe because, again, we have all the places where the ships and planes disappear fitting together on this geometry. All the places where they built pyramids fit on this geometry. Thousands and thousands and thousands of cases of dematerialization have been observed caused by this one thing. So this is not something I'm making up. This is not a, conspiracy theory. This is absolutely real science. And so one of the ways that you could travel through time is by getting into geometry in our solar system. You spread out into the whole geometry, and then you can go backwards in time through the geometric object by going into a portal. That's what we're seeing. So when you think about this geometry in the solar system, don't just think about it as where the planets are spaced. Think about these as traversable wormhole portals, okay? That's what I want you to be thinking about. So first of all, two nested pentagons define Mercury's orbital shell. Again, he's using a computer. He's taking elliptical orbits and making them perfect circles. That's how you see this. 99.4% perfect nested pentagons in Mercury's orbital shell. Again, and these would be dodecahedrons, the empty space between Mercury and Venus, the relative mean orbits of Earth and Mars, and the space between Mars and the asteroid Ceres are all defined by, again, what would become this dodecahedral geometry, although he doesn't call it that. Three nested pentagons between Venus and Mars, or Ceres and Jupiter's mean orbits. And as I just said, they create these three-dimensional dodecahedrons, which you see right here. So now we're rotating that. And so that is a vibrational geometry caused, again, you can get one of these to appear just in a drop of water if you play the right frequency. Same thing is happening with the planets. So there's all this vibrational geometry holding the planets in orbit. He then describes a tetrahedron between Mercury and Venus. It's 99% perfect. You can see how you take Venus's orbit and then you draw three more of those circles and put them together, and that defines, take Mercury's orbit, take that circle in the middle, that's Mercury. Now take three more of them, put them together in tetrahedral form. There's Venus's orbit. So there is a tetrahedron between Mercury and Venus. That's incredible. It's the triangle pyramid with the triangular bottom. Venus to Earth, and Venus to Mars and Earth to Mars, this is 99.9% perfect. And again, what am I really saying here, folks? I'm saying that these geometries do exist in the solar system. They hold the planets in place, and they create traversable passageways that allow you to travel through time. If you're able to flip inside out, as the angelic beings do, they can see these geometries. They're visibly available to them. They can go in there, and then you can, when you go into the geometry, you're in all parts of the geometry at the same time. You spread through the whole thing because you're not really in space anymore. You're going from the outside edge towards an unreachable infinite center. So you spread into the entire geometry, and now you can determine what part of the geometry you come back out on. And if it's big enough, you could travel many years, if not millions of years, when it's galactic. So then again, the Mars-Jupiter cube is the next one. Draw a circle for Mars's orbit, give it four larger circles, touch each other perfectly, and it surrounds it perfectly. Each of these four larger circles perfectly defines Jupiter's orbit at almost 100%. And it forms a cube in 3D. We'll see that in just a second. So we also have cubical relationships of the largest moons of Jupiter. Isn't that weird? Cubical relationship between Earth and Mars, and it's 99.9% perfection. Now, you'll see that in just a second. Now, Jupiter also is out there, just like we see the particles of water in the glass. The same thing happens with the asteroids. The Trojans orbit exactly 60 degrees ahead of Jupiter and behind in the same orbit. I'll show you that. The Hilda asteroids show it even more precisely. They revolve through a perfect triangle. So here you go. Just like I showed you in cymatics that all those little sand particles are being captured by vibration in water, there's Jupiter in the outside circle. There's its orbit. Jupiter is the orange dot, and you see right there all those green dots. That's 60 degrees ahead and behind. That's the tetrahedron capturing all the asteroids on its corners. And then when you add Hilda, you actually see the entire triangle. So this is, believe it or not, considered classified science. Area 51, they don't want you to know about this. They don't want people to discover that these actually create portals. But here's another beautiful shot of the Hilda asteroids. I mean, you can actually see the two corners of the tetrahedron capturing the Trojans. The Hildas are actually inside the tetrahedron, and this structure continues working, and nobody ever talks about it. But that is, again, caused by the same geometry as cymatics in a drop of water. So if you could get in there and you could travel through that geometry in time-space, then you could portal through potentially 20 years, because Jupiter, it's an 11 or 12-year orbit. So I guess you get 12-year time travel if you got into that one. So here's another one. Take the sphere of Jupiter's orbit, nest 3 cubes, octahedrons, or any other combination of these shapes, one inside the other. The sphere in the center is exactly Earth's orbit with 99.8% perfection. So there you go. You got Earth's orbit on the inside, Jupiter on the outside. These geometries do exist. This is as big as Kepler. This is as big as Copernicus. Ancient mystery schools already had it. They're keeping it secret from you. They don't want you to know this. Alive and Thriving says, very cool. We're up to 4,000 people watching. So if you just tuned in, we're again talking about the geometry of the Earth's grid, that there's dematerialization happening in those geometric locations. And then the same dematerialization geometry is actually holding, in this case, Jupiter and Mars's orbits together. We saw all the geometry we've known and loved. In fact, let me just once again capture this illustration. I'm going to pop it in a couple more times here, just so that you can really see this. Because this is really great stuff. I mean, honestly, I'm very excited about the fact that hopefully very soon I won't have to earn money anymore from doing this. And so I'm giving away all my best stuff. I'm not selling this information anymore. It needs to be out there in the public. So there's Earth and Venus. And again, remember, we had Venus and Mars, Earth and Mars. These geometries do exist, folks. That's a vibrational, gravitational structure that's going to hold the planets in place. If you release something into the solar system, it's going to go into one of the planetary orbits. It will not just float around. It's going to be tugged on and pulled on by this stuff, unless, like the Voyager, you've got thrust on it to keep it from being sucked in. So the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is a 20-year geometric alignment. And that's why, again, you spread out into the geometry, which is what happens. You exist in all parts of the geometry at once, and then you can decide where you come back out, and in so doing, you could travel through 20 years of time, or other geometries give you a bigger thing. So even on the outer planets, it's the same thing. Jupiter and Saturn, 5-to-2 relationship. They conjoin every 20 years, but the conjunction appears at a new point within this great circle, and if you plot out 6 conjunctions, you get a perfect Star of David. Wow. So there again is your tetrahedron that's holding the asteroids in place, as I just showed you. The radius of Saturn's orbit is, well, it's another one that does the same thing. Saturn's orbit is equivalent in circumference to Mars's orbit. That's really crazy, huh? With 100% accuracy? Where do you ever hear that before? Triangle or tetrahedron between Uranus and Saturn. The radius of Saturn is equivalent to the circumference of Mars, 100% accuracy. Circumference of Saturn is the same as the diameter of Neptune, and Neptune's orbit is exactly twice that of Uranus. I mean, nobody talks about this. Plus, Uranus is exactly 2/3, again, tetrahedral, 3-sided triangles. 2/3 of Uranus is exactly Pluto. So all of the planets are behaving according to these stunning types of geometric relationships that literally do create invisible geometry that the angels are using to travel through time. These are time portals. There's also a geometric core inside the Earth. Remember, we said the magma is flowing in geometric ways. Well, guess what? The core, this is the Glatzmeyer-Roberts modeling taken from seismic imaging. You'll notice on the left there that it is not a round ball. And I heard Greg Braden talk about this back in the mid-90s for the first time. He said the Earth's core is a dodecahedron. Well, sure enough, you draw in the dodecahedron, which all I did is take a picture of it online, paste it in on top of the Earth's core, and lo and behold, you have this core that's moving. Now, it was discovered by Dr. Xiaodong Song from China that the Earth's core rotates faster than the surface of the Earth, and it takes 400 years, he said 396, to rotate on its axis in one complete motion. They've gotten that from seismic studies. That is exactly the same length of time as the 144,000 days in the Mayan calendar's Baktun. So the Mayan calendar apparently is tracking this rotating inner core inside the Earth. So why is this so interesting? Because what that means is that the inner core, let me go in a wire shot, the inner core of the Earth is rotating at a different speed than the global grid on the surface. And as the nodes inside the Earth's core cross over with the nodes of the global grid, that's how you get your time-traveling dinosaurs, folks. So this little guy inside the Earth is drifting. It rotates over the course of 400 years, and thus, over a period of time, different parts of the Earth's surface will have the portals that activate time-traveling dinosaurs. And so people might have dinosaurs appearing for 50 years in one spot, but the Earth's core keeps rotating. It goes out of phase, and the dinosaurs appear somewhere else. And you get these different legends that occur. So also remember that the way these geometries are forming is from the star, that the star is vibrating. It's giving off massive geometric vibrational fields that hold the planets in position in these geometric waves, which is incredible because these waves create portals through time. The waves from each star extend far beyond their planetary orbits. We're always in a binary system according to the law of one, as I've said before, and there's multiple geometries coming from the star that we orbit. So the big secret of the 25,000-year cycle that, again, Graham Hancock said 35 different ancient cultures described a solar flash or ascension experience for humanity at the end of the 25,000 years. This is ultimately because our entire solar system starts acting like the Bermuda Triangle. We all go through some type of time portal. We all get a sense of the timeless. So what we have in the middle there, the blue star is Alpha Centauri. The orange star in the circle is our solar system orbiting it in 25,000 years. I've talked about this before. At the end of the cycle, we're coming in contact with the Merkaba, the cube, the tetrahedron. All the geometries converge, and that is, again, what is going to cause your solar flash. But these are time portals, right? So you got a 25,000-year geometry. That means that if you were able to find a ball lightning portal on Earth, and you knew what you were doing, you could navigate into this geometry, and you could travel 25,000 years just by spreading out into the geometry and then ending up going to a different place. So you see, you can travel very large distances in time. And then when we get to time-traveling dinosaurs, we have to add in some new data. And that will explain everything. So just bear with me here because this is all really important stuff. Dr. John Hawkes studied DNA and found out that our DNA has been very rapidly evolving. He's been looking at Cro-Magnon, other types of species, and in 2007 he published stunning discoveries about human evolution. And you can see it right here in the BBC, mate. Human evolution is speeding up. We've moved into the evolutionary fast lane. In the past 5,000 years, genetic change is occurring at a rate 100 times faster than any other period. This contrasts our widely held belief that our evolution has halted. So the DNA is really speeding up. There's another example. We are more genetically different from people of 5,000 years ago than they were from Neanderthals in their DNA. So, there again it says 100 times faster in the last 5,000 years. And he also said the last 4,000 years are supercharged, that our DNA is more different from somebody in 3000 BC than it is if you compare their DNA to Neanderthal DNA. So we are going through direct DNA evolution all the time, and it's sped up by 100 times. So that's really, really incredible. And it's in contrast with the widely held belief that evolution stopped. So this was published by the National Academy of Sciences. Genes are evolving fast in Europe, Asia, and Africa, but almost all of these are unique to their continent of origin. Isn't that cool? Each continent's having different types of DNA evolution. We are getting less alike. We are not merging into a single mixed humanity. Recent selection, which again is evolution in 7% of human genes, lighter skin and blue eyes in Northern Europe, and disease resistance in African populations. That's what their DNA is changing to do. It's to make them healthier. 5,000 years is such a small sliver of time, he says. It's 100 or 200 generations. That's how long since some of these genes originated. Today they are in 30 to 40% of people because they've had such an advantage. Well, if you really want to see how this works and how the evolution occurs, it's photonic. And this was discovered by the Russian scientist Garyaev in his now infamous, thanks to me, frog and salamander experiment. So here's Gary Iev. Here he is with a microphone. Here he is in front of his laboratory equipment. This was taken back in the 90s, back when those computers were still cool. But what do you do here? You take a set of eggs that are laid by a frog, and you put them in a hermetically sealed container. Then you shine laser light through the eggs laid by a salamander, and you redirect the salamander DNA light into the frog eggs. And then what do you think those frog eggs grow into? They totally metamorphosize into salamanders, and they show no evidence of ever coming from frogs. That, my friend, is how evolution really works. It has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory of random mutations. These are not random mutations. These things are occurring in real time. They're occurring from, in this case, frog eggs changing into salamanders, and they occur in much longer cycles of evolution, as we're about to see. So again, this is very, very fascinating because instead of thinking about the frog, think about you. Is something zapping you into a fourth dimensional being right now so that you would become like the frog, maybe even Pepe, changing into this new, human being of light? Yes, that seems to be what it is. We are undergoing photonic evolution. The sun is sending out fourth density photons that are transforming us like the frog eggs right now. And Archangel Michael is telling us that some of us are going to ascend more than others as we go through this non-catastrophic first wave of ascension. So last week we ended the discussion of science with our rat pancreas study. This was also done by Gary Iev. Remember what he did? He took a control group of rats. He gave them a toxin that kills their pancreas. They got diabetes and died in 4 to 6 days. Then he gives another group the same dose, but he takes the laser light from a healthy pancreas and zaps it in there, and then their pancreas actually regrows, and their blood sugar comes back down. They no longer have diabetes, and the light could be transferred for up to 20 kilometers. So clearly, this is a photonic geometric model of biology that we don't already have. There are no known fields that can do this. There you have it, folks. The frogs all start out healthy. He poisons them. He waits until they're all about to die. Their blood glucose level, as you can see on the y-axis, is up to almost 35. Only then does he introduce the laser light from the healthy pancreas, and then all the rats lived, and they regrew their pancreas. I mean, we don't ever need... Organ transplants are so archaic. We need to develop this technology because, again, this technology leads to, like in the case of the frog eggs, a complete metamorphosis or the regrowing of organs that are completely missing. So this is how evolution really works. It actually occurs energetically from photons the sun is giving out in sudden, regular bursts of time. So these two guys from University of Chicago, they're paleontologists. They found a cycle that they said was approximately 26 million years. It's actually closer to 25, so let's just be clear on that. But what are we looking at here? You see where there's like a brontosaurus? That's the Cretaceous period, the end of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. And you see all these arrows on these very big spikes on the graph? It says on the left that the y-axis is an extinction rate, but this is actually speciation. What we're measuring here is the sudden outburst of new species of life on Earth, created again, I believe, by photons from the sun modifying the DNA of existing creatures. So at some point, a creature like a frog is going to give birth, and the sun's energy changes those eggs into salamanders in that case. We did it in the lab. The sun is doing it on a solar system-wide level, and it just so happens to be, like again, you can see there's 10 events here, 10 different events for the last 250 million years, and the actual cycle is about 25 million. And there was an article, one of these two guys said that in an article, and I hate myself that I didn't take a copy of it when I got it, because I've never been able to find it again. But they did come out later on, and if you ever can find that study, please send it to me, because they did come out and say, you know what, we were kind of off. It should have been 25 million years. That's actually better than 26. And you'll see why in just a second. Then we have Dr. Robert Rode, who goes back to the same data that they discovered, the most exhaustive data with over 5,000 genres of marine life, and they found another cycle of 62 million years, which you're going to see that graph in a second. Well, wait a minute, 62 million years, our galactic orbit is approximately 250 million years, right? So if you take the 62 million year cycle they just found and you multiply it by 4, there's your galactic rotation of 248 million. And then, wait a minute, if you take the other cycle of 25 million, you knock it down to 24.8, and we know there's 10 of those, then once again, you got the number 4, the number 10, both adding up to galactic orbit of 250 million years, roughly 248. So here's the Dr. Robert Rode graph. You'll now notice instead of stopping at 250 million, they go back to 542. The hundreds of genre there goes up to 10,000 hundred genre. Yes, 10,000 genres. So you got trilobites, spine brachiopods, arthropods, and sponges. And it clearly says that life has flourished and then gone extinct in unexplained cycles of 62 million years. And they think that it's a monster asteroid or comet. That is not what it is. So let me edify you. If you haven't already figured this out, you got the 25, or what they used to call 26, to 62. These are perfect divisions of the galactic orbit. And so this is actually, there's 4 of them and then there's 10 of them. Well, what is that? That's caused by the geometry. There's a 4-fold geometry, which is the octahedron, and there's a 10-fold geometry in our galaxy, which is the icosahedron. So, originally in the fossil record, what's happening is that these geometries are sitting still, your galaxy is orbiting through them, and it takes 248 million years to orbit through. So as your galaxy is orbiting through this geometry, right? We still got 4,100 people watching. As your galaxy orbits through this fixed geometry, it hits the corners. And as it hits the corners, that's going to happen in exactly 62 million years. All the DNA is upgrading, and it happened 4 times, again, in 62 million years, as you see right here. There's 4 of those, and then suddenly it expands into the next geometric shell, and now you have 10 of them caused by the latitude lines. Remember, Ivan Sanderson found 10 geometric portals along the Earth, other than the North and South Pole? Well, as you're orbiting through the galaxy, these have longitudinal force, so you don't have to cross right over them. They have longitude lines, just like a magnetic field. And so as you cross over these longitude lines, there is intelligence in the geometry that is reprogramming all life on Earth. So the geometry is some sort of superfractal of consciousness. It is essentially the image of God. And so that geometry does exist. We proved it theoretically right here. You got 4 of them on the 62 million year cycle. Each time you hit one of the corners of the octahedron, the energy, the intelligence of that octahedron is reprogramming the life on Earth. Then we get into the icosahedron, and you hit it 10 times, 25 million year cycle. Everything is getting reprogrammed every time you do it. It's unbelievable, because the theoretical realization of this is, again, Gary Ives' frog and salamander experiment. You guys loving this stuff? Oh, we just had a donation. Can a cat randomly have 3 kittens and 3 puppies, as one mama cat owner claimed? That would be a very crazy thing to do, to have to raise cats and dogs. I haven't heard of that. Antonius Skywalker says, you woke me up back when you did your first Project Camelot interviews. Glad to see you're doing well. Could we have a jamming toilet break of David next week? Every time I see the guitar, I wish we could hear you play. Stacy Trunley. I am working on my guitar skills, but this war has got to slow down a little bit for me to have enough time to really be able to play guitar. But yes, I've got some Angry Daddy songs that we're getting ready to release, perform them live or something, but I got to have a little more time to do that. Again, the main thing that needs to happen is I've got the show. There's a pentagram on the South Pole, and Saturn has a hexagon on its North Pole. Yes, we could talk about that too. David, there are a lot of paid chats if you wouldn't mind looking at them. It's not that I don't mind. I'm just trying to get through the show, you guys. It's a very big subject. 7 Geometric Thought Forms had one. Thank you. I Am Wizards had one. Thank you. Phil Kusubris, we had another one there. Star tetrahedrons, he donated $50 to find the 19.5 degree latitude of the planets. That's right. The sun too, and sunspots do not exceed the boundaries. That's true. Let's see who else we got here. Ollie369. Didn't Valiant Thor mention that we could build free energy generators if we modeled the solar system's physics model electrogravitically? Yes, he did. He did say that, and it's true. Alive and Thriving said, very cool. Julia in Georgia. Sorry for being behind, but what frequency creates a six-pointed star in cymatics? I don't actually know. She said it would be amazing if it was 432. It could well be. Let's see if I got any other ones here. That's as far back as I can go. Okay, so sorry if I miss your super chats, but we are trying to, get through this as much as we can. Yay, an Angry Daddy album and t-shirts. Genetic Jabber says, this great info, David, I love it. David, you are deluxe professor, says Peachy Keen. All of this info I remember reading in your books. Did you see Elizondo's latest blunder? Well, we talked about that. I don't think that's his fault, though. Somebody sent him out there, and they wanted him to put out this thing that wasn't actually a real image of a UFO at all. I would be mad as hell if people keep sending me these pictures and put me out there in front of an audience, and then it turns out they lied and the picture isn't really what they say it is. Like, come on. So let's not blame Elizondo. Somebody gave him that and told him, oh, go out with this, and then he gets debunked. It's like, dude, that's just really, really not cool. So I feel bad for him. But anyway, this is the galactic geometry that, again, programs fossil evolution. I mean, honestly, this right here should be like a Nobel Prize moment for good old buddy David Wilcock, but instead I'm just, right now fringe, but in the future I believe this is going to be very popular stuff and we're all going to get this explained to us. So, what were we just saying about this geometry? We were saying that this geometry forms traversable wormholes, okay? So, a dinosaur could theoretically fall into a ball lightning portal 62 million years ago or more, and then end up inside, in this case, the octahedron that we're seeing. And that octahedron very nicely and hopefully safely teleports you. You spread out inside the entire geometry. It teleports you to another corner, and now you've traveled potentially millions of years into the future. Because again, the geometry is a traversable wormhole. We also know that the galaxies have these spherical energy chakras that are where the geometry would be found. So this is what we see in the Virgo supercluster. These are redshift values. I already did a show on this back when I was in Canada, so we're not going to dive into all this again, but they do expand away from the center. Just like we saw that the octahedron did its thing, there was 4 units of 62 million years of evolution. Everything on Earth is getting reprogrammed, and then it suddenly goes to 25 million year cycles, of which there are 10 up to the present. So that's because these spheres are expanding away from the center. We see this with the redshift values. And then inside those spheres is the geometry that you actually can fall into and travel through time. So one of the weird things we know is that as you go through the octahedron there, your solar system bobs up and down. This is now also right around 62 million years. They don't know what it is, but it's, again, caused by us. As we go around the geometry, we're going up and down, up and down. So what would happen if you could travel directly through the geometry? Well, that's the time-traveling dinosaur phenomenon. These are occurring from naturally occurring time portals where you jump through millions of years instantaneously. So I'm going to cover some of the stuff that's in source field that I don't normally do. I actually widened this for you guys today. National Geographic in 2009 discovered identical creatures at the North and South Poles, 235 identical species. And the scientists did not know how this could be because, again, there's no way, there's no ships that go from the North Pole to the South Pole, so you can't say, well, the ship took on water. Judy Booth said, I'd love an Angry Daddy t-shirt. Thank you guys very much for all your support. So if you got identical creatures at the North and the South Pole, there's no ship that goes from the North Pole to the South Pole and stores water and then releases it on the opposite pole. This is very similar to the Garyaev thing. These creatures are emanating from energy. There's an energetic template that makes 235 different species at the poles and nowhere else, and they're identical on both poles because it's the top and bottom of the geometry. So this is, again, just like your salamander frog experiment. They found whales, worms, and crustaceans like this. Exactly where these species came from and how they ended up a world apart with warm oceans in between remains a mystery. So this is one of the ones that you see, the Limachina helicina. Looks very, very strange. It's like a snail, but it's also like a squid. And that only shows up at the poles and nowhere else. Same thing with Cleone limachina. Same thing with Gaetanus brevispinus. And then here you got this guy. He's ready to kick some ass, Mimoctones sphericus. He's going to run around and ram his spikes into other creatures, killing them, and then he eats them. So he is the badass of the North and South Pole. His DNA is made by what? Energetic emanations from the global grid. Another example that you might have heard of, the giant squids being discovered. This could be an example of a time-traveling dinosaur. We'll just start easy. The Lazarus effect is another really interesting thing that I talk about in Sourcefield. There's virtually no insect fossils to be found at all in the fossil record throughout the entire Cretaceous period. Insects just disappeared. After it ends and dinosaurs become extinct, you then have all the insects come back in full force, but they were gone. And there's also a striking increase in flowering plants. So again, this could be caused by the DNA wave that at times it makes insects and at times it doesn't. And this is a really weird one, the Ciba-Geigy effect, where they were electrifying certain seeds in the lab. They just ran electricity through the seeds, and the seeds would revert back to extinct varieties, and they actually did this with ferns. In the Ciba-Geigy effect, what you find out is that you can run electrical current through seeds, and they revert back in time. And we could theorize about why that is. Also very interesting is that we showed you the Russian pyramids a few episodes back, and they built these pyramids, and they got stunning effects of healing and all these things, and extinct fern species regrew around these are millions of years old ferns that had never existed before, and they just start growing. So I think, again, it's the salamander frog effect. It's similar to Lazarus effect, that the pyramid is harnessing in time waves from previous eras and reprogramming the grass. So the grass turns into a fern, or an existing fern turns into an extinct fern, just like in Ciba-Geigy. This happens automatically when you build pyramids, that extinct species just start coming back. I mean, that's really, really wild and interesting stuff. Here's another one. It's going to get weirder as we go on, folks. In 1922, these gigantic, weird, historic caterpillars fell onto the mountainside. So I talked about Charles Fort. Well, this is his book, New Lands, page 535. And you can find it on sacredtext.com. You can go read it yourself. You read the whole book if you want to. And if you can't find that link, then go to archive.org. On March 21st, 1922, the Boston Transcript revealed that during a heavy snowstorm in Switzerland, in the Swiss Alps, and believe me, there's vortexes in Switzerland, thousands of strange, exotic insects of giant spiders, giant caterpillars, and giant ants fell on the mountain slopes and quickly died. Nobody can explain this because these are supposedly extinct insects. So they fell down because, again, there probably was a big cloud of insects in prehistoric times, and it got stuck in that galactic geometry that I just showed you that's also causing evolution to occur. It flew through the octahedron. It pops back into our reality, and the bubble shows up in the sky, and then it loses its gravity. It gives away, and they all fall down and hit the ground. And it's a tragic death of these giant caterpillars. Ollie369 donated again. We're up to 4,200 viewers almost now. I think the pyramid causes a deeper energetic toroidal field that resonates our buried DNA to the surface. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. The toroidal field, it has a lot to do with it, and how the toroidal field captures space and time as opposing spins, right? That's what it's all about. So the next one that we have is this extinct rodent called Leonastes, was first found in a Laotian meat market, just like what we think would cause COVID. So here's the little guy. This is, there he is. I mean, you know, he's cute, he's fuzzy. It doesn't look like a typical rat, but it's a prehistoric animal. It went extinct, and then here it is. Where did he come from? Okay, so this was in Science 2006, Mary Dawson et al., Leonastes and the Lazarus Effect in Recent Mammals, the name of the paper. You can go actually look at the abstract, okay? It's a rodent with a long, fluffy tail. It was found in a meat market, dead, and it supposedly has been extinct for 11 million years. So what the hell is it doing showing up now? Well, probably it traveled through a portal. Enough of them traveled through that they were able to reproduce here. She said, the author of the study, it's the first time in the study of mammals that we found a living fossil of a group thought to be extinct for roughly 11 million years. So here's another one. It's going to keep getting more interesting as we go on, folks. It just keeps getting more and more trippy and amazing. You have this weird Gompothere elephant that went extinct for 1.788 million years. And there he is. He's got, in this version, he has tusks on the top and the bottom of his mouth. You can see 3 feet tall, just goes up to his knees. So you would not want to run into this thing, dude. This guy would kill you in a heartbeat. He'd smash you with his head. Look at the size of his head in this museum. I mean, that just shows you how freaking massive he was. He lived up until, as it says there, 5 million years ago. Other elephant species to the right there, much smaller head. This is a massive freaking 30-foot tall elephant. But yet, they found, it's 1.788 million years the last time they saw one. But then they went to a settlement of the early Clovis people, which is only a few thousand years ago, or several thousand years at the most. And these people had killed one of these things and eaten the remains. Well, it was 2 million years extinct almost by the time. So they just apparently got lucky with a time-traveling elephant. Thought, you know, that sounds like a good dinner. Let's go kill that thing. And sure enough, that's what happened. So there's a time-traveling elephant. Here's another elephant, a dwarf mammoth appearing completely out of time. And this is a website that's, again, a biblical website, but they got a lot of good research here. This is where I cited some of these things from. Russian scientists were startled to find remains of dwarf mammoths on Wrangel Island, and the skeletons dated to only 3,700 years ago. The Elephant That Time Forgot was written about in the Mail on May 1993. And here's another example of it. The British explorer Colonel John Blashford Snell returned from an isolated Nepalese valley in March with photographs of living creatures that looked like mammoths or extinct stegodons. So wow, he went to Nepal and he was able to photograph, I couldn't find the photograph today, but we'll keep looking. Extinct stegodons and mammoths alive in Nepal. Wow. Well, maybe that's because they traveled through time to get there. That's the implication. That's what we're looking at in today's shows. Here's another one. Neoglyphia is a thing that looks like a shrimp. It's not a very exciting thing to find, but it had been extinct for 60 million years. It says right here, French scientists who explored the Coral Sea say they discovered a new species of crustacean that was thought to have become extinct 60 million years ago. So again, this little guy might have portaled through time, through history, the 62 million year cycle, through that octahedron in the galaxy, and then he just shows up. Here's another one. This weird fish called the coelacanth, discovered after it's supposedly extinct for 65 million years. You'd think it would be hard to miss a 6-foot-long, 200-pound fish, but the first coelacanth discovery live in 1938 caused an international sensation. Why? Because they say, well, most coelacanths went extinct 65 million years ago. No, they all supposedly went extinct. It's just now that people are saying, well, yeah, but more recently, no. There's no record of that thing for 65 million years, and then it just shows up again? Yeah, probably because there's lots of portals in the ocean. We're probably going to find lots of examples of ocean creatures that do this. He flew through a portal. He ended up in our modern time. And now we get to see that that's what happened to him. And they're all over the place now. People are finding these. But they didn't exist for 65 million years. The Wallamai pine, mate. That was something that Uncle Jack used to talk to me about. I brought this up to him on the phone. It's in Australia, mate. Right there, they found this pine tree that's 200 million years extinct. And it starts growing in Australia. Jack told me, mate, we've got the military surrounding that thing. Nobody can go near it. We don't let anybody near our wall of my pine, mate. It's true. So here's what it looks like. And again, it looks kind of like a fern and kind of like it's like somewhere between a fern and a saw palmetto maybe and a pine tree. Really cool. Inera BE, love the info on space-time geometry and portals. Thank you very much, she says. Thank you, Inera. Irina, sorry, I got it wrong. I'm going backwards. So this was extinct for 200 frickin' million years. Let's get a close-up look. Yeah, you can see it's definitely looks more like some kind of jungle tree. And the article says, Sydney's Royal Botanic Gardens told the newspaper the discovery is the equivalent of finding a small dinosaur still alive. Now this again could have been that the DNA energy portaled through without the physical thing, like we see with Sibagagi and the pyramids, but whatever. This is another one that's almost impossible to believe. It makes your head hurt. In both Canada and Alaska, they found fresh skeletons of dinosaurs. What? It seems almost impossible. I had to make slides of this. I did this just this morning. Canada Today 1993, are dinosaurs alive and well and living in northwest China? This was an article that they published. And so again, you can link to this off of Answers in Genesis. In Canada, a young Inuit, and you can't really even call them that anymore, but yeah, they used to be called Eskimos. You can't say that anymore. But a young Inuit working with scientists from Memorial University in Newfoundland found a fresh bone on Bylot Island that was identified as belonging to part of the lower jaw of a duck-billed dinosaur. A fresh duck-billed dinosaur bone found on Bylot Island, which, look at that, it's right there opposite Greenland, right next to the North Pole, which is what? Oh, that's right. Didn't you say there was a portal at the North Pole? Yes. In fact, a lot of dinosaurs are getting through at the North Pole, but because nobody's around, nobody usually finds them. But this particular Inuit found a fresh bone of a duck-billed dinosaur, and the location is perfect. It's right next to the vortex of the North Pole on Bylot Island. And this was actually written up in the Journal of Paleontology, Volume 61, Number 1, Duck-billed Dinosaurs from the North Slope of Alaska. A scientific paper was written on this. I did not make it up. The Geological Society of America and the Journal of Paleontology both reported on fresh bones found in Alaska. They were identified 20 years later in 1981, I guess they were found in 1961, as belonging to dinosaurs with horns, duck-billed dinosaurs, and small carnivorous dinosaurs. And they're fresh bones. The bones had been so fresh that the geologist who found them thought they must have been from the buffalo or bison. They have now been identified as belonging to horned dinosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, and small carnivorous dinosaurs. And again, the North Pole, we're going to find out, is one of the most active vortexes. Same article, Canada Today, Dinosaurs in Northwest China, said that China Today reported more than 1,000 people saw a dinosaur lake monster at Sairam Lake in Xinjiang. So there's another example, man. I mean, this is not a joke. Now, when we go into Egypt, we've got the infamous Bennu bird as what we now call the phoenix. So you can look on these cave paintings and people, you know, the inscriptions of these Egyptian temples, they've carved this stuff in. There's no bird today that has the fin on the back of its neck like that, but there he is on the top of the staff that all the so-called gods of Egypt were wearing. Judy Reese says, I have a dawn redwood tree that is thought to be extinct. Then a small patch was found in China in the 1960s. Very cool, Judy. Thank you. So isn't this stuff just like amazing? I mean, you just got to kind of hold your head and be like, wait a minute. Shrimps, you know, duck-billed dinosaurs, lake monsters, extinct caterpillars. It just goes on and on. You got Leonastes, this funny little cute rat, right? And then you got the Wallamai pine and all this stuff. It's like, wow. I mean, there's a reason why you don't hear about this. There's a reason why you got to watch TV or read a book. It's because this is considered classified information. They don't want you to know that time portals exist. They don't want you to know that they already have the technology. The secret government wants to keep you in the dark. They don't want you to believe in miracles. They don't want you to believe in any of this interesting stuff that we're talking about. Yet here it is right in front of your face, dude. The evidence is irrefutable. So there again, there's no birds in today's world that are what we see on the top of the staff. Now think about it. The Egyptians were obsessed with immortality, and that is supposedly the phoenix bird. So here's another example from the Metropolitan Museum of Art where you actually get to see the face, and it very much looks like a pterodactyl or pteranodon. And remember, this staff that they're holding on to symbolizes ascension. That's what the phoenix is about. It's the bird of fire that is consumed in the flames and then reborn. Well, that's what happens. These pterodactyls appear in the sky out of a glowing orange cloud, and then they solidify, and they got really excited about this, and they worshipped it as some sort of divine manifestation in that case. People caught on to this. The vortex was over Egypt at that time. Here's another example that looks even more like the pterodactyl. You got these ankhs that are holding on to these staffs, and the staff clearly has the pteranodon head. It's incredible. So this is, again, a fossilized pteranodon. The legend being, again, the bird of fire that dies and is reborn as a metaphor of our own ascension. That's why they put it on their staff. And this is the classic graphic of the drinking and smoking pteranodon in modern times that I put into our title graphic for today's show. And I used to always joke about this at my conferences when I did these slides. And then somebody made this angry daddy pteranodon. I have had it. I love that so much. I said, dude, that is definitely going in the show. Maybe it was made by AI instead of somebody drawing it. I don't know. But either way, I love it. It's so amazing. He's not having a good day there. What happens when he gets mad? You don't want to find out. Anyway, this was one that I almost put into the book, but I didn't because I just didn't have enough space. This was going to be in source field. It's very amazing. We talked about toad in the hole. Here's pterodactyl in the hole. February 9th, 1856, Illustrated London News, page 166, reported workmen digging a railway tunnel in France. So they're digging through solid stone. They disturbed a huge winged creature at Colmont in Haute-Marne while they were blasting through rocks for the tunnel. So this is like a monster trapped in our time, but it didn't collapse the wave function, as I said with the toad in the hole, until they broke through the rock. That disrupted the vortex and forced the creature to now consolidate into our reality. The creature was described as livid black. It had a long neck and sharp teeth. It looked like a bat, and the skin was thick and oily. It died soon after. Well, yeah, because it's blended with the rock, and it's not living in its own habitat. Probably the atmospheric moisture, everything is wrong. But imagine if one of these came through in the air and it could start attacking people. Now you have a dragon, right? The wingspan was measured at 10 feet, 7 inches. So this was probably a baby because the adults are more like 30 feet wide. But again, what the hell is this thing doing showing up inside solid rock? And then it's alive. Well, we already know. We did Toad in the Hole. A naturalist immediately recognized it as belonging to the pterodactyl genre and matched the remains to known pterodactyl fossils. Well, yeah, so that 400-year orbit inside the Earth means these dinosaur vortexes are going to shift over time. So in the Native American legends, as you'll see a little bit later, multiple tribes all have descriptions of a Thunderbird, and we'll give you the list in a minute. It's Cree and many others. What does it look like? A pterodactyl. So this thing was portaling in over the skies of old America. Yeah, explains Thunderbird, says Bella's Patio Garden. So this is very, very cool. This is some of my favorite stuff. Dinosaur bones used to be called dragon bones before they changed the name, says David Savage. Healing Luna 2 says, David, I psychically discovered Venus is still habitable and Earth-like today. Bird Crazy said, I saw a pterodactyl fly over Mena, Arkansas in the early 1990s. I really, really did. I do believe you. There's a wide history of this. Okay? So, it's been studied in more detail in modern times in Zambia and Zimbabwe. They have the Kongomoto. Lots of people reported it. And in New Guinea, Papua New Guinea, You have what they call the Ropen. Again, it's the same thing. Umboy Island in particular, the vortex apparently has been very active over Papua New Guinea lately. And again, maybe that's from the inside of the Earth. So this forensic videographer, Jonathan Whitcomb, created this press release on PR Web, and it says, pterosaur-like creatures reported in Papua New Guinea from 94 to 2004, compilation of eyewitness testimonies. According to standard models of science, they all became extinct 65 million years ago. Jonathan Whitcomb interviewed native islanders in 2004, and the Ropen that they see is very similar. So this is a composite forensic sketch of what apparently hundreds of different eyewitnesses saw out there. Now somebody said Vacapalo, the Ondor and Andes wingspan condor, I guess, it's about 10 foot wide. Yeah, pretty amazing. So you're right, the Angry Daddy Dinosaur would make a great t-shirt. I agree. Okay, that is funny. 2 people in the chat have seen pterodactyls. I can't doubt them. I've seen stuff too. Yeah, I mean, this is real. Oh, Renee Moss, I saw a pterodactyl land about 20 yards in front of me in the back country of Yellowstone National Park. This happened in the mid-1980s. And then that's very fascinating. And then Cosmos Baby, dragons are associated with liver organ and wood element, heavenly creatures nowadays in Chinese philosophy. Connie Dobbin, these findings are incredible. Yeah, I'm doing this because I want to be a part of disclosure. I don't want to sell this. I want to put it out to the public. I made a lot more slides based on what I did in Sourcefield, so nobody's ever seen this show before. This is all new. So again, New Guinea's composite sketch of the Ropen, as they call it, it is a pterodactyl or pterosaur. And so there's the historical pterosaur and the Ropen. They're exactly the same size and shape. I go into this in Sourcefield. If you buy the book, Wesley is one of the eyewitnesses, and this is from the video interview where he's talking about seeing this thing, and he was terrified. I mean, it's 30-foot wingspan. This thing could kill you. It's incredibly terrifying. And now in the next slide, I want to make absolutely clear that there was no marijuana whatsoever. No marijuana was involved in this sighting, I promise you. Despite the appearances of the dreadlocks that he's wearing and how he looks like he is just high as a mother, he was totally sober, I assure you, when he saw this thing. And he is terrified when he talks about it. You can actually find these videos. At least they were online before. I always got such a big laugh when I say no marijuana. The whole audience would just explode. Charlie Winner donated. Thank you, David, for sharing your amazing work. Although I am normally a balanced person, I've been feeling intense polar energies that have been hard to integrate. Do you think the Ascension energies are here? And El Sheba Sekhmet says, dragons, David, dragons. We're going to get there. Just hang on. Dragons are coming. Yes, I had insomnia almost all week after Virginia's alleged suicide. Right after we outed Stephen as the guy that's terrorizing everybody like the Unabomber. And apparently he's not doing it anymore. I mean, he didn't show up this week when I posted, which is great. I hope that's because Twitter did something. It would be really nice to not, I mean, it has been. It was really nice not to see any of that stuff. And, you know, we still got the team. We're not firing anybody. So as soon as he comes back, we're back on it. But he has stopped. And then the day after, Virginia committed suicide. And I'm like, whoa, the stakes just got really high. Doesn't exactly feel that safe to be doing this job anymore. And I went through sleeplessness up until Wednesday. And that was the day I found out, oh, these people are still suing me too. Isn't that nice? But we're not going to have to worry about that much longer. Trust me. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about it. I told them I would stop discussing it, so we're not going to discuss it. Anyway, Brian Hennessy, professional psychologist, had a sighting in 1971 that we talk about in the book. Dwayne Hodgkinson, World War II veteran, saw one. He was stationed in Papua New Guinea. And he was inside this bush in the tall grass, and all of a sudden these wings come up, 30-foot tall wings that were brown in this case. They come up and they do this big flap, and everybody gets blown backwards, and you see this frickin' pterodactyl taking off. We got 2 people. Oh, Captain Jim Smith says there's a photograph in the 1800s of some rural guys with a pterodactyl. Yeah, so anyway, It's very interesting. All this stuff is going on all around us. And again, I believe it is the result of it being classified that you don't know about this. That's the truth, man. They don't want you to know because you would ask too many questions. So there he was defending Australia in World War II, and he saw one. But mate, it's only a fruit bat. That's what the skeptics are going to say. That's what Stephen would say or something like that if he's even here anymore. I think he's going to be in prison pretty soon at the rate this is going. He isn't already. All you got to do is an emergency injunction. If he crosses the injunction, you can arrest him, put him in prison. So that's what I'm saying. So again, Hodgkinson's sighting was 30-foot wingspan. The biggest bat is 7 feet. That's what the skeptics are trying to feed you. Nonsense. Now, David Wetzel is the guy that went around interviewing these people and took those videos that you just saw. And one of the things that they reported is that when the pteranodon first shows up in our reality, it appears in a glowing cloud. It doesn't show up as a solid thing at first. Some of the eyewitnesses have seen them as they materialize, and they have this flickering orange-yellow glow that goes all around them, and then they consolidate into looking like a pterodactyl. Wow. So wait a minute. It's like a bird of fire, right? It's on fire. Well, yeah, dude, this perfectly explains the fire-breathing dragon and the phoenix bird of fire legends. They look fiery when they first come through the galactic geometry portal to get into our reality. They're glowing, and that glow has been reinterpreted as that they're fire-breathing dragons. So it's very, very interesting. When we go into medieval Europe, we find they have tons of these legends. Marco Polo's own written records from his expeditions in China in the 1200s revealed that the Chinese royals had living dragons kept on chains in captivity. So some of these beings can survive for long periods of time once they come in here. Dragons were also hunted for meat and medicine in the province of Karazhan. So maybe they bred with each other and at various times they've been able to survive. Marco Polo actually saw dinosaurs himself, what so-called dragons. Herodotus, a Greek historian, and Josephus, a Jewish historian, both describe flying reptiles being seen in ancient Egypt, which would be, again, the Bennu bird or the phoenix, and in Arabia. Many ancient legends, European, Greek, Roman, and Egyptian, describe heroes actually having to slay the dragon. Because remember, they come in there and they're freaking hungry. And they look at you walking around, a nice little pink hot dog. Ooh, look, I'm going to go grab that hot dog. Well, then they start hanging out in your town. They start eating hot dogs. Now the hero has to go slay the dragon. That's what this was based on. Why are they fire-breathing dragons? Because when they first pop in through the portal, they're all glowing. And at that point, the active vortex over Europe was the one that was having them come in. Because again, the Earth's core rotates over 400 years and changes the timeline. Oh, Liz Williams, here's another one. When I was 7 years old, I saw a small raptor about 1 foot tall hiding out in weeds behind our fence. I was so scared I ran into the house. Now I finally know what I saw and why. And then Rich Vagel says, I believe Richard Dolan suggested Elizondo himself is putting out easily debunked imagery in order to make valid information look like it's invalid. And then Gail Morgan says that is mind-boggling. I'm not going to accuse Elizondo of anything. I would hope that it was because he was misled by his own superiors, but we don't know what the answer is, and I don't want to say anything defamatory about him. So again, flying reptiles in Egypt, we saw those in the cave paintings. Heroes are killing these things because, again, they get hungry. They have a hot dog stand, which is your town. You got to get rid of them. Dinosaur-like creatures are featured on Babylonian landmarks, Roman mosaics, Asian pottery, and royal robes. We know that Marco Polo said they had them in captivity. Egyptian burial shrouds and government seals, Peruvian burial stones and tapestries, Mayan sculptures, Aboriginal, Native American petroglyphs, right? Because you'd make a drawing of it once you saw one. You'd be amazed. It's not a normal creature. And many other pieces of ceremonial art throughout ancient cultures. Wow. Dragons appear in literature from England, Ireland, Denmark, Norway, Scandinavia, Germany, Greece, Rome, Egypt, and Babylon, as well as the Thunderbird shows up in American Indian legends of the Cree, the Algonquin, the Onondaga, the Ojibwe, the Huron, the Chinook, the Shoshone, and the Alaskan Inuits. I'm going to correct that. You can't say it anymore, right? Another interesting lead is that maps from as recent as the 1600s feature drawings of dragon-like monsters in unknown regions. This is a direct quote out of my book, Sourcefield. So then my mother's dream also predicted our discussion. She had a dream of giant ospreys, right? She called me with this a few days ago. Giant ospreys with a 30-foot wingspan over a barn, one on either side of the barn, just like the Vatican Court of the Pine Cone. And then the ospreys were about to attack and kill her, just like I was saying with the dragons. Right before they did, they just vanished. We'll talk about the symbolism of that in just a minute. So again, I believe these dinosaurs are popping up wherever the portals are the most active. And because the Earth's core is rotating over 400 years, the active portals for dinosaurs change. So here's another great example, the Loch Ness Monster. We all know and love that one. It's exactly the same as a plesiosaurus. This photo is the most legendary one from the 1930s, before the era of Photoshop. And there's over 7,000 sightings of these, so this is not a hoax. The first documented one was in 595 AD. St. Columba saw a man buried in Loch Ness who had been bitten by a large monster. The interest restarted with that photograph I just showed you in the 1930s. We know that over 7,000 different documented sightings of the same thing have occurred in just the 20th century. And there's a cool film that you can watch called Water Horse that actually talks about this. It starts as a little thing and it becomes massive. It was a very cute and wonderful movie. Just not too serious, but a kid's movie that you could totally show this to your kids and have fun thinking about time-traveling dinosaurs. Now here's another really weird thing, right? Right exactly above the Loch Ness Monster's point of origin, right below that is the Great Glen geological fault line. Oh, David, didn't you say that volcanic mountains and that earthquake fault lines are right along the lines of the geometry? Yes. So Loch Ness is directly over a fault line, which is where these earth lights, these portals, appear from. So the Loch Ness Monster is a plesiosaurus that happens to be popping in right over this vortex point, and for whatever reason, they can live in the fresh water of Loch Ness, and they've been there for a long time. So this is the classic picture from the 30s. This is another picture that I saw in my books from the early 70s. And then somebody actually saw it in 1993. This was reported in the Weekend Australian, mate. Ms. Edna McInnes reported on June 24th, 1993, she was at Loch Ness and saw a 15-meter long, so remember 15 meters, a meter is 3 feet, you're talking a 45-foot long dinosaur that had a neck like a giraffe. She saw it in 1993. So there's been, again, over 7,000 of these sightings in the 20th century. This is not a frickin' joke. Lake Champlain had Champ, and then there's another one called Caddy. We'll talk about that in just a second. All of this appears to be sightings of the plesiosaurus. The plesiosaurus appears to be the time-traveling dinosaur leading to all these lake monsters. So then the American Academy of Sciences published this so-called picture of the flipper of the dinosaur in 1972. But now the debunkers are saying, well, yeah, okay, it was MIT Technology Review. So this was, again, published in 1976 originally. These are the pictures that they took, but they apparently edited them. This was a camera that photographs something large as it comes near. So that's what triggered it off, is this large creature. But this is the original. So, yeah, I mean, some people are saying, oh, you can't really guess that flipper out of there. They kind of took some creative license with airbrushing. So, yeah, you don't want to go out with this one because the debunkers are going to say, oh, my God, it's all been debunked. But, again, it was a large something that caused the camera to go off. This was the submarine they were using. And they had, it's going to sense if something's there, like you see there on the right. And that's what they took the picture of. So this also they think is an image of the Loch Ness Monster, again taken by MIT, published in scientific journals. Now the skeptics, they just laugh and they say, oh yeah, you know, they probably airbrushed the image. But wait a minute. It does look an awful lot like a flipper, and they only slightly enhanced it to make it more obvious. But again, you don't want to lead with this, because this isn't, they can say, oh, it's been debunked. Well, this was thought to be a Loch Ness Monster. It turned out to be a whale carcass that just had the head chewed off by sharks or something. But here's another one, the Cadborosaurus, or Caddy. From Canada, Professor LeBlanc of the University of British Columbia told a meeting of zoologists about many sightings of Caddy, or Cadborosaurus, around British Columbia's coast. Again, that's right near the North Pole vortex, and then they can swim south. They get in through the North Pole, going as far south as Oregon. The remains of a 3-meter juvenile caddy have actually been found in the stomach of a whale. So again, you can go follow up on this stuff. All this stuff is true. Now here comes my favorite one, Mokele-Mbembe, the small brontosaurus. So originally, missionaries went to the Congo, 1776. They found huge footprints with claws. They were 3 feet in circumference and 7 feet apart, large as an elephant, but elephants do not have claws. And one priest actually saw the brontosaurus type munching on vegetation. So they're very real. This is around the Likuala Swamp in the Congo, 55,000 square miles, larger than the state of Florida, officially 80% unexplored. Why? Again, there's cannibals in there. There's pygmies, little people that are like 3 feet tall, and they will throw a spear into you, and they will cook you and eat you for dinner. So you better make friends with them and let them know that you're not food if you're going to want to go looking for the Mokele-Mbembe. And apparently Ivan Sanderson was able to do that. So in 1913, a German explorer heard about this. He was hanging out there and noticed that it was similar to a sauropod dinosaur, which are 70 feet long, 12 to 15 foot tall at the hips. I mean, you would not want to run into this in the woods, man. You would not. But the natives loved it, and they said, hey, you know, let's make dino burgers, man. This is great. So here they are hunting the Mokele-Mbembe. These are your pygmies, and they're throwing their spears into it because they didn't want to have a human today. They said, let's eat dino burgers instead. That would be a lot more tasty. I mean, apparently it's just delicious. So 1932, they again sent British scientists out there to the Likuala Swamp. Vacapalo's telling me, don't forget to drink your water. Thank you, that's true. There we go. Came across abnormally huge footprints, and they heard strange sounds while traveling down a river in a canoe. Ivan Sanderson explored the same area in the same year, so the same creature is alive. He portaled through, time-traveling dinosaur. He was with the animal trader Gerald Russell. So that is one of the images that he took of its footprints. Again, you know, the pygmies don't want to eat him. He's too skinny. Paddling up the Bennu River in the heart of Western Africa's Congo, the most terrifying sound I have ever heard, which sounded like an oncoming earthquake or, you know, an exploding nearby robot. Because we've all had robots explode nearby, and you know what that sounds like. I mean, everybody's heard an exploding. People would laugh so hard when I talk about this at my events. The exploding nearby robot. How would you define that? How would you know what that's going to sound like? Isn't that an assumption? Well, it's really, really freaking funny. So there you go. We got to have some comic relief as we go along. Came from a nearby underground cave. The river water boiled and foamed in front of their canoe. This is sounding really bad. Darkish, shining lizard-like head rose up, and it had the head of a full-grown hippo in size, sat on a thick swan-like neck, and it stared them in the eye for several seconds, which felt like an eternity. Can you imagine the sound of this exploding nearby robot, this weird, horrible groaning, and then the boiling water, and this head comes up and is just looking right at you like, dude, why did we decide that we wanted to do this exactly? Who the hell thought this was a good idea right now? So when you really see one of these, you get freaked out. Ollie 369, the Brontosaurus was a combination of an Apatosaurus and a Diplodocus, last I knew, but very close to the Apatosaurus. The Diplodocus has an extended neck and tail, Thank land before time for the term getting popular. LOL. David, what is your opinion on New Age spirituality and why is it so hated? Hated by who? We have one hater. You know, the Christians might not like it, but I think that's all going to happen. It's all going to turn around pretty soon. So, yeah, these are scientific things. You got to watch the whole show. There's many, many studies of this stuff. I don't know what we saw, but the animal, the monster, burned itself into my retinas. It looked like something that should have been dead millions of years ago. As a scientist, I should have been happy. But this encounter was so frightening, so nasty, I never want to see it again. So there you go. And then last but not least is our buddy, the Cambodian Stegosaurus. This is right at Angkor Wat, which is in Cambodia. It's a beautiful megalithic site. The temple apparently was made in 1186 AD, and there it is, carved right into the wall of the temple. Now, what's weird about this is that it's a little bit different than a regular Stegosaurus, and if you can see where it's different, then you'll get the prize. So I want you to notice right here, you can tell that this image is different than what we normally say is going on, and see if you can figure it out. I'll tell you in just a second. So what we see along the side of Angkor Wat is that you got this thing at the bottom that kind of looks like some demon, right? The weird demon at the bottom. And maybe these represent portals and things that come through the portals. Well, most of the things come through the portals. You got like an extraterrestrial being up at the top. You got this animal. But then right there in the middle is a Stegosaurus, and it's inside a ring. So this is most likely the result of an eyewitness sighting right inside the ring that could represent a portal or stargate. They knew it was coming in from somewhere else. They got this prehistoric creature. Now, I've asked you, can you tell why this looks different than our traditional Stegosaurus? And then, okay, Dana Turner says, is there any way the books on your website can be in an audio form? Well, I would have to dictate all that, and that's going to take months of work, so we haven't done that. David Savage, no horns. Lynn Daniel, horns. Yes, you guys are absolutely right. So check this out. We got spikes on the sides of the head, not on the tail. So what you see on the left is the typical Stegosaurus. They know that there are spikes associated with its body, but remember, they're making a guess when they build a dinosaur out of bones. So they guessed that the spikes were on its tail, but you're actually seeing the spikes on the side of its head. And there's no spikes on the tail. So that suggests that our paleontologists are wrong. And again, the dinosaur could have died with its tail up near its face, so they wouldn't know that it was on the head. They thought it was on the tail because of where the bones were located. But wow, I mean, this is freaking amazing. Like, they actually know more about the Stegosaurus than we do because they saw one. And we now know the spikes are on the side of the head, not on the tail. It's freaking amazing, you guys. So how exactly did all these dinosaurs get here? Again, traversable geometric portals in the galaxy, exactly as I've been describing it to you. The angelic beings who I'm in communication with are reliably telling us that when you go through this geometry, there is no time. When you get into that geometry, you spread out because, again, everything becomes, a point turns into a plane and vice versa. So you spread out through the geometry. And there you have it. We are at the 2.5 hour mark, and we are up to our latest Archangel Michael time loops, which are so amazing, you guys. But, you know, that's our discussion about the time-traveling dinosaurs. And I really hope you enjoyed it. Let me just pull up this. Yay. So, I decided that we're going to take a diversion from just constantly showing you Monica the Moose, and we're going to show you something else today. But anyway, we got another one come in. Valerie Williman donated. What about George Church, geneticist at Harvard University, known for his work in genome sequencing and gene editing to revive extinct woolly mammal animals like the woolly mammoth? Thank you, David, for all you do. Yeah, I mean, that would be another example. Some of the DNA we can play around with. We don't necessarily want these creatures again. Jurassic Park is a great example of that. Godzilla lives. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's so many great movies you could do off of this stuff if people steal my material all the time, but we could go a lot farther. Prince Royal says, get your buckyballs, bacon, sizzling steaks, jackets, lasers, and fireworks. I loved it, says Leah Marie, thanks. Ollie369, it's not too hard now to build an AI voice model with your voice, David, We could plug in the no. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. It needs to be intoned properly. We're not going to do an AI read of the books, but I appreciate it. At some point, I would love to actually record these audiobooks, and maybe I will once they come true. Great dinosaur show, fantastic information. I so appreciate your comic relief, says Sharon Lewis. Yeah, this is a really, really great subject for me. Did you hit that like button yet, says Stephanie Green. Yes, again, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe if you haven't already done so. And I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. This is an exciting topic for me. And so now I got to go take my break. So I decided, finally, I've had enough PTSD wear off from getting 5-foot snowfall. I filmed myself while it was happening, you guys. And, you know, natural disasters are kind of like time-traveling dinosaurs. They pop in spontaneously, and you're like, oh, my God. So this was my own dinosaur. This was a big mess. It started out, we had, I think, but in the videos that you're going to see now, 2 feet had already fallen. We got 3 more feet of snow. It just kept coming and coming and coming. So this was not the end. I was shoveling it as I went. It kept falling off the roof. So thankfully, we never got 5 feet of snow on the roof, but we literally did get 5 feet of snow. Now, the other thing I will say, basically because of Stephen, is that towards the end of my dog's life, her back leg would always shake. So you see my dog in the video. She is not scared. She is not upset. She was fine, but her leg always shakes, so that doesn't mean that she was freaking out or anything. But she did poop on the carpet. That was the other thing. I decided I'm not going to show you that. I had video of she crapped on a 15-foot wide area of the carpet, dude, and it was all covered with this really disgusting liquid diarrhea. So I wake up in the middle of the night. We've already got like 2.5 feet of snow on the ground, and my room smells bad, and I step in shit, and I'm like, oh my God, and I got to clean it all up before I can do anything else. So I spared you the doggy do part of the video, but it took me over an hour to clean up this massive mess on the carpet, and then I had to go out and shovel. So in this first video, you're going to see the results of what it looks like as you're in the middle of a 5-foot snowfall, and you're going to see the progress that I made on shoveling through this awesome amount of stuff. My dog was 16 years old, that's right, and they all of the German Shepherd breeds get this hip dysplasia, and I talked to veterinarians about it all the way back when we lived in Sedona. They said, yeah, but thankfully my dog never got the way you see some German Shepherds. It's so sad that their back legs are just like limping all the time, like they're in constant pain. That never happened to Girlie right up until she died. The only visible sign of it was that her leg twitched a little bit. So I'm going to go take my break now, but we're going to, as I'm doing this, take off my microphone. You can watch the video with me, and then I'll put it back on. So here we go. I'll be right back in 6 minutes. Okay, the microphone is off. Everything is good. And let us roll this clip. And I'm going, if it loops back to the beginning, don't feel bad. I do need to eat something. My blood sugar's a little low, but I'll be back as quick as I can, folks. Here we go. Part 1 coming up. What does it look like when you're going to get 6, you get 3, and then it becomes 5 feet of snow? Here we go. So as I just told everybody online, we got 3 feet of snow coming up, starting in a couple hours. This is my thermometer. If this is frozen, then it's below freezing. There's a chunk in there. But the temperature has changed. And we're running into it, man. We're gonna get 3 feet of snow. Okay, you guys wanted to see this. It's 3:45 in the morning. The worst snowfall we've ever had. It's still gonna keep snowing nonstop for a long time. Look at how fucking deep this is already. There's cones on the, I mean, it's like a foot, it's more than a foot thick. That's over a foot thick. This is gonna be an incredible amount of work to shovel this. I probably need to start now. Holy crap. All right, It's 4:57 a.m. She did her bad deed on the carpet. Now I'm giving her some water. So, you want to see this stuff? Here we go. Okay, wow. So, this is crazy. What's going on? I just shoveled out a little path for myself. This is thick, dude. That's my hand. And it's all the way down to the bottom. It comes all the way up. This is a massive, massive, massive. Look at all the snow that's on the roof already, dude. It's like 2 feet of snow on the roof right now. This is absolutely crazy. So we're just gonna carve out a path for the dog. Probably through here. I gotta get all this stuff off. It's unbelievable. It's 5:04 a.m. Now that I've got my hat with my little, light on it, you can see this a little better. So these are some trees. This is a massive pile. That's a regular shovel. Okay, that's a regular snow shovel. 5 o'clock in the morning. It only goes up that far, and it goes all the way up to there. I have to bust through this to get to the stairs. Those are my railings on my stairs. The railing's almost entirely buried. Oh. The snowdrift goes all the way up to the top of the railings, folks. There's my water jug, which is my thermometer, as I said before in another video. The water is not frozen, so this stuff will melt. But look at all this, too, next to the grills. And on the roof. The whole entire roof has got like 2 feet of snow on it. This is an absolute nightmare, man. It's very, very serious. That's what we got right now. It is 6:14 a.m. This is my progress so far. There's the shovel. So we got this area carved out. That's my weird trippy lights. It's not quite done. This is very difficult stuff. I've got to take all this snow and just get it over there where there's less space, because it's all going to pile up on the porch, and that could kill the porch. It literally could collapse this porch, and we need it, so we don't want that to happen. Anyway, I also so the grills, as I said, here, and then there's a big pile off the roof from there. Or snowdrift, maybe. Anyway, I already have gotten, so this is the top of the garage. Terrifying. Terrifying. So I carved all this out, and then we had a strange snowdrift here, so I had to bust through all this thing and get all that over there. And I shoveled it out all the way out to here, so the dog has a place to go. Now, already since I've done this, it's got like 2 more inches, and we're going to have 1 inch an hour pretty much indefinitely for 12 more hours. So this is what we got going on. It's epic, it's scary, it's crazy. And I'm live at 6:15 in the morning, or whatever time it is now. That's the little thing, the height gauge that shows where my wellhead is so they don't plow into it. They'll be here. They'll be here. Okay, it is now almost 7 o'clock in the morning. All right. Your buddy is back. I'm back, and I'm in action. And we are ready now. Let's go over here to do our Archangel Michael time loops. So again, the snow got much worse. I had to shovel basically nonstop for 14 hours, starting at whatever time in the morning. I finally had enough courage to go through those videos and face it again and face those memories, a traumatic memory Let's see what you guys had to say about it. David, when are you going to move to a more environmentally friendly location? It's very difficult up on the mountain. Yeah, it is. When I have enough money to live anywhere else but here, of course. That's been the whole problem. No snowblower. My snowblower doesn't work. I let the gas get bad, and, we do have a snowblower, but we have to fix it. But again, the snowblower is a great fantasy that doesn't really play out very well in reality. Almost everything that I was doing, that shoveling I was doing, like my front porch by the kitchen kept on filling up with snow. You can't do anything about that. You have to, just shovel it. You can't use a machine. And so even most of the stuff that I did could not have been done with a snowblower. It was porches and decks and stairs. And so snowblower isn't going to do you any good. I mean, I know it sounds great, and I do have a snowblower again. You are not cut out to be living on a mountain, says Jello Putin. What, I'm doing a great job. I actually live here. I shoveled it. Everything's fine. Let's see if you could handle this, dude. Let's see if you could handle it. Anyway, we always get trolls. That's part of the game. So let's dig right into our latest Archangel Michael time loops. Now, Mom had a dream of two giant ospreys. And there was actually 4 of them because 2 other people were surrounded by 2 of them as well. And that represents probably the internet community. But anyway, her dream, she doesn't know, by the way, she doesn't know that I'm doing these shows. She doesn't know what the topic is. She doesn't know that, okay, yeah, we had this guy coming after us named Steve. Well, she knows about Stephen, but she doesn't know that one of the main names that he gave himself was Resplendent Cedar Osprey. That was one of the 2 names that Ezra outed that he was stalking basically everybody, the top members of the truth community with on X, exploiting vulnerabilities in their platform that now appear to have been fixed. I mean, I'm really excited because now when we block somebody that you actually can't read it anymore, whereas it always was readable, it's like all Stephen had to do is just create a new identity for every attack, and then he gets all the attacks he wants because he just makes a new identity for each one. So I think they've closed that loop. Thank God, because this one guy was terrorizing everybody. So that seems to be what's symbolized here by these. And my mom didn't know I was about to do a show on time-traveling dinosaurs. And that the Ropen, the bird of fire, the Thunderbird, the dragon, the Bennu bird, the phoenix, is one of the main metaphors that we're talking about. And so it has a 30-foot wide wingspan, and then in her dream, she is surrounded by 2 giant 30-foot wingspan ospreys. And the osprey, again, represents Stephen, right? Because that's one of the names he used. On either side of a barn. Well, that's Matthew 13, the metaphor of Jesus picking the weeds out from the wheat. And in the Bible, they're called tares. The tares are gathered together in bundles and placed into my barn so that they can be burned. And the metaphor refers to how the negative is being plucked out from our world one by one, like weeds being plucked out of a crop. And then Jesus says they're put into the barn, and that they're, that's the harvest. That's the sorting out of humanity between negative and positive. So these giant ospreys basically represent the DS, and right now, I've had insomnia all week. We lost Virginia. It's been a very difficult time for everybody. And that feels like these birds of prey are about to swoop down on us. They're literally reptilian. Phoenixes, the pteranodon, the pterodactyl's a reptilian bird, right? So Mom's dream is an illusion of the idea that these flying reptilians, right, the Draco, which now as of May 1st, Dr. Eric Davis has publicly confirmed that reptilian aliens do occur in this classified world that's being kept secret from us, that they're now having congressional hearings because they want this stuff to come out into the open. My mother doesn't know that last week I showed you the Vatican Court of the Pine Cone. We did a whole show on the pineal gland. And what did we see on either side of that pine cone? We saw ibis birds that represent the phoenix, that represent the thunderbird, that represent the dragon, the bird that comes in through the portal, it's flickering, and then it becomes visible. And that's what they called the phoenix back in Egyptian legends. So the dinosaurs show up all over the world. So she has these dinosaur-like birds on either side of a barn. Again, it's showing you what I had in last week's show. She didn't know that I talked about the pineal gland or the pine cone at all. She didn't know that the two birds represent the birds on the pine cone. She didn't know that I was going to do a show this week called Time Traveling Dinosaurs, and that the star of the show, as I put in the poster, is the pterodactyl with his cigarette and everything. So she said this was a hyper-realistic dream. It was a very, very profound spiritual experience. And here's the big punchline, folks. Right as the ospreys were about to pounce on her and have her as their hot dog dinner, they just seemingly vanished. They just disappeared. That, again, corresponds to the idea of the weeds being plucked out from the wheat one by one, right when it looks like we're under the greatest attack, the world could be destroyed, everything is really scary and bad. These ospreys, these giant reptilian monster birds, like the Draco, flying reptilians, right? They just disappeared. This dream was so powerful, so amazing, in light of the fact that right as she told me this, we knew that Ezra is cracking down on Stephen, and that Stephen was using resplendent cedar osprey, those three words, resplendent cedar osprey, as his name. One of the two main names, the other one being enterprising desert raven. I mean, for X to be safe, he really has to be stopped because he's apparently sending fake bombs to people and he's sending these threatening packages. Like, at what point is he going to decide to finally go for it and actually hurt somebody or kill somebody? You know, we don't know. Up until now, he hasn't actually done anything, but you can't just, like, live there and be like, oh, yeah, don't worry about the death threat, whatever, you know. He's never going to really do anything. No. I've already let the police know here who they're looking for and everything about him, so we have a speed trap right down here at the end of my road, so I always have cops, like, 3 minutes from my house. So I really don't think anybody's going to be able to pull anything off around here. If I make that call, they're here in no time at all. But anyway, now when I post, I'm not getting these Stephen attacks anymore. My mom's dream seems to be partly talking about that, because again, his name was Osprey, which is very interesting. And so they just disappeared, and he's not posting on my page right now. Something has changed. He's not doing it. So this is symbolic overall of the defeat of the DS, as Jesus said, the tares in my barn. It ties in last week's Bennu birds around the pineal gland pine cone in the Vatican, and it also tied in this week's Ropen, which she didn't know about. Mom was not aware that I was going to cover either one of these topics. Okay, so now we're into the time loop section, so I want to begin with the final slide from last week's time loops. And again, this was the David and Goliath type of thing, the clown getting chopped in, the guy that chopped off somebody's hand, then gets chopped in half himself by the sword of Archangel Michael. The malevolent force trying to bring us down was vanquished. That was really nice. And I said it was prophetic of the imminent defeat of the DS as well as their terrorist minions. The villain got chopped in half. It was symbolic, not literal. I mean, this is about people being defeated legally and, you know, going to jail, and that's it. Not being killed. Let's be clear. The villain got chopped in half by the sword of Archangel Michael at the end of the dream. Then we had this huge disclosure in this briefing, and it totally validated, again, my mom's dream. This is the only video, the only long-form video right now that's really been done about this, down to earth with Christian. I can't see the rest. And he's good. I like him. I like Christian. So Dr. Eric Davis said Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids. So basically the reptilians and UFOs would be flying reptilians. So my mother's dream was, again, directly also prophetic of what was then disclosed in Congress, that the flying reptilians stopped being a problem. So this is an amazing moment in history. He said that they're all about the same height as humans. Well, that's what he's been exposed to. That's not really true. Some are a lot taller. There's plenty of, like, you know, one of the things that is a strong memory that people have if they've been in this world, and that would include like Area 51 underground bases, is talking to very amazingly beautiful women who are like 7 or 8 feet tall. And just the sense of this gorgeous woman who's really tall, you know, standing there. It's quite an incredible phenomenon when you get to meet these beings. So there's are not really 4 races. People are getting that wrong, but it's more like 4 main types of beings. And he also confirmed, again, that we've had UFO crash retrievals all the way back since 1944, so we're going on 80 years, because 60 plus 20, yeah, 80 years, right? So they've had 80 years to tinker around with this stuff. Okay, so then on the next day of our time loop, this was Mom's dream being validated, I believe, that the reptilians are going to vanish. In her case, it was giant ospreys. On the next day of our time loop from where we were last week, again, these are dreams and remote viewed messages, supposedly 99% accurate using these protocols, the magic keeps working. So I have a prophetic dream, and again, I showed you guys that I ended up on the air spontaneously with Ezra, which was absolutely amazing to get. Liz Crokin just says, oh, David Wilcock is in the audience. Do you want to speak? I'm like sizzling a steak, and there's all this noise, but then I ended up totally rocking it. And so, you know, we talked about underground bases. I interviewed the whistleblower. We got into demons and all kinds of interesting stuff. So anyway, you can go to Sun Tzu and his page and look for the purple, and you'll go find it if you scroll back to April 29th. So again, Ezra and I ended up in a show together. We didn't actually speak to each other on the show, but we were both on the show at the same time. Completely debunks the Stephen narrative that, oh, Ezra hates David Wilcock. Definitely not. He was totally fine, you know, and we've texted again. He sent me more fire emojis, so he is totally on board with what's going on, and he loves it. So this came in after a REM period from an early crash, 1:09 a.m. It was in downtown Schenectady. My brother and I were going around together. This is one of a series of dreams I had. Again, these dreams time loop into the present. So if you're wondering, why is he reading a dream from 1999? Because Michael is using this time technology that we've been talking about. They have time travel. And so he's looking at our time in 2025, and then he's going through some geometry in our solar system to go back in time 26 years to 1999, at which point he pops back out and then speaks to me and gives me this dream. So the dream he designed in 1999 is telling us what's going on in 2025, and he's predicting Ascension this year. Non-catastrophic. The bad guys are arrested. The Alliance comes to the rescue. We find out that UFOs are real. We find out that ETs exist. We get to meet them, and somehow, as we meet them, this cosmic event triggers this spontaneous evolution of humanity where all of us get something like the frog and salamander experiment. We get a spontaneous DNA upgrade. That's modern day, you know, species transformation in real time. And then they say that depending upon how much you have lived and followed the teachings of Christ in your own life, the humility, the patience, the love, that will determine how powerful you're going to be. So some haters online can laugh at you and troll you and all this kind of stuff, but when you ascend and they don't, they're going to be the one left holding the bag, you see. Because an ascended being is essentially invulnerable. You can do just about anything. So that's where all of this is going. It's an incredibly fascinating prophecy about our world and our reality and where it's going. And I have to say, you guys, that this week's time loop is like probably the best ever. I think it's actually the best one we've ever had. Beverly Adams says, when you get insanely famous, don't forget your Sunday family. I won't. We're still holding true at 4,000 people, so that's pretty good. I mean, Ezra came forward. He's got millions of people looking at his posts. We only had 1,000 people on the show. I've got 4,000, so I'm not trying to say that I'm better, because I'm not, but, you know, it's just fascinating that I do have this following right now. So I do want to stay in touch with you guys, and even if my life gets more busy, I do want to keep doing shows, because now I'm realizing, like, you know what? The stuff that's happening here is very intense. And now this disclosure happened in Congress where he says there's 4 types, there's reptilians, greys, Nordics, and insectoids. I'm like, wow, everything I've told you is going to come true, and that means I'm going to become, as she just said, a lot more prominent, a lot more public. So I'm just trying, how do you prepare for something like that? You know, and there's going to be some really provocative statements they make this week. So let's go through this step by step, because the first thing is I'm going to meet my past life with Ezra from Shadow. You know, same guy shows up in this dream, and Michael talks all about it. we got stuck in a building around where the old Olander furniture store was. And this is also, incidentally, where my father has his office. It's not, he doesn't use it anymore, but he had an office in Schenectady. So, you know, you got dad imagery, you got, and Schenectady's an old-time town, a boom town from the 1930s during the rise of General Electric. I went around to look while my brother stayed where everyone was hanging out and talking. It was a pretty fancy store, like for tailored clothing. There again, Michael has taken our time of the sizzle jackets, and 7 Geometric Forms has been donating to me. And instead of it being, you know, just something that would be in the present, he's got to put it back in Dream from 1999. It's just how the time loop works. It's amazing. So, you know, it's warmer today. I didn't feel like wearing the jackets today, but still, I mean, here I am, and this is fascinating. So the tailored jackets, again, and I was just wearing one last week. So that's pretty cool. I was surprised to see all these people hang out in the store. Well, this is all the people who are interested in Ezra's work and what the Alliance is doing. And again, I said my following is bigger than I thought. It's not easy to get 4,000 people watching. When I came to get my brother, there was a bunch of people sitting around. This represents the Alliance, as it turns out. This is a symbol of them. They were both professional and others who did not look as professional. When I walked up to get my brother, they all got up and left at the same time. My brother and I stayed in the room, and we met this guy who was a little bit stocky, kind of short, with a bald head and glasses. And so this symbolizes Ezra himself in his past life. They're going to say in the reading that follows that in my lifetime as Edgar Cayce that he and I worked together. And that's actually consistent with the Cayce readings. They tell you that you end up reincarnating with people who you already worked with before. So Ezra and I are doing this whole thing where he posts these Alliance slides and I decode them every week on this show. And apparently that business relationship that we have now was also mirrored in other incarnations. I had past lives as Edgar Cayce apparently, where this is what he looked like. He was this balding Italian mafia type of guy that always had a cigar and was kind of chubby. And I apparently worked with him back in that lifetime. And so this is a past life memory showing up. And now Ezra and I get along a lot better in this lifetime, apparently, than we did in the last one. So that might have been part of why we haven't spoken very much, is that there's this, we had a falling out last time, and we're going to make sure we don't do that this time. Aliens can be both bad and good, says Paula Mignon. I totally agree. David, when is the Ascension? One of the prophecies we're going to read today is that he says, have faith in the timelines as given. So I do think that means it's going to be 2025. We're not waiting. It might not be, I mean, I assumed that it was in May. I didn't know that for sure, but that was the approximate window. I was thinking maybe it's May, but no, you can definitely see where this is going. They're disclosing all the basic points of the narrative now. The stuff is happening in Congress in real time. 4 types of ETs have been disclosed. I mean, this is just like freaking crazy. So I'm very excited about it, and I hope you are too. And so here's Ezra in his past life with me as Cayce showing up in the dream. He had the bald head and glasses. I'm sure he doesn't have that now, but I don't even know what he looks like, honestly. He might have even had a little cigar. He was reminiscent of the Italian mafia types you see in downtown Schenectady. For some reason, I felt compelled to speak to him, even though it seemed everybody was avoiding him. And again, like this is prophetic because everybody is avoiding reading Ezra's slides. They all kind of steal the information and they don't give him credit. And nobody else is talking about how you decipher the number of seconds, and that goes back to the post of that particular number. I'm the only one doing this, and maybe it's because people are too freaked out. They're scared of what might happen. They're scared of being stalked. So they kind of use his posts and they copy them, but they don't actually usually give him credit. Now, that's changing. He's more and more getting credit, and he does have posts getting millions and millions of views, but still, nobody else is really, presenting the material as sequentially and completely and following it the way that I have and deciphering it like this. So there it is in the dream. Everybody was avoiding him. They haven't been working with him directly. They're not working with his information directly. When I started our conversation, I realized that he was actually a pretty amazing guy. We had a great talk. And again, this is prophetic of how we're now talking. So it's very interesting how this is all going to unfold. He knew exactly the habits and patterns of every single person who came in and out of that store. He had what they bought, how long they stayed, what time of day they would come, how many times they showed up, and other pertinent details. He remembered everything, and I could not believe it. So as I say here, this describes how the Alliance is using military data to keep everybody in the enemy group under full surveillance. Everything they do is being watched. So again, the guy is seeing what they bought, how long they stayed, and he remembers everything. So this is a very interesting symbolic metaphor of the surveillance that the military is using to accomplish these goals so that people can be arrested. Ezra's character is this guy who knows everything about everybody in the store. It's really fascinating. It's going to get a lot clearer that it's him, too. Michael's going to make that very clear. While I was talking to him, there were some women who wanted to come up and talk to me. And there you go. When I was doing this conference, most of the people who were there were women, and everybody was really happy about what I had to say, so that is parallel. When they saw him, they steered away, which is a little disappointing. Again, people are afraid to affiliate with him directly. They're worried they're going to get killed, I guess. My brother felt a little funny about him, too. And again, everybody in my family is pretty much unaware what the Alliance is up to. Most people are, so that's what this is about. They're not convinced that this is a good thing yet. I thought the guy was neat. I wanted to hear him out. It was made clear somewhere around this point that his name was Lynn, a publisher who I was working on a potential book deal with at the time. So again, I ended up being spontaneously invited into the show with Liz Crokin, Ezra, and Juliet, who's one of the whistleblowers. Lynn, in the dream, therefore represents Ezra, and again, it's the same four letters to the name, and the Alliance is encouraging me to do more of these events. So I had a book deal with Lynn, and this was who I thought was the publisher I was working with. We didn't end up getting that deal off the ground, by the way, back then. So there was somewhere a list of categories. This guy had the whole store pigeonholed into different areas where people would sit if they had different problems. He had an incredible intellect. It didn't seem to matter whether they bought anything or not. He just watched everybody. So this is, again, talking about Ezra and how his intellect is incredible. So that's very apropos, right? I mean, he's doing this amazing stuff for us. They were just sitting there having conversation. I had a long conversation with this guy on the telephone right outside the building where he was actually staying. And again, we are just now talking, and we were on the air in what we could think of as a telephone call together. So this is very interesting. When I got off the phone with him, it seemed like a natural point to close. I didn't think anything of it. And again, this is prophetic of being spontaneously invited. See how weird this dream reflects what's happening now, 26 years later? That's because somebody's traveling in time to do this. Being spontaneously invited to speak in his second debut show. And here I'm talking to him on the phone. Same thing. First time we've spoken. While I was at the front door to his place, I had a priority mail envelope. There was something in it I needed to deliver to him, which was apparently a book I'd written. Well, that's the Michael Prophecies. And I'm delivering these prophecies to the Alliance week after week. That's what they mean by the book. We're now in book 8, right? Obviously, the analogy is of the books that I am sending to Lynn. I cued on the words treasure trove. So this is Michael speaking to me, and the first two words I remote viewed were treasure trove. So this is partly prophetic about the fact that our aerospace company, Stavati, is about to get deals. We have actually people fighting over who's going to do what now. And these are very, very large amounts. And it's about our show, disclosure, and the arrests. So the Michael Prophecies books are the treasure trove. Michael is able to influence the Alliance and set up this galactic family reunion. I mean, basically, if you want to look at it this way, I've been used to set up something very interesting and weird, this like planetary ascension experience, and they're working through me week after week. I mean, this dream is so on the nose with the fact that I just met Ezra and then ended up suddenly talking to him on a show together. And then here I am on the phone with him in the dream, and it's the same. Michael makes it very clear when we get through all this that this is who they're talking about. So it's pretty incredible. Things did sound pretty promising in our phone call. I was going to get the envelope and put it in the mail to him. Then I got in touch with a maid at the front door. She was wearing a traditional gray outfit. She grabbed my book and put it inside the building. So this symbolizes how we don't have direct contact. We're only talking on the phone right now. And then she came back out, said something strange that I hadn't heard before. And we don't know what she said. I didn't write that part down. But this is prophetic of how people in the audience were giving us new information. Women were speaking as survivors of these horrible crimes. After she spoke, I realized she was asking for a tip and holding out her hand. I gave her $2, I think. I had a large amount of change in my pocket and considered giving all my change to her as another part of her tip. And this is prophetic of you guys doing your super chat donations, which I really do, again, appreciate very dramatically. And it also, you know, one of the big films that awakened people was loose change. So there's the loose change showing up in the time loop. It's pretty fascinating. So again, this symbolizes the audience and how we're getting donations, and I do appreciate that. And also, I had just gotten my hair cut before I unsealed this, and I tipped 25%, which is what I tip everywhere. That's just what I always do. So then she started to talk about Lynn, and it was mostly good things. I met up with some of her friends, and they started talking about him as well. I was on the opposite corner of the building now, facing what would have been Broadway. So his shows featured top female and male influencers, people getting a lot more views than I get, millions and millions, some of whom have apparently interacted with him in the past, like Liz Crokin. So again, the women here are talking about the people on the show. It's incredible. I was staring into the glass. A really, really beautiful dark-haired woman started walking back and forth and looking in. Well, there's your looking glass, and we have several of those images that are going to show up. The looking glass is what the Alliance is using to save the planet. They can see into the future, as we said last week. She had a pained expression on her face. I caught her eye and smiled at her to try to get her to lighten it up, and it worked. When I caught her eye, she did start smiling at me. I went back around the corner of the building. I was aware that he was feeling concerned because he felt that I was upset with him. And maybe he did. I mean, I never wrote him. I could have. I just never did. I somehow knew he felt as though I had dissed him. And again, I never spoke to him in person for like a year, over a year. Never wrote him any messages privately at all. I did feel badly that he faded into the background as the second show went on. I couldn't control it. Somebody seemed to have bumped him. I mean, it was like he was invited as one of the speakers. And then even if I wanted to ask him something, he was no longer there as a speaker, so I can't ask somebody who's not on the air anymore. So it's like, whoa. And I didn't want to feel like I took over the show, but when I was asked questions and Liz wanted me to speak, I spoke. And people really, really loved it. They said it was really, really great show. So he seemed to have gotten bumped, yeah. So again, in the dream, I felt as if, you know, he felt that I was dissing him. So at least now we're actually talking in real life for the first time. We ended our conversation and he tried to call me back again. He was very much trying to make me happy. And as I say here, the Alliance has indeed posted many things that are intended to help me feel better about doing this job. And that's been very obvious. So, you know, there we have it. I got to get to the next slide because I accidentally... Here, let's fix that. All right, that's good. Okay, we got it. So now we're going to go back in there to the next slide because those little things that pick up the little things, we don't want those things. Okay, here we go. The maid may have also alerted me to the... Oh, somebody just said something over here. So we have... Does anyone remember David's jacket size? I have a cool vintage jacket he may like. Any good guesses? Yes. I know that the neck is 16.5 and that the sleeves are 34-35. And I think that's all you need other than that it's a slim fit. So there you go. All right, we can very safely hide that user on the channel. You guys are, some of these trolls are just awful people. They really are awful people. If that's what you get out of watching this, you just shouldn't be here, you know? This is not for you. So, I just had showed the SWAT card that I got last week, and the card was put on my door. Here it is again. Again, this showed up as a crop formation. The people paying him to do this should have realized, like, nah, you know, the angels aren't going to let David go through a SWAT. So I didn't even ever actually answer the door. I was asleep downstairs. She shows up. Nobody was here. The dog isn't here anymore because she'd been put to sleep by the vet's suggestion. So he didn't know that. So he thought the dog was still alive and they were going to come and see the dog suffering. And, oh, David is abusing his dog. So it was literally a SWAT attempt. But, you know, I provided proof. She talked to the veterinarian. The dog had already been deceased. And it was all coming from this one kid who, thank God, now the Alliance has singled him out. And hopefully he will be stopped from posting on Twitter, and they can figure out how to do that with his IP address. So again, the little card put on the door is directly talking about how Stephen is now apparently being exposed and taken down from Twitter. So then the card told me I had to call him or go up to his place, and it was room number 17. 1705. Oh, that's right. Code number for the Alliance. 5 in pyramid numerology, as we said. When the capstone comes back, it becomes 5-sided. Means perfection, divinity, and ascension. And you can actually go to the posts and look up post number 1705. And it says right here, there's 1705 at the top right, July 25th, 2018. You will soon know why. So Ezra's character shows up in room 1705, and it says you'll soon know why. So this is an amazing example of Michael playing around with our heads and showing that he is very aware of the Alliance. He's very aware of the number 17. He's very aware of what the posts say and what numbers it says. And he's giving us a Q-based prophecy. It's like, damn, dude. I mean, there's a lot of this stuff this week. So it's incredible. I love it. The strange thing about the card was that it had old print from the late 19th or early 20th century, like an old prescription card for a doctor or an apothecary. And so, again, I'm helping the Alliance with the same skills I demonstrated as Edgar Cayce when we did medical readings that would lead to these funny old prescriptions. And they say that Ezra knew me in my past life as Edgar Cayce. That he was this guy, that his name apparently was Harvey Lynn Melman. Or that's just the name they gave us. But anyway, so that ties in the Cayce stuff, the medical readings, that he'd worked with me in that lifetime on that. And now here we are doing it again. Certain boxes could be checked depending on what the prescription was. It was quite old-fashioned. I found it very peculiar. I knew that he was feeling distraught, and I was going to say something to him. Now, Ezra did reveal that the trolling from Stephen was so bad that he wanted to quit. That's what started all this. And then the day after Ezra went on the air, fully exposed him, Virginia suddenly disappeared, and it did not look like a coincidence. It was like a threat from these guys. Oh, you're going to take out our top asset? Well, we're going to take out your top asset. It's very shocking. Led to me having insomnia. Now I'm sleeping fine again, but it was rough for a while. Then we had a strikingly beautiful blonde woman. She's going to represent Amber Heard in Hollywood, okay? Just so you understand, Johnny Depp's ex, Amber Heard, that he had the big lawsuit with. She represents Hollywood. So that's what this is. So the strikingly beautiful blonde woman rides up wearing significant alluring makeup and a trench coat. And again, I said this likely is Amber Heard. Michael said the Johnny Depp trial helped people to see and understand the DS for what it is. She was an extremely beautiful woman, but she also, by clinical definition, would have very intense psychopathic behavior that she took out on Johnny. Most people don't know that psychopaths are like this. They hide it from everybody, except for the people closest to them. So this Hollywood girl comes right up to the door. She looked like she wasn't going to talk to me, and I changed that. She also had someone she wanted to see, and I heard her speak his name out loud. The name was Harvey Lynn Melman, and I had it as Nelman, but it ended up being Melman. So this is Ezra. She's looking for him too. Because remember, Hollywood is watching his posts probably more carefully than the rest of us. And they know they can watch my show, and then they get the whole summary of everything he said. So I think a lot of people that are worried about where this is going, or maybe about to make deals, are actually watching my show to get the news on this. And so she represents them. That they want to talk to him too. They want to find out what's going on. So that's what this is. I somehow figured out that Harvey Lynn Melman was the same Lynn who I had just been speaking with on the phone in room 1705. She and I didn't realize this right away. So again, the name Lynn targets General Flynn, Mike Lindell, and Linwood. Flynn and Linwood ended up getting in a nasty, prolonged public battle, and I didn't really agree with either side of it. I thought they were just kind of getting into a really bad space there. In the dream, this character represents Ezra and the Alliance. So again, the Lynn thing ties in the Alliance and some of the early pioneers that were fighting for this. So they're calling him Harvey Lynn Melman, which is really funny. She was trying to show me where she had written down this guy's name. She wrote his name down inside a checkbook, but it looked the same as my checkbook that I was using at the time I did this in '99. We were all the way towards the back of the checkbook, and I saw a phrase written in there in the exact same handwriting as my own. And so again, the idea of a checkbook and that it's got my writing in it is prophetic of the fact that people are about to write us checks as Stavati. We have very big stuff coming up this month. There's meetings coming up that are high level, in person. We have one individual who's already transferred the money over into America to complete it this month. So these are very, very large investments where we're never going to need to raise money again. We're off and running, and it's definitely happening. So without going into any detail, I'm going to have to travel, but I can work around our schedule, so I shouldn't actually miss any shows at all. But I am going to miss at least one of my massages, but you know, whatever. It's really happening. It's very, very exciting. So there it is, talking about this, where my name is in a checkbook because Hollywood's been torturing me with their paid minions and whatnot. So now I'm going to get, you know, the reward, the karmic reward for doing all this sacrifice. And then the phrase that it actually said in the back of the checkbook was Aragona's killer. And I remarked on how much it looked like my handwriting. Do you see it yet? What is Aragon? What if you take the A and you chop off the A and you turn into a D and then you take off the A at the end? You got the word dragon. So this combines the deep state dragon symbol with King Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, who was taking down Sauron, this reptilian eye. And so I have been through prolonged bankruptcy, but in the process, I'm helping the Alliance slay the Dragon King. And this includes freeing suppressed technologies. So let's think about all the layers of what this is, okay? First of all, Michael knew that I was going to talk about time-traveling dinosaurs this week, that there was going to be people slaying dragons in the time loop, right? Because think about it. The time loop is right here happening in this dream. Aragona's killer, Dragon's killer. I was just lecturing to you about the heroes who had to slay these dragons that came through as time-traveling dinosaurs. And my mother had the dream of 30-foot wingspan ospreys that were going to kill her, and then right before they did, they disappeared. And Stephen's nickname was Resplendent Cedar Osprey. And he's disappeared off of my Twitter page all of a sudden. So Aragona's killer, I mean, it is, when I saw this and I realized that I already was doing a show about the dragon killer and that it really is talking about flying reptilians and defeating them on Earth and what we're doing with Archangel Michael, it's like, damn, this dream and this whole thing I'm doing today is so freaking good with my mom's dream. It's like, wow, man, I'm really, really excited. We're all going to get help. We're all going to get help. I'm not the only one who's going to benefit financially. When we get these people arrested, we're going to have technologies come out that no billionaire could have ever had, but all of them would have wanted. We're all going to start to live much more abundantly. We're all going to get access to clean technology, levitation technology. The ETs apparently are going to help us go into manufacturing so we get hover cars faster. We're going into an open partnership, and they already have factories where they can build these things, so we've heard. So Aragona's killer, this is really weird. And then there was another weird symbol, which is that when I go to put this show online, I got this email from YouTube where they put a king's crown on my head. And remember, I was called Aragona's killer. And it says, grow your channel to dedicated YouTube partner manager. Your hard work, I've never actually used, they asked me to do this before and I didn't do it, but your hard work has earned you access to one-on-one support from your own partner manager, a pro on all things. I'm like, nah, he's just going to try to get me to spend more money. I don't need to talk to him, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. Anyway, they put a crown on my head. So right as I go look at the email, like there it is, David with the crown, King David, Aragona's killer, the dragon killer. King David's job is to defeat Satan, the dragon, in the book of Revelations. King David, Archangel Michael's job is to defeat the dragon. the dragon slayer. It's really, really interesting, all these things. So then she insisted that Aragona's killer was her boyfriend's writing. To prove that it was actually my handwriting, I wrote the same thing and it was identical. So this again is prophetic of my alliance work paying off for all of us. We're all going to have a lot more money once we get all the grift out of the system. I also noticed the ink of the pen was breaking up. You couldn't see all the words anymore. And so I asked her why she was going to see this guy, Lynn. Why did the ink disappear? Well, it's basically just saying that, you know, we still don't see this for what it is yet. The handwriting is not yet fully on the wall. But part of slaying the dragon is really about making people aware of what the world really is, what's going on. Okay, so we have Eva3 donate $100. You can see that right there. Hey, David, just curious, are you Catholic or part of another Christian denomination? Were you baptized only as a baby, or did you also get baptized again later as an adult? Yes, thank you for that question. I do believe that the law of one is ultimately a Christian teaching. I've done it my own way. I was not baptized as an adult. I was baptized as a child. What else did you ask? I'm not a Catholic, but believe me, I had my come to Jesus moment. The meeting of my higher self began when these time loops started occurring after I got sober. And that was, you know, starting in 1992 and 93, that really amazing things began happening to me. So I definitely am in contact with the Christ, but no, I'm not going to check off the boxes of Christians who want me to be this and this and this. That's not going to happen. Charlie Winter, I was in a shop. I saw something I'd like to send you. Please share your P.O. box. Okay. It's P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, Nederland, Colorado, 80466. And you guys have been sending me great stuff. I've been getting sizzle jackets. I've had a lot of loving letters. I got like $2,500 in donations of checks. This is really, really helpful. So thank you guys for all that stuff. And I do appreciate it. So let's keep going here. She implied that my friend Lynn was something like what she saw as the Dream Master. And look at how he's the one guy that's become the voice of the Alliance. So Dream Master really seems to fit pretty well. People are dreaming about the future because of his disclosures. He had this incredible facility to deal with people's metaphysical, spiritual issues. And that's what this talk was that I got invited into. It was a healing talk about a survivor. She was obviously excited about it. And so, as I say here, he has become one of the top influencers, millions of views. He's inspired and influenced the dreams of our truth movement and is helping us heal our spiritual issues. So that really, really fits, doesn't it? I think that his name was Harvey Lynn Melman instead of Nelman, and I'm just throwing that out there. Okay, so what is that all about? It directly connects to the 1980s show Alf, or Alien Life Form. Alf had a hilarious, sassy personality, and he came from Melmac. The letters of Melman are exactly the same as Melmac, except that you change the last N to a C. And Alf's character is very similar to Ezra. He does have a sarcastic bro personality, and he's very likely an E.T. soul, i.e. a wanderer. So Melman is probably just a play on Melmac. His room number was 1705. She and I were now going to go up there together and talk to him. And I said out loud, the part that draws my attention is Aragona's killer. There was a guy in school named Blank Aragona. There were two brothers who had the same last name. They were essentially dangerous jocks. You didn't want to talk to them or look at them. They would booze and drug. They had attitude and ego, etc. So again, Aragona, symbolizes the DS. That's what Aragona means. So it's the dragon. It represents the negative on earth, the force of the Antichrist. The implication is that Aragona's killer is someone who is going to remove this negative boozy influence from myself, which is what I'm doing. It was also written into a checkbook. The store had a variety of expensive things in it, but Ezra/Lynn allowed everybody to hang out. And again, that's kind of like what he's doing. Everybody can read him on X. He had a brilliant mind. He was aware of every person who came and went, which was very interesting to me. I started talking to him even though others told me not to. And again, we just had a show together last week after, Stephen tried to say he hates me. That's clearly not true. He called twice, and I didn't answer the telephone. He was calling me in the dream. I didn't give him as much attention as he wanted. As I say here, we've only had very limited communication. There was a point where we were talking outside the building and we heard a loud click. I thought somebody was tapping us on the phone. I got nervous and completely wanted to stop talking, and it all drew to a close. That was what made him think that I was ignoring him. Since I do expect any messages to be intercepted, I have to keep it brief. So I haven't really spoken to him very much for this very reason the dream said. I think that, everybody's going to read it. So I'm not going to do anything personal. Our Spaces show also had tons of interruptions. It kept hanging up on me. I kept having to get off the phone, get out of the browser, load the browser again, log back in, become a speaker again. And eventually they just stopped me being able to even talk at all. Even if I did that, I was just getting hammered. So, yeah, this actually fits very well. The idea of hearing a click, being tapped, that's exactly what the show was like. It was under tremendous attack. I had to log back in probably 15 times. And eventually, I don't even think anybody could hear me because I tried to talk and nobody even noticed that I was saying anything. They just talked right over it. So I got completely booted out of that show. They did not want me to have a last word at all, which is fine. It's still only around 1 o'clock in the morning here, 1:54 now. I've been taking large amounts of time daydreaming as I dictate this. I ate a large meal, went back to sleep. I have to let myself digest before I try to sleep again. This is an exercise in denying myself and being patient when I really would like to go back to sleep. So this is prophetic of what's happening right now. I have had significant insomnia since she died, and I do intend to try to go back to sleep after I eat breakfast while I was unsealing this. So this was right before I finally broke through and stopped having insomnia. But it took several days, and it was really rough. I was hardly sleeping at all. So the time loop is totally talking about that. So then I'm kind of like reticent to do a reading, and then all of a sudden I do one, and it's totally amazing, but that's beside the point. I don't really feel like doing a reading. I should save my energy to do others. Maybe that's looking at it the wrong way. And then here's this thing about how I hit the record button, You can read that if you want. Now Michael all of a sudden starts talking anyway. I begin hearing the voice. I say, okay, I'll do it. I'll say what he wants me to say. So then Michael says, see the circle as perfect and the square as representing those aspects of materiality that are still clinging to the sides, unable to cope with grief or to let go of the cliff that holds them. So isn't that interesting? Because clinging to the sides is like the idea of the guy in the boat in the last dream, where he was clinging to the sides of the boat, and then the clowns came down with the swords, and he gets mad because they almost cut him, and he chops off the hand of the cloud, and then remember, he gets chopped in half by the sword of Archangel Michael, which is symbolic of the DS about to lose big time. So now they're referring to that dream by saying, cling to the sides. So here's how we interpret this. The Masonic square or the black cube represent the DS. So it said, the square represents aspects of materiality that are clinging to the sides, cannot cope with grief or let go of the cliff. The circle represents the alliance, and it says, see the circle as perfect. So the people in the square are still clinging to the sides, unable to cope with their grief or let go. That's why nobody's actually surrendered, and that's why we're still in this crazy war. So how interesting that the alliance is the circle and the cabal is the square, right? And the squared circle is when the two initiatives come together and the negative is exposed, and now the whole world awakens to this. And again, the squared circle symbolizes ascension. It's a very interesting metaphor. The more we repeat these occurrences, the more we understand that to falter ahead of oneself is to remain standing in the midst of severe and or depressing circumstances. So that's what they're advising us now. Don't give up. Stay standing. Stay in the fight. Ezra wanted to quit. Other people have said they want to quit. Don't quit. Stay in the game. The drivers of this information and knowledge come about through a variety of forms. And as I said here, the Alliance and Ezra have inspired millions to rise up on their own and begin speaking truth. And then Michael is one of the drivers of this information. I mean, he's channeling this through me with very high accuracy, apparently, because it's so time-looped. I couldn't have done this. There's no way I could fake this. That's why the trolls are just ridiculous. It's like, dude, what are you even saying? I mean, you can't debunk this. So now check this out. Michael is telling us we're on track for the ascension and the arrest. Everything is fine. Michael says, we have now found that which we require to do our biddings. We will cross over the bridge with an understanding that our purpose has been fulfilled on your planet. And this is very good. So what do you think he means by cross over the bridge? He's talking about humanity will ascend. They have fulfilled their purpose. We have found what we need to do our biddings, and it's very good. Amazing. Keep in mind that however small the actions may be, their ramifications extend far larger than this. So again, my show seems to be kind of small. You know, yeah, we have 4,000 people right now. That's still there, but, you know, we're not getting 40,000 like we did before. And, you know, it's sometimes I feel like, oh, I don't know if this is ever really going to go anywhere. Well, no. My life is going to change in very dramatic ways, and these shows are going to become historic because we're talking about something before it actually happened. So now people are going to go back and watch this, and then we're probably going to get a lot more viewers, and they're going to be like, oh, David was on talking about this, and he was on talking about this, and then all that stuff came true. It's already begun. Congress is already saying the same thing. 4 types of beings: Nordics, Greys, Reptilians, and Insectoids. Like, yeah, that's standard David Wilcock. UFO crash retrieval, standard David Wilcock. Technology exploitation and classified projects, we made a company based on that. We want to break this out of the secrecy and get equipment like this built so that we don't have to be having stuff that's crappy compared to what's classified. That's what I'm involved in. So this is one of the most incredible things he's ever said. They have fulfilled their purpose on Earth. We are going to ascend. They have everything they need. And while they're talking about Ezra, which is incredible. And thus, don't see the incoming clientele, and they're talking about angelic beings, their clientele, beings from various worlds who are going to visit us once this happens. That's what this means. Don't see the incoming clientele as being a hindrance, but rather as an opportunity for them to expand into the realms most inhabitable by you within the physical sphere. After the effect of the shock of success has worn off, you can indeed relax into the surprise of where all of this is heading. So, again, the incoming clientele likely refers to ETs who will then inhabit the Earth. It says they will expand into the realms most inhabitable in the physical sphere, and then there's going to be a shock of success that will then wear off, where we now are dealing with them directly all the time, and we can relax into the surprise of the ascended world that we're heading into. Everybody's going to be in a much better place. Nobody's going to be poor. There's not going to be a rich and poor anymore. The world is going to change extremely dramatically once the ETs are allowed to talk to us. And they're telling us right here that these are the incoming clientele, and they will expand into our habitable physical realms. So this is a very incredible prophecy saying that they are coming back. I could just drop the microphone and be like, boom, we're done, that's it. But no, it just goes on and on from here. It's incredible. Our book, which is what we're doing right now, we're reading the pages of the book. This would be book 8 of Michael Prophecies each week. And now it's 3:33 local time. 3:33:33 is happening right now. Our book will indeed become a popular one, as it touches on so many different issues of preeminent importance. This is the foundation point. This is where you must start. So again, the idea is that this is going to be seen by a lot more people, because once everybody realizes these beings are coming back, then yes, these issues are of preeminent importance. And what about the last 2 lines? This was actually off of a Kenny Aronoff drum video that I taught myself how to drum off of. And then before I left LA, I actually got to meet Kenny Aronoff. And should I tell this story? Oh my God, am I going to get in trouble if I tell this story? I was hanging out with Steve Lukather, the guitar player from Toto, and I was hanging out with Kenny Aronoff, and I had, not used anything, and I think I might have, no, this was after I'd started to use cannabis again, but they wanted to eat mushrooms, and I was like, all right, well, what the hell, I haven't done this in a really long time, and Kenny Aronoff has a bald head, and so bald head is very smooth, and it was reflected off on the light. And then Steve Lukather, like the greatest guitar player of all time from Toto, says, hey, Kenny is standing up. And he says, hey, Kenny, how you feeling? And he says, I am smooth. And with the bald head being smooth, it was so, and I didn't want to say that it was funny because he has a smooth bald head. And I started laughing, and we got into this laughing, like 10, 15 minutes of uncontrollable laughter as I kept trying to explain why him saying the word smooth was funny, but I couldn't actually say the word bald. It was so funny, you guys. That was really, really fantastic, I have to say. And so so now I know that I met Kenny Aronoff, right? And then they say, this is the foundation. They quote his video. And he's a very popular musician. So again, there I was hanging out with two of the most famous musicians on earth, showing prophecy is saying, I'm going to become like that. But I won't give up on you guys. I'm still going to you're going to hear from me somehow. I'll make sure I always do shows. I promise. They might not be as often, but I will do them. Do not fail to give credence to those who would help you along in this process, and recognize that the bondage of karma does exist. In this dream, then, there is the direct bleed over of past life information into that termed as the present. So again, Ezra and I knew each other, apparently, when I was Edgar Casey. And he is the one who is helping me along in the process. So we are giving him credence. That's why Michael has decided to single out Ezra and mention him in this week's show, and that we have a karmic bond. The focus of this information lies in the grievances that have carried over from said past life of the entity identified by you here as Harvey Melman. So again, it appears Ezra and I worked together in my Casey past life, and likely others. We apparently didn't always get along. And in my dream, he showed up as he looked when I knew him back then. Recognize that this is indeed a character of sorts, bound by the distinctions present in the subconscious, as it translates information into knowledge that can then be apprehended in a direct, concise format. We do see that what goes around comes around, and this is very good. So the work that Ezra and I are doing together in this life is very good, and this symbolizes the alliance. We are really doing an amazing job, I think, and bringing it all to a head, and now so many people, millions of people, are following this more than the mainstream media. It is important to keep track of all of your bets and notice the ways in which they are working. When we both arrive at last at the destination point, you will be better off, better for the wear, having done this. It is an important and vital promise that we are fulfilling to the people of the planet. And that realization greatly takes off the pressure. So, I mean, imagine how humbling it is for me to read this, you guys. Like, wow. You will be better off when we both arrive at last at the destination point. That means they're going to show up. The ETs are going to show up. They're going to be here too at the destination point. And I've made my bet on them. And I will be better off for having done this because they have to fulfill their promise of ascension. So they're telling me, once you understand how important you are to us, David, that should take off the pressure because we're going to protect you. And we're all under divine protection. You just have to follow the basic Christ principles. So inform yourselves about the truth of what is happening here. It is an opportunity to recover lost information, an opportunity to translate these writings into a form others can see and understand. It is an opportunity to then have success paved in the way of the divine, an heirloom coveted in previous incarnations but never brought to full term. Which is interesting, right? Because the lost information is like what we did when we built the pyramid. I was supposedly Rata who built the pyramid. So we're recovering lost information, the information of the DS that the Alliance is now bringing out. That's another aspect of that. And then in my other lifetime as Casey, we never had a successful business. I ended up dying broke. Whereas now we're going to have a very successful aerospace business paved in the way of the divine. So this is all talking about the success that's coming in for the whole planet as the Alliance wins. Now is the time to make one's actions disappear into the will of the Father, Mother, God, so as to become an instrument of its peace. Now is the time to look up to the guiding light of the one infinite Creator and to recognize that this light reverberates throughout all of the creation. We were just talking about that with the photon. The original photon started the whole universe of geometry. The light reverberates throughout all of creation. So he knows what our show was, folks. We were just talking about the guiding light of the one, that it looks like this Star of David. So the idea here is that we want you, we as in the angelic community here that I represent as an ambassador, we want your actions to disappear into the will of the Father, Mother, God. That way you've consecrated your life in service. You're not afraid. No spear will pierce your body. No bullet will pierce your body because you have the anointing. You have the protection from Jesus, from Archangel Michael. This is not a joke. As long as you are a good person, you follow these principles in your own life, you will be protected. And we've had almost no losses in our community. The Virginia situation is very sad. I don't know what the heck was going on there, but that's an extremely rare thing. Very few people actually have this happen to them. And you just want to, wrap yourself in the armor of God. So this is beautiful. Imagine if you were only acting on behalf of what you think the will of the Father, Mother, God is. That might change how you behave. I'm living that way. This light need only be tapped into as a reservoir of infinite peace that can then give breath to the stillness that has existed within the minds of men and women, as you would term them. It's so beautiful, so poetic. And I apparently mispronounced the word brief, breath as brief, because I was reading it, but I was always tranced out, and he was showing me these words. So there's that thing. Go forth then, and be aware that the work you are doing together, this is Ezra and David, is indeed of vital importance to the future of human civilization. I messaged Ezra. I said, dude, this is a stunning prophecy of imminent future success. Go forth then, and stunning significance to humanity. Bearing that in mind then, there is a much heightened capacity to be quick and stunning in one's actions, impressing all of us in the higher realms with your perspicacity. And remember, the latest post, he's saying it may be one day that the arrest will happen, and it will go very quickly, right? It will not go slowly. So stunning and quick in your actions. And Ezra was just calling for action, not words, about the Stephen problem. He hasn't named him yet, but it's the same guy. We know that. Obviously, this event was not happenstance. You did notice the timing of Lynn's letter then corresponded with the ending point of the book that we had chosen well in advance, so to speak. Okay, Ezra just wrote me back. We started talking for the first time, right as we are now finishing the Michael prophecies with our weekly time loops that I'm doing every Sunday, more or less, since last September. The timing of his letter, Lynn, they're calling him, corresponds with the ending point of the book, which is good, right? We want this to be over. We don't want, they're going to almost arrest, but they haven't done it yet. We don't want that to go on. I'm tired of it. So Lynn's letter corresponds with the ending of the book. Thank God. The timing of these events was meant to illustrate a point, which is as follows. And now they directly mention looking glass, what we talked about in last week's show, the pineal gland machine. They mentioned it in the reading. It's another time. It's like, whoa. When the looking glass is no longer illuminated darkly, but rather becomes a clear and precise lens, in other words, the DS is defeated and everybody knows the truth now, it is then possible for the other selves who have been in focus previously, which is basically human extraterrestrials, that's what they're talking about, to be more greatly attracted to the planet Earth by the force that we have within. So once we ascend, we get a clear looking glass, the other selves will arrive. And again, I had done a show 2 days before I unsealed this on the looking glass. I could not believe it. I was just tripped out completely. There is a previous karmic resentment, I suppose, between David and Ezra that is clear in this dream. Hopefully we don't have that now. I just worry that, if I talk to anybody, they're going to get mad at me, so that's kind of why I don't, because that's what always seems to happen. We wish for that to be illustrated by some of the difficulties that had occurred therein, corresponding to David's own conscious lack of desire to answer the phone on Saturday. As I was unsealing this, tomorrow was Saturday, and I had indeed taken a therapeutic massage appointment, so I won't be able to answer the phone for Michael's time loop that day. I had to do all the work on Friday. So it was so crazy that I deliberately was not going to answer the phone of the time loop on Saturday, and I had to do all this work on Friday, and then Michael talks about that in the time loop. Aragona's killer. I mean, wow. Slaying the dragon. How did he know all this? So then when I first transcribed it, it was actually Saturday, and I did not answer the phone until 2:30 p.m., and the reading is equating this with holdovers of Casey's past life, where I did not appreciate the work I was doing or see its future significance. So again, time loops in 2006, time loops in 2025. Everything that we have spoken of is indeed a portion of the greater whole here. It is for this reason that we continue to insist that, wait for it, folks, they mentioned the plan. That's the name of what the Alliance is following. It's called the plan, to arrest these people and bring about disclosure. The greatest plan for progress and action has occurred outside the conscious mind of either of these two entities, which is obviously David and Ezra. There is, in a sense, a magnetic attraction present. So this is a direct prophetic reference to the plan, the idea that even though Ezra is posting stuff from the Alliance and I'm posting stuff from Michael, this is all really orchestrated by higher intelligent beings, and neither one of us really know everything about what's going to happen. Even the entirety of the Alliance, they're getting ready to do the arrests, but there is great mystery for everyone around what's going to happen once we get the cosmic family reunion, once these beings come back. And they say, you know, once the shock of success wears off, you're going to settle into this very new life. You're going to have new ascension, new abilities. It's very exciting. So the greatest plan is outside the conscious minds of either of these two entities. That's humanity's ascension. How interesting, huh? I just love it. Now they mentioned the pyramid has a chief cornerstone, right? That's the capstone. And Jesus is the chief cornerstone in the Bible. So Jesus is the pyramid. That was one of the biblical references to it. The fundamental, and we just talked about the pyramid for like 6 episodes. The fundamental cornerstones of this edifice that we are building, yeah, that's pyramid, require those who have amazing intent and focus. So again, these are pyramid references, the edifice and the Christ capstone. It is for this reason that we have attracted Lynn, i.e. Ezra, to our work and David's work. They have a karmic pre-arrangement, which would make sense. He says, I suppose you could say that. In other words, Ezra and I apparently planned all this out before incarnation, that he was going to be doing this role of making these posts, and I was going to be doing this role of deciphering them, and we would know each other again. We've known each other in other lifetimes, and it was all planned out for humanity's ascension. That's really, really amazing. And they're comparing it to the building of the pyramid, that we are building an edifice, that the pyramid, again, being restored represents humanity's ascension. Remote viewing the future, I think there is a good chance for you to see the positive products of this interaction in a rapid and concise format. So no, we are not going to be waiting for the arrests, because that's what Ezra is getting us ready for. You will see the positive products in a rapid and concise format when we remote view the future. So again, this is prophetic that the Alliance will be doing arrests in the near future. It will happen rapidly and concisely, and the work that Ezra and I are doing is, in a sense, very biblical, and we're helping to smooth the path for the second coming of Christ. I mean, it's really intense, dude. I love it. Let's not focus on that part just yet, but instead on what lies in the immediate future. This comes about quite directly This comes about quite directly through the conscious willingness on behalf of both entities this is David and Ezra, to engage themselves in a business or pseudo-business relationship, as we see this interaction transcending that normally termed as commerce. And again, we're on X Spaces together, and basically he's like the producer. He writes the script, and I'm the talent, and I act out the script of the slides. So they're calling it a pseudo-business relationship. Nobody's paying me, but I'm doing this as a volunteer, so therefore it transcends commerce. I mean, it's so fascinating. Like, at this point, all ambiguity is lost. If you can't see that this is a time loop and this is the real thing, then you're only here to be a bully and a jerk. And we don't need that. So team can just delete anybody who keeps on wanting to threaten me and attack me, and there's plenty of them. Fear not, there's Michael responding to me, right? Fear not for the naysayers and skeptics, and realize that the interested parties will be greatly enhanced and quickened by this information. That is the greatest work that can be done at this time. So again, this clearly shows that my work profiling these time loops, the science of the time-traveling dinosaurs, It brings all that UFO stuff into focus because you realize, oh my God, this is happening like all the time. And they just don't tell you because they think it's a Masonic secret and they want it to be classified. So, oh, we don't want you to learn about portals. No, 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 no. That would mean you'd want that. We don't want to give it to you. We want to keep it for ourselves. That's not going to happen anymore. So again, I realize now that my work in doing the time loops and helping Ezra is even more important than trying to lose myself chasing money for Stavati. So yes, we are going to get deals, and I am going to go to important meetings, but I've realized, like, I can't allow the aerospace job to swallow this up because what Michael is doing through me and Ezra is so heavy. It's so heavy, and I love it. I'm so excited about everything. Fear not for the skeptics. Well, that's right after he just exposed Stephen. And now Stephen's, we're not seeing him anymore on Twitter. So, and then I said also that fear not for the naysayers and skeptics is triangulated into the present in 2006. I just read the nastiest online attack I've seen against my work and credibility since the days that I ran a discussion forum back in like 2003. So 3 years ago. And then again, Ezra just broke his silence to expose Stephen, so that's another layer of it. Fear not for the skeptics. And realize the interested parties will be greatly enhanced and quickened by this information. This is everybody in the alliance to the very top levels, and the president. That is the greatest work that can be done at this time. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So we're going to keep on going a little bit more because there's more stuff. The same day, 5:23 a.m., the dream continued with Lynn, and he went to my house now. When he was at my house, we saw a video game and we played the game together. Well, this is like how we're playing the game of defeating the dragon together. The video, and Labyrinth has a dragon in it. That was the original Apple game that had a dragon in it. The video game was a labyrinth type of adventure. Labyrinths also symbolize underground tunnels that are now being talked about, Catherine Austin Fitz, and also what happens with crimes that take place in these areas. So here I am with Ezra, and we're going through a labyrinth. It has so many layers. It also indicates the pyramid again. I was commenting out loud how remarkably realistic this video game was. There were labyrinths and mazes, and then there was a concrete door I came up to, and I needed to open it in the dark to get into the beginning of a new level. So as we get closer to exposing the truth, the public is hearing stories that are getting darker and darker. And again, the opening of doors is all pyramid symbolism, the passageways, labyrinth, etc. So the concrete door represents that we're about to open up into some really dark stuff, and people are going to be freaked out when they learn the truth. People who haven't been doing this homework, you're going to have to help them. Now, as I open the door, my character gets swamped with bats, a symbol of the demonic if ever there was one. He had to zap them repeatedly to get them to die, and it very nearly damaged or killed him. And this is prophetic, again, of enterprising Desert Raven and all of Stephen's other identities, making death threats to the top influencers in our community. All of his Unabomber-style posts have flying creatures in the name, Raven, Osprey, Hawk, etc. Bats being associated with evil. And then Michael actually calls them virals. Viruses are getting people to die. Viruses damaged or nearly killed people. So this is really, really interesting stuff, you guys. And we had a donation come in. Ali369, I have a company called Holohaptic Labs. I'm in the first stages of making holograms you can touch with no additional wearables. I have funding for the prototypes. I'm happy to chat if you would like. Yeah, that could be something we could actually use. So thank you. By all means, send an email to stavati.com and we will put you on the list. Charlie Winter says, Archangel Michael came to me in a dream once before he left. I asked if he had time for a question. He said, I have absolutely no time. What is your question? That's funny. And then S. Gashner says, Dinocrates of Rhodes, Dino Crates, technical advisor for Alexander the Great. Okay, so, we're going to keep on smacking down trolls. They're all over the place. There's some really crazy stuff in here. I'm just trying to see if anybody else donated. I love you, David. We like that. Let's see. It's been a while. I guess I caught the latest ones. David, camera, LOL. I mean, yeah, it's like I'm on the air for like 4 or 5 hours. If I occasionally screw up my camera angle, I'm sorry. But anyway, let's keep on going, man. This is some really, really cool shit. So my character gets swamped with bats, just like my mom's dream with the flying ospreys. He nearly got damaged or killed. And again, Michael calls them virals. So this is talking about the plagues they've unleashed on us, the flying reptilians again, the trolling, the death threats, the lawsuits, all the stuff I've been going through. And we're all going through it together. Then we were in the bathroom. I saw this guy taking a leak. This is not Ezra, this is somebody else. And it represents these DS guys, these politicians. I noticed how large his equipment was. This was still supposed to be within the video game that he and I were both playing. You meet this character. As I went to the bathroom, I noticed that I had something larger than usual as well. Well, this is a veiled embarrassing reference to the abuses that are being stopped as these people are arrested and interrupted. And again, Michael's very subtle. He never goes on the nose. Because of how crazy everything was, I asked this guy how we should be playing the game. The surprising answer was, do not open up all of the chambers on every level. Instead, figure out what you need to do with each level, and when it was done, you leave it behind. And so again, they're going through 14,000 terabytes of data from this one guy, 1,000 agents. They're probably not going to be able to do it fast enough. And so in Hollywood, we have this saying, which is, the best is the enemy of the good. And what that means is that if you work really, really hard to do your very best job, then it's going to take too long and you're going to miss the deadline. And so the best is the enemy of the good. If you do a good job and you're a great artist, then everybody thinks it's great, but you actually spend a lot less time on it as well. So anyway, let's go back to that. So yeah, that might be Michael telling them, we don't have to get everybody in every video. Let's just do a good enough job. You don't need to open up all the chambers. And maybe they'll listen to that. That might mean it happens faster. Trying to open all of the doors was an enormous risk that they did not want me to take in the video game. There were many, many bats, though, and my dream voice just referred to them as virals. Isn't that interesting? So we're talking about inoculations, we're talking about illnesses, all that stuff. And this is further proof that bats symbolize them wanting to kill people, in this case, intentionally doing it by the billions. So that's what the bats really mean. And the world nearly got destroyed. We barely made it. Also, trolls want their personalities to go viral by attacking people who are famous, and the bats also symbolize Stephen, who is apparently very, very active today in the comments, I must say. The idea was to walk through and explore the doors that were already open. And then at some point, as I was doing this, I achieved Ascension, and I turned into a light body. Just like that. I mean, it's incredible. And so Michael is telling us that the work that Ezra and the Alliance are doing to arrest this group will directly create our ascension. What a fascinating twist for the dream to take. I mean, it's honestly, like, the stuff that happened this week has completely, like, reinvigorated me, and I'm like, wow, this is all true. This is all really going to happen. I'm not being played by anybody, and I'm very inspired to keep doing this work, because wow, wow, wow. I ascended right as they're opening up these chambers. My ascension got all the lights to come on in the first place, and I had just spoken last Sunday. I did a very quick unsealing of this on the 9th of April, and the lights had flickered in a store I was in when I said to the lady that I'm actually doing magic, which again, in Law of One terms, just means the alteration of consciousness to produce paranormal phenomena. The deliberate alteration of consciousness to produce paranormal phenomena, which could include, the voice of God speaking through you like this. When I came out of the game, I was glad that it was finally all over. That represents all of us, right, as this arrest happens. And now I realized I was home. The world is going to become like a home again. Lynn wanted me to go back to Schenectady with him. It was getting really late. I wasn't sure it was a good idea. I thought I knew where we parked. We went out the front door of my house, which was very strange. And again, the pyramid, you go in through the front door, it accesses the labyrinth that was portrayed here. And my mother had just told me that the shingles fell off the house I grew up in, which I own, and must be replaced. So we got to go do that. So that's all related. Now we have another dream the same morning. Just a couple hours later, I go back to sleep. I wake up again 7:23, and I have another dream that's totally awesome. I was traveling out of body and I visited my former high school. It was completely barren inside. There was nothing there. There's a few custodians. That was about it. And this goes on to symbolize the abuse that is taking place in various institutions, such as schools, because the DS is now being all cleared out on a worldwide level. The previous dream ended with our leaving the house I grew up in at 621. My mother is now selling the house that she's living in, wants to sell off her furniture. I realize the barren rooms in 621 not having furniture in it is telling me I'll go ahead and buy my mother's furniture, which she's going to sell anyway, have her put it in the house so it can be there because she's now building a guest house on my brother's property. She's going to be staying in a nice trailer while the work is being done. So again, this is like the dream telling me, oh, your mother is going to be having this new place and she's getting rid of all the furniture. Why don't you buy it and fill up the empty spaces? Jim Garrigus, I've been out of commission for about a month now. It's great to hear you live again. Thank you, David. Thank you, Jim. So again, this is probably like the most amazing time loop we've ever had. I was in an ascended state, basically, flying down the halls of my high school at a very fast speed. Nobody could see me, and I could travel at remarkable speed, an advancement of other ghost-like abilities I've had in other dreams. There were two guys from high school in one of the rooms. One's name was John. We're not going to give the last name. The other was the guy who worked in, Village Pizza. Right. So this is going to symbolize the DS, you guys, because you know what that's prophetic of. It says it right there. I discovered the pizza guy in the abandoned school, and it mirrors the abandoned Congress building that we see in the next section. So these guys represent people in this group who cannot see the truth yet. And they're hanging around in this empty building. And again, very much associated with pizza. They were both watching TV. I was aware that I had dreaming abilities. I projected myself through the looking glass, right? Again, the symbol of the looking glass, so they could see me coming through and entering into the room. I did the same thing a few more times where I left and came back. Strangely enough, they were convinced that I was a regular person. They were ignoring what they were seeing. So this again symbolizes the people in the DS are not aware that, like, yeah, what's happening to David is unprecedented. We've never had anybody who's doing prophecy week after week like this since last September. It's months and months now. It'll be a year come next September if we keep on going. Every week, all I have to do is go to the next dream or the next reading, and it's totally time looped in with everything that's going on in the world. You think I could fake this? How could I fake this? How could I possibly fake all this weird stuff? These guys watching the TV represent the people that are being brainwashed by these folks, that they're not seeing what's really going on. They're not seeing that we're about to ascend. They're not seeing that the Alliance is about to arrest people. They're not seeing that there's a happy ending. They're lost in their grief and, oh my God, it's so scary and horrifying. So again, thank you, Jim Garrigus. And we're continuing to smack Stephen down constantly in the comments. I can see it from what the team is doing. I started to wonder if maybe they just weren't capable of perceiving that I'd gone through the window. There was a couple of times where I felt I brought some of the glass with me when I went through. I had to go back to the window and massage it to get the essence of glass out of my energy body. Well, I had just talked about tornado physics in the last show, and the straw is embedded in plate glass windows. This is called blending. So there again, I think the next show is now going to be on tornado physics. It kind of has to be because, you know, it's fed to me right in the dream here. So again, this represents ascended beings trying to reach out to humanity, and people refuse to see that angelic beings exist. They were just so involved in watching their TV. This is most people, right? This is the people we're trying to wake up. It was unbelievable. I tried to turn the television off. That was one of the things I did as a ghost. Every time I got it to work, they would turn it back on almost immediately. So my efforts were basically useless. And this is the slumbering masses refusing to see the truth because they're glued to the television mainstream media. I left the room they were in. I floated outside. It looked like Phyllis's house in Virginia Beach. That's one of the places I stayed, literally two blocks from the ARE Casey Center, where Casey did his work. I floated up higher, and then I saw a barbed wire fence. Remember, these are people watching TV in that room. Above the fence was a shadowy government facility that had colorful rainbow hedges surrounded by barbed wire that you couldn't quite see, and they didn't want anybody to get inside. And so this government facility with rainbow hedges is clearly a symbol of the DS, And on the same day that I was doing the final unsealing, this image that is exactly what they showed you in the dream. This is Harvard University with rainbow lights on it so that they're doing their pride thing. And it says right here, a taxing showdown. 47 says that Harvard is going to lose their tax-exempt status. And then right there, Friday, May 2nd at 7:45 a.m., the same day that I'm doing this unsealing, because I can't do it on Saturday. And they talk about the rainbow-colored building surrounded by barbed wire, and there it is. I mean, that is an incredible time loop. I love that Michael can do this. I mean, I don't have to work that hard. I just keep on making the slides, and this system just works every week. It's like I had no idea that while I was living in this frickin' barn, I'm literally living in a horse barn with hay, that in the dream that I'm having in the barn, that it's describing this whole life that I've got now with such pinpoint accuracy for like almost a year of my life come September. So it's really, really amazing, you guys. Then I found myself in downtown Schenectady. There was a big round metal building that was supposed to represent the Cavalier Hotel, one of the places I worked in Virginia. The outside of the building was brown sheet metal, and they seemed to have been some sort of earth change or something. Perhaps it was urban riots. So the big round building, well, that's Congress, right? Congress has the dome. So this actually symbolizes Congress. And let's see if there's anybody here that looks like I missed one. Or did I get that one? Oh, no, we did get that one. That was from Eva, so I'll say thank you. All right, just want to make sure that I keep up with all you guys. And inside my house, I'm protected by Christ and Oregon, so peaceful. Out in the world, the projected chaos is intense. Damien Kadgeser says, I'm trying very hard to believe in God. My faith has been struggling, especially since COVID. I understand that. But, you know, this type of stuff, these time loops, I mean, what's the explanation? What other explanation is there for this? How did I do this if I don't have some higher part of myself that's way more effective than what we would normally see? Cynthia Marie Brewer, I'm the big secret. The center of disclosure, Black Ops, I'm the alien. Yeah, I mean, we're learning all this stuff. Math the Creator, hey Dave, much love from the Celtic lands. Dude, nice haircut. I dig your sideburns. Thank you. You know, this is what I'm happy to do. So then we can just keep on going there. Yeah, Ridgeline, thank you guys. The Stephen people are very, very active today. He's got a whole little team. They're all sad that, you know, he can't abuse people on Twitter anymore, apparently. So we got Congress as a big round building. It looks like the Cavalier Hotel. The Cavalier Hotel does look like Washington, D.C. buildings, so that fits. And then there was urban riots. So this is totally predictive of people burning down Tesla dealerships, and it's actually going to be predictive of the arrests of people in Congress that we're expecting we're going to see. All of this is time looped in here. Very fascinating. This big round building, again, Congress, was littered with sizable bullet holes. So this is Tesla vehicles and the dome of the Congress, the round building. You can see where this is going. That could be the alliance. Hopefully it doesn't turn into anything like that, but we don't know what's going to happen. I think it's more symbolic of people hating their government right now. Some people do. I didn't see it at first. When I looked at it and realized the bullet holes were there, I was totally shocked. So again, everybody's trying to shoot at 47. You know the deal. It's crazy. I was pretty surprised. And they're literally trying to assassinate him, right? I wanted to go in there. When I went in, there was no familiar architecture of any kind. Everything had been cleared out. Well, this again is the idea that, you know, there's going to be large vacancies in government once we learn the truth. It had huge tall ceilings, barren walls, and nothing else, just like the school I saw before. Again, suggesting that many politicians are going to end up being arrested. Lots of vacancies. I was going down these corridors and hallways that were just empty. Finally, I started to see people, and they were looking for a tour guide. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought, oh, I could have done that, but I really didn't want to. So again, I am the tour guide. I'm now going out on the show with Ezra and telling people, hey, this is what's going on. So people are looking for a tour guide. That's talking about me and what we did together. I walked all the way down and came to a room that looked like a banquet room. There were people up at a desk, and they were signing people up. This symbolizes the military, the alliance, and military recruitment. When I saw that people wanted to hire me, I said, screw this, and turned around. And again, my parents were very against the military, so I said, oh, I never joined the military when I was growing up. Now here I am doing full military service in what I do every week. I saw a woman who looked like my former abusive boss from blank. Somebody else saw me too. She said hello, but it was very strained. So again, this is prophetic of how the Alliance is now attracting more people into the military. This is an enlistment desk that I see inside the high school. And I have enlisted, man. I mean, I'm on the front line. I learned they had removed all of their security cameras and had police officers instead. The whole thing was definitely weird. My father was going to pick me up from the hotel after a while. There was a classroom with Diana and a few others from high school that I seemed to be going to. This is again how we're all learning from the Alliance and Michael right now. They wanted me to stay in there, but I didn't feel like I could be there. And this again is the archetype of rejecting the quest. I haven't done that in a long time, but I did for quite a while. I was really surprised it was all emptied out. It is interesting that the same theme happened in 2 different locations, the empty building, first a school, then Congress. I made arrangements for my father to pick me up, but we never actually did it. At the very end, I was walking with a couple girls from the class. They were talking about having a Victoria's Secret clothing store. And the guy who ran that is now on the list. So that is part of the story. How weird is that? She had a plan for something called Salvation Army. That seems to me to represent the Alliance and how they're going to save people from these secrets. She was going to do it right on one of the streets in Scotia, the one my friend Brad lived on. I didn't tell her not to do it. I implied that she ought to make a play on the word secret and imply it wasn't really a secret, it was just called Victoria's or something like this. Well, this was also funny because, as you know, last week I did a really funny skit. Drunk Angry Daddy reveals his darkest family secret. And this was 2 days before the unsealing. He does all this build-up, you're going to cry, it's going to, please sit down. And then it's not even a secret, it's his own misguided opinion that everything bad is because of your mother. I thought that was so funny. I mean, you guys loved it. You loved the comedy routine, so thank you very much for that. And again, so Michael knows what I did last week, and he's putting it into the time loop. The secret wasn't really a secret. That was the whole joke of my comedy, was that the secret is not really a secret. So it's very, very interesting. There were definitely some hot, attractive women involved in the class I was aware of. But these again represent Hollywood and how sick these people are, because the girls had 2 dogs. They were tying the dogs together by their legs and arms, and then they muzzled them and put some kind of snorkel over their noses. So this is prophetic of the DS encouraging hoaxes, such as you can see right there, and treating us like dogs. They use celebrity models to sell us on these ideas. So they're literally masking the dogs. And then they're going to throw them into the water and try to drown them. I mean, it's even more sick. These women were going to throw the dogs into the water and see if they would survive with the snorkel. It was strange, and it didn't seem related to anything else. Remember, these were supposedly Victoria's Secret models and representing Hollywood. They were talking about it like they were excited. And I'm not sure what's that supposed to mean. So again, this is prophetic of how much they enjoyed what they went through in 2020 and put us through. They like the idea of throwing a mask on you and having you drown in this horrible world that they've created. And so the dogs symbolize us, the girls symbolize the DS. So these are magnificent time loop prophecies of success. Because remember, let's go back to what he said a little bit earlier. We have now found that which we require to do our biddings. We will cross over the bridge with an understanding that our purpose has been fulfilled on this planet, and that is very good. Keep in mind, however, that however small the actions may be, the ramifications go far larger than this. Fantastic prophecy of success. He says, remote viewing the future, I think there is a good chance for you to see the positive products of this interaction in a rapid and concise format. That's prophetic of the arrests coming, as we just said. Go forth then, and be aware that the work you are doing together is indeed of vital importance to the future of human civilization. So no pressure on me or on Ezra. Kaylin Robinson says so many cool and poignant prophecies. I'm actually going to keep going. I summarized some of the ones from the next day so you can have more fun here with me. This is a really weird, deeply encrypted one. It says, it's very strange, cryptic. Musically, a 2, and they spelled it out, TWO, Musically a too fastidious Don he was. Clearly prophetic of 45 and 47's 2 terms in office that we now have seen. And he spelled out the number 2. So you got the name Don, and of course he is fastidious, and his music is popular music. People like listening to him the same way they'd like listening to a band. They go to a concert. So musically a too fastidious Don. How amazing. And we had another donation come in. David Applegren, I have now found the entrance to the hidden chambers in the Great Pyramid. I want to share the blueprints. I see it as very important for humanity. Can I send them via X or email, or what is best? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just send it to me by mail. We gave the P.O. box earlier. You can also go to thedisclosure.com, send something to the customer service team. They can get it to me that way too. So either way is fine. All right. So you can imagine how excited I am that they mentioned his first name, his 2 terms, and that he's like a rock star, and that he's fastidious, all in that one little line. So clearly they like him, even though the Cabal doesn't. The Alliance does, and Michael does. Now he says, we move ever closer to the point of your concrescence, your own internal fulfillment. This is Ascension, right? Your own internal fulfillment of this principle we have set forth. We are greatly relieved for that. So Don, as they're calling him here, he's bringing that in. He's helping us to get to concrescence. A master initiates himself before Jesus is born, so that when the birth comes, they're literally predicting the second coming of Christ now. There is no surprise at the fanfare of his arrival. That is what we want for you. So we should be masters initiating ourselves before Jesus actually returns. So I said here, humanity's imminent ascension is now being directly associated with the second coming of Christ or rapture in the Christian tradition. I mean, how exciting. Then I had a perfectly sharp triangular contrail in my dream. We were following these things very quickly in the sky and underwater, and they looked like triangles. Just today, as I unsealed this, Ezra posted RFK admitting that planes are releasing toxic material with jet fuel additives, possibly coordinating with DARPA. And then the day before, May 1st, we had this huge disclosure, all these people coming out and disclosing things like alien technology being back engineered. We had Dr. Eric Davis telling us there's Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids in Congress. Michael is right on top of it. And then he says this, we wanted to give you this material to illustrate how quickly you have a comparably metallic object that can become invisible to the eye of the observer except for a certain few telltale clues. And we already talked about how, yes, when you shield gravity, whoops, oh my God, I'm sorry. Here we go again. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. Damn it. It's so long to be on the air. It's 4 hours and 11 minutes I've been on the air. So sorry about that. Let's go back a little bit so that you can read it as a slide. Sorry, I screwed it up. I don't know how far back I went. So anyway, let's go to this part. Now you can read it for yourself. Sorry about that. I'll stay on the slide now. But, I'm hanging in there. I'm keeping it real for you guys. The Master initiates himself before Jesus is born, so that when the birth comes, there is no surprise at the fanfare of his arrival. That is what we want for you. And our imminent ascension is now directly associated with the second coming of Christ. So for the Christians watching, they should be very, very excited that Archangel Michael said this. Jesus is coming back. So amazing. Then I had the dream of the perfect triangular contrail, literally the contrail part. That's what everybody was talking about in Congress. We were following these things very quickly, and they had the outline of a triangle. We're going to get a lot more into this next week. And then just today, as I unsealed this, Ezra comes out with RFK admitting that planes are releasing these toxic materials, and you can see what they are, through jet fuel additives, possibly in coordination with DARPA. And then again, the huge disclosure just occurred in Congress. We have Dr. Eric Davis saying you got Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids. In Congress, he's dropping this. I mean, wow. It validates everything I've been telling you. So the trolls are irrelevant at this point. And then Michael says, and I wanted to make sure we were on the slide, we wanted to give you this material to illustrate how quickly you have a comparably metallic object that can become invisible to the eye of the observer except for a certain few telltale clues. We discussed invisibility, where gravity is shielded. It's the same thing that happens with the dragon, right? The dragon is actually a time-traveling pteranodon or pterodactyl. And as it first comes through the portal, it has this luminous glow. Thus, it becomes the fire-breathing dragon. We talked about the Russian scientist, Dr. Viktor Grebennikov, that he made a flying platform out of beetle wings, these June bug wings, and that once he levitated a certain amount off the ground, that he turned invisible. So when the UFO turns on the anti-gravity, the gravity interrupts the normal, the anti-gravity interrupts the normal flow that keeps those atoms held down like a beach ball below the surface in space-time, our reality. When you release the pressure, the ball pops into time-space, and now it becomes a wave function, right? We talked about this. It becomes a wave function. The UFO exists in past, present, and future. It's no longer visible to us because it's stretched out in time in this parallel reality that switches in as soon as you negate gravity. That's the big Archangel Michael science that we've been talking about. And every episode I'm showing it to you, and I'm doing it again. So here they are, totally referring back to everything we talked about in last week's show, and the show before that, and the portals, and the pyramid, that objects become invisible when you turn off gravity, and here they are talking about it in 1999 in the time loop. It's freaking amazing. I don't know what the hell these skeptics are doing. They're just so lost in their own misery that they think, oh, I'm going to debunk David Wilcock. You can't debunk this. How could I have possibly set this stuff up? It's all provable that this goes back to 1999. I got the tapes right there. I've got transcripts that go back on all my hard drives. I published it online in 1999 and 2000. This is not something I faked. So the proof is totally satisfied. It's up to you whether you have the faith and the ability. Can you see this or not? That's like my character in the dream. He's trying to get people's attention by walking through walls, and they're just like, oh, I don't know how you did that, but whatever. You just walked around the back. They don't want to see what's really happening. This is Ascension. It's a much better story than we thought. All right. So, if it were heavier than stone, heavier than sand, it would sink. Through a gravity replication process, there is then the possibility to go out of phase with gravity as is now understood, to change the matter polarity of the object itself and producing upward thrust. And this is prophetic of my last show about gravitational vortexes, and our pineal gland can create them. I mean, how amazing, right? We just talked about levitation, and there they are describing the science of it. And also levitation from insect wings. So they say you're going out of phase with gravity, changing your matter polarity. So now the Earth in the counter space is pulling you down, which causes you to rise in our reality. It is actually a quite simple process, anti-gravity, and one that is well understood by your peoples now in the higher echelons. That's predictive of the disclosure we just got in Congress. Expand into the bigger picture and understand that what comes down the pike now is soon to be better than you had ever imagined. So yes, this is prophetic of a major incoming disclosure event. What is coming down the pike is going to be better than you had ever imagined. And it's also kind of interesting, too, that the pike is a fish that has a toothy mouth, and if you look at the mouth of the pike and the mouth of the pterodactyl, they look very, very similar, and that's our mascot this week. So again, even the pike's mouth is kind of predictive of the slide that we used, and I didn't know that till I unsealed it. And fisher of men, be a fisher of men, coming down the pike, right? Jesus is going to return. It will be better than you would ever imagine. Everybody's going to benefit from this. You don't have to be a Christian, but these beings are going to come back, and they're really going to inspire you to want to rise in your vibrational level, because you're going to want to ascend when you realize that some people did and some people didn't. Some people are going to have better abilities than others. Michael is emphatic about this. It sounds crazy. These trolls all want to laugh about it, but like, okay, where is this stuff easily picked apart? It's not. It's very, very compelling information, and it's dazzling. So let's keep going. So listen close, as you will discover that the tune is about to change. So this is really kind of quoting Stairway to Heaven. Zeppelin's song is an Ascension prophecy, and it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. Da-na-na-na-na. It's totally an Ascension song. There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven is Ascension. The woman who thinks all that glitters is gold is this materialistic lifestyle. And then the key line, it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, meaning we listen to this new vibration, the piper, like the Pied Piper, we all ascend. We're entering into reason. And there are two paths you can go by. So Michael is directly quoting that when he says the tune is about to change. We can now earnestly say that many of the prophecies we have held in the wings, that's clearly referring to the levitating beetle we just talked about, waiting for you, can now begin coming true in ways you've never before seen. Our company builds airplanes which have wings, so it's held in the wings, right? Ooh, that's right. The prophecies held in the wings can begin coming true. Alive and Thriving just donated. Thank you very much for that. And so many different vectors are all converging simultaneously. We said Grabenikov's levitation secret was in the wings of the June bug. So Michael is making multiple puns now based upon the show I did this week with the dinosaurs, time travel, portals. He just keeps on referring to it, the levitation of the aircraft, that it causes the aircraft to become invisible, and that it's waiting in the wings. That insect wings alone can cause this to happen. So yes, we are going to have the Alliance do their thing. They're going to do the arrests. The prophecies will come true in ways you've never before seen on Earth. They're going to release the technology. They're going to tell us UFOs are real. They're going to introduce us to the extraterrestrials. Michael says, don't worry. Have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines as given. And they've extensively said 2025. Roswell's EB said that. Saint Germain said that in the 1700s that it would be 2025. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So I think I'm going to choose Michael instead of the voices of these idiots in the sidebar, of which there's not very many, but there's a few, and they're really, really crazy. How else do you explain this except that there's some higher intelligence that's looking at 2025 and speaking in 1999? And if you're willing to go that far, then why would it lie about this? Why would it say, have faith in the Ascension and the timelines we gave you of the year 2025, and that it will be an event of biblical proportions? I mean, dude, I'm so excited. Like, this time loop this week has it all. It's got Ezra. It's got these dreams. It's got the riots. It's got all this wonderful stuff. So again, it time looped with my own recent paranoid thoughts. What if Michael doesn't actually deliver? I never even wanted to consider it, but I'm like, well, what if nothing happens? Clearly, I say I have nothing to worry about. And Michael assures us that in the midst of these stunning time loops, yes, Ascension will happen the way they told us. He says again, don't worry, have faith in the Ascension and the timelines we gave you. This is going to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words, that is all for now. And then he gives his closing remark. Man, I mean, it's very, very psychedelic. Then he says, an anomalous phenomena indeed. What is UAP? A word that didn't exist in 1999, unidentified anomalous phenomena. So again, he's making a joke about their use of UAPs, the fact they just did this in Congress. I had another one come in here. This is Vicky Gray, $50 donation, celebrating your third super chat. Thank you very much. See if I missed another one here. Eva 3, Christ is King. David, do you think Saint Germain will be at the White House too? Yeah, all these beings are going to come back. We're going to get to meet Christ. We're going to get to meet these beings. Clear Choice Reality donated. I think I got them all here. Yeah, I did. Okay, so now we're good. All right, so Vicky Gray, again, donated $50. Thank you very much for that. I am going to keep going. So the anomalous phenomena, they directly mention UAP. They use 2 of the 3 words. Now, granted, there will be some rocks. Now that we are getting rain and warmer weather, I've been pulling rocks out of the soil all along my walking trail to clean up the path. So, Michael, I was doing that right before I unsealed this. It tripped me out. because he says there's going to be rocks, and here I am pulling up all the rocks. And now look at this. This is a great thing. Equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate that the entire theater thing is coming into full bloom now. Well, holy crap, that sounds like prophetic information. Equinoxes 1 and 2, what is he talking about? Well, this is going to be a prophecy of when the big stuff happens. The first equinox was the spring equinox. It was March 20th, 2024. And that's almost exactly, that's almost exactly down to the day. March 20th is almost down to the day of when the information about the Great Pyramid having tunnels in it hit the mass consciousness. That exact day, dude. And so ever since then, I've been totally tripped out. It's like the Ascension has begun. It ties in the Edgar Cayce story. It ties in Rata. It freaked me out. Spring equinox is the very day that that happened. And remember, what did he say? He said, don't worry, have faith in the Ascension. Okay, we got to get past this one. So you saw that already, but I wanted to read you the next one again so you can understand the context. An anomalous phenomena indeed, that's what the pyramid tunnels were. There will be some rocks. The pyramid is built out of rocks, right? And then equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate the entire theater coming into full bloom. The first equinox is the day that the pyramid information came out. There will be some rocks, anomalous phenomena. The entire theater will come into full bloom. We're realizing we're not alone in the universe. That's what the pyramid discovery teaches us. So yes, the spring equinox was March 20th. Now here's the next thing. It says equinoxes 1 and 2. So the fall equinox is September 22nd, 2024. And I looked it up on Google just to make sure. So it sure as hell sounds like something big is going to be happening around September 22nd. That might be how long it takes for the arrest to have happened and for us to get far enough down the road that we get to the big disclosure. So Michael gave us a very compelling prophetic date here. There's others we've looked at possibly too, but right now, this week's time loop is focusing on Equinox 2. Equinox 1 we know is when the pyramid data came out. Equinox 2 is going to be the follow-up. So, wow. I mean, let's hope this comes true. I really would like to see this. Superior hands on deck, and remember, that sounds like a UFO, right? There's hands on deck, ETs in the UFO. Superior hands on deck are able to facilitate the transitions that have been made. Secret vital terms in knowing self come from the innate understandings of divinity and selfhood. So I believe, again, this is prophetic of the Alliance, guiding us through the theater of arrests and disclosure. And then he says, the stage is now set. And he made me capitalize the first word. It behooves you to take time to apply yourself to this process. You are doing very well, and we commend you on that. So the stage is now being set means they are going to come back. There is going to be an ascension. There is going to be a revealing of these ETs. Christ is returning. It's very exciting. I mean, very overwhelming, too. Taffy Royal just donated. Do these time loops mean everything cycles over again and again? What's talked about 20 years ago is happening again. It's partly like that, yeah. But, you know, it's also the end of the 25,000-year cycle. And this is when we get the galactic family reunion. Are you going to be at Contact in the Desert? No, they did not invite me. Ever since I blew the whistle off of Tom DeLonge in 2019, I wasn't invited back. They didn't like that at all. Anyway, that's beside the point. The stage is now set. This is arrests, disclosure, and ascension. And it behooves you, the person watching this show today, it behooves you to take time and apply yourself. But then they say you're doing very well. Okay, so here we go with the next one. The murky slime of the backwaters of New York State come to the fore now. That sounds like demonics, right? And New York is one of the worst places for this in the world. It seems that she, again representing the Hollywood female, you know, that they showed in previous dreams, the blonde, it seems that she won't meet Jesus any other way. Sincerely, blank, 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 program. And the three letters start with C and end with A. Prophetic of company-oriented scandals, many of which arise out of New York State. The murky slime, again, implies dungeon-like tunnels that have bad things happening in them. And the platform could refer to their reverse-engineered UFOs because the company is one of the groups that has these things. I mean, again, it's so amazing. The murky slime of the backwaters of New York come to the fore. Those are the underground tunnels and all the stuff we're going to learn about. This is the only way she can meet Jesus. They have to be arrested. They would never do it any other way. And it's all being run through the company. And they also have their own UFOs. When a transcendental figure of awareness comes along, the work is done on Saturdays and Sundays often and not during the week. And this is prophetic and descriptive of my shows appearing on Saturday and Sunday. Then we have another brief, amazing excerpt from March 21st, 1999. Totally prophetic of everything going on now, including all the legal trouble I keep having. Cornered in by a few elites, the star runner, star athlete, has yet to fully take up his position on the track. Well, I'm not really as famous as they intend me to be yet, but when the Alliance does its thing, that's going to happen. You got your compliance after years and years of Cain. And this is, again, extremely prophetic of the ongoing attacks legally and through 8 years of Stephen/Goliath. We can compare him to that. It's an apt comparison, as I said before. Clearly, life is going to get much more interesting for me after the arrests, the big disclosure, and the Ascension. I'm very humbled that they called me the star athlete, because apparently these ETs are going to want me to run their embassy. So if you want to meet them, you're going to have to go through me to do it. That's, a big job. I'm going to be talking to a lot of people. So star athlete is my role in this embassy they're going to be causing. And the years and years of Cain, the bloodline of Cain is the bloodline of Lucifer. And that's the 8 years that this kid has been stalking me. So yes, cornered in by a few elites. And I've been hampered with my traffic, so I can't really take up my position on the track. Now this is the last one, I believe. Another brief, amazing excerpt. I don't know what this means, so you guys can speculate. It says, a magnificent find in the southeast happens when people have everything in place. Long ago, off the beaten path, this was what we discovered. A lot of other work needs to be done with this person who sent me certain emails. And that obviously refers to Ezra. Coming into this now is a sense of Florida back before there was ever any running water or the like. So let's look at this now. Florida, obviously that's where Mar-a-Lago is. That's where our current president has a major center. So that had a lot to do with it. But then it says before there was running water, they're talking about the dinosaurs. And it says a magnificent find in the southeast. Florida appears to be where it is. And then they're again talking about how I need to work with the Alliance through Ezra. Long ago off the beaten path, we discovered this magnificent find in Florida before there was running water. Well, that was when we had the Miami Circle in '99 when this came in. This may also again relate to the Bermuda Triangle, something coming through the portal. Maybe it's a dinosaur. I don't know. We've also had many other prophecies, and I'm going to move to Florida, so all these things may be related to that. Magnificent find in the southeast, and a lot of work needs to be done with the person who sent me certain emails. Coming now is a sense, so it's telling me to go to Florida again. So I've basically resigned myself, like, okay, I am going to end up moving to Florida because Michael really, really wants this to happen. I'm going to be working with the Alliance. And then they say, now we have a circus, the likes of which you've never seen. This is really great to us, and we want to remind you of that. Just don't get caught up in the BS along the way. So we've never seen a circus like this before. That's the Ascension, that's the disclosure, that's the arrests. It's a big circus, likes of which we've never before seen. Don't get caught up in the BS. Don't get lost in the fear, and the anger, and the sadness. So this is also very prophetic of this week's disclosure in Congress. And people, the skeptics, call it a circus. We have a circus like you've never before seen. It's really great for us. We want you to remind that. Don't get caught up in the BS. So these are the last major words that Michael spoke before I start transcribing it last September in 2024. That tape had been lost for, 26 years, 25 years. The new 2024 transcript picks up on the date of March 26th, and next week we're going to review our prophetic dreams in between. So Michael, again, is being completely unambiguous here. He says, don't worry, have faith in the Ascension and the timelines we gave you. This will be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So as you know, I have never been more... honestly, guys, I have been so tripped out since I unsealed this stuff. I'm like, fine, I'm going to do a 6-hour show, 7-hour show. I don't care how long it is. You're still watching. Oh, Alive and Thriving says it could be referencing the Garden of Eden. Thank you for that. I've never been more confident about these prophecies. I mean, it's everything that just happened with Ezra is in there. Everything we're talking about, the pineal gland, the levitation, and have faith in the timelines is given. Have faith in the ascension. So again, you do not simply forget David Wilcock. Aragona's killer. The Michael prophecies are coming true now. And if you'd love to read more of this stuff, we have 7 books and 35 hours of videos. Each book's 500 pages long. I don't have audio versions yet, sorry, but they are totally amazing. They will change your life. So we're taking another $33 off, as I said. The whole thing went from $333 down to $144. And it's easy to get. You can start reading it right after I'm done talking, and it will change your life. You want to connect with Michael's spirit, this is how you do it. Go to thedisclosure.com. And again, we have a huge, huge discount now, much cheaper than it used to be. And you just type in the code concrescence and go to thedisclosure.com. All right, you guys, so I'm going to take another break because I really feel that I've earned one and could use one. So I have a second half of our 5-foot snowfall video that you guys are going to get to enjoy. Well, I get to go off and actually have a decent trip to the bathroom again because I'm at that point where I need another one. Scott Quickle just donated. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're back on the theme of natural disasters. You're going to be back with me, and you're going to see that after we had this snow dump on us, and I'm shoveling a path for the girlie, then I got hit with a power outage. So right near the end is my power outage, and I'm running the refrigerator off of my backup solar battery, which really did work. It was wonderful to test it, and it really did work. And, Florida is super expensive, and there's no reasonable rent. The humidity ran me out. Well, that's the idea, is I'll stay here in the summer and go there in the winter, and that'll hopefully be better. That's what I'd like to do, at least. So anyway, this was crazy, and then what starts to happen is that all the snow starts falling off the roof while you're shoveling, and it's very dangerous because you're right under where the shoveling is, where the snow's going to hit you and could kill you. So I did capture the snow coming off the roof. There's a very dramatic shot. Oh my God. There's a very dramatic shot at the end of this as the snow is falling down. So let me go run, and I'll mute myself now, and then we're going to be right back in the game very soon thereafter. So let me go ahead and mute, and we'll run the tape. All right, we are back, and I'm going to roll it now, and I'm going to go take my break. This is 6 minutes of seeing my 5-foot snowfall as it's crushing my life and nearly killed me, but I got out of the way before it fell on my head. Here we go. Boom. People say, I love your haircut. Thank you very much. Let's do it. Okay, it's now 9:51 a.m. I've been working constantly, no interruptions. This is the porch. It only has couple of inches more. I can get rid of that pretty fast. I still have to do this part over here. This is a lot. It's all the way up to the top of the fence, which is bigger than it was before. So I have to get on that immediately. And we'll look at it from the other side, from the bedroom too. So here it is, coming from this way. Oh my God. So my old mattress is still up against the wall. The new one is doing fine. Look at how tall this is. That's the hot tub. This is the curling snow. I'm going to have to very carefully remove all of this and throw it over the edge here. We got a high porch. That's one of the things going for us. But this is absolutely crazy. Look at how thick the snow is everywhere. It's going to take some time to dig this out. I mean, this is not anything fast. Okay, we are in the middle of a blackout. This power cord goes into my refrigerator here. And the power cord has been bypassed into my EF Delta, which charges with solar batteries, and it says it's got 5 hours. I've got 5 hours, 88% nonstop life. I can charge this with the solar panel. So as soon as the sun comes out tomorrow, so that's fantastic. 5 hours is fantastic. And I just came over here and I started a fire because we have no other source of heat at this point. So this is the analog way, and it already is starting to get warm over here. I can feel some nice heat happening. So we've got tons and tons and tons of firewood ready to go. Make it very nice and toasty. She's been actually awaiting her dinner or breakfast, but you poop on the floor, you kind of get in trouble. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, there's no lights on anymore. It's clean. I vacuumed it. Everything looks pretty good. I've got most of this dealt with. Stuff came off the roof. I definitely heard that one. That was scary. But, you know, it's all manageable. We're dealing with it. So it's all good. Okay, it's 3:39 p.m. And I am happy that I've done probably as much as I need to do for tonight on this part of the porch. It will hold up and stay steady. There's a lot of snow still on the roof. This whole area is cleared for it to fall in. I left this snowbank here because there's nothing for it to fall on. So it's going to be fine. And I shoveled all this out. This took a hell of a long time to do all this. So I've been doing most of the day, really no breaks. I got all this done. I can shovel a lot of stuff off the edge right here. So now I have a huge pile down there. Look at how much snow is on the roof, dude. This is unbelievable. So, you know, this area will serve as a catchment. So I'm all happy, you know, I got all this stuff done. I'm thinking that, you know, my day is almost over. I can go back to what I'm doing. Look at my hair, by the way. Can you even believe this? Okay. But then, of course, there's a but. Now all this stuff has fallen.
Oh,
We're so literally right back to square one. How do we even get down the stairs?
It was so bad.
Same problem. So here we go. I'm kind of waiting for this one big piece on the roof to fall off. It's very close.
I'll let you guys see that falling
again. Grunting and groaning and making inchy little steps.
Give me a chance to eat something.
Oh, I'm cutting through all this. Just to try to get a path down the stairs, but I did cut an extremely long path for the dog to walk and go take a crap, including a little dirt patch. It's definitely getting ready to go, man. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Avalanche, baby, it's coming.
So scary.
Ready for this, everybody?
Terrifying.
Oh my God. Oh, is that it? Is that it? I think it was. Okay, well now we got even more shoveling to do. But the danger has passed. Or not. Here it comes. There's more. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that it? Or is there any more? Crazy stuff. Okay, it's now 9:51 a.m.
There you go. We're going back to the microphone on my chest now. Here we go. I wanted to watch that snow falling off the roof with you guys because it's just so terrifying when that happens. You need a steeper roof pitch. The snow is insane. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that they didn't really design this house very well. the roof should go beyond the porch, not dump everything onto the porch. And when we got that much snowfall, man, it was just, I mean, I literally shoveled for 14 hours, pretty much nonstop except to eat. And I was just fighting to keep up with it. And then I've got actually, I wanted to show you two of them today, because this is going to be a new mini-series, because I've got several more of them that we can make just based on what already happened and what I've already got in the can for film footage, you know? So it gets crazy because I have no water. I have to pee in the sink because I can't go outside, and I can't flush the toilet because as soon as we lose power, you only get about 4 inches of water in the bottom of the tub, and then the water won't run in through the tap anymore. So I lost my tap water. I was trapped for a week because of this snowfall, and nobody plowed us out for like a week. We were all stuck in here. Thank God I had enough food in the fridge and in the freezer. But man, I mean, I will never forget this event, and it was so traumatic that I'm only now able to look at it again. But again, wow. The time-traveling dinosaur subject is really, really incredible because, and again, I've got, 30, we only lost 250 people so far, and they're probably living in Europe and they have to go to bed, so we understand that. Anyway, what an amazing thing to see these dinosaurs appearing in modern times through these portals that apparently can occur on a galactic level. And the Michael teachings tell us that they use this geometry. Michael talks in many of these readings in the books about the geometry and how they travel through it. They actually see it and they can use it to go across, in that case, millions of years of time if it's on a galactic level. So all of these time loops are talking about now the work that we're doing with Ezra, saying that things are very soon to happen. The Ascension will happen on time, and then probably one of the most exciting things is that they mention equinoxes 1 and 2. And equinox 1 is exactly when we learned about the pyramid tunnels, and equinox 2 is September 22nd of 2024. So bring it on. I am ready for the Ascension. I'm ready for the arrests. I want to see this happen. I've worked very hard to achieve this, and we seem like we're here. So each week, the same guy who I've now been on the air with on a show is doing these posts on X, and then what we do is we read them because he is the mouthpiece of the Alliance. They're using him to give classified information to the public. He partially reveals it and partially hides it, and the way that it works, it's not all, easy to figure out sometimes, but then he gives you a code in how many seconds the video is going to last, and then you go back and you read the original letter posts here, as you can see right there. You know what letter I'm talking about. Those came out mostly in 2017, so there's a website you go to where you can get them, and sometimes I link to it. And he tells you what post to read. And then, my God, it's a very, very consistent thing where almost every single time that there's a video, which is almost all of his posts, you read those number of seconds, you read that post, and it is extremely content specific. And once again, what we're going to see in this week's posts is that we are very close to arrests. They're doing the final stages now of disclosure. They've got it coming out in Congress. We're getting it delivered right into our faces that this stuff is real. And at the same time, the enemy, the negative side, is fighting as well. So let's not forget where we started, or where we ended last week. Governor Walz was honored with a satanic plaque. You can't even make this stuff up. They're trying to mainstream this as best they can. This woman looks disturbingly similar to my mother, actually, which is really weird. But, you didn't need to know that. It's true, though. It's a trip to actually see somebody doing this video with that appearance. I really have to say it's a trip. So apparently it has Baphomet on it, and actually we read this last week. Let's go ahead and read what it actually says. This is from her video. You see the satanic arch there. That's called the Arch of Baal or Baal. You can pronounce it either way. You're not losing either way. And then on the plaque, it says, Satan worshippers thank the governor for not standing in the way of spreading Satanism in the state capitol building. Satan has a special place for you. Yeah, that sounds great, man. Like, I've always been hoping that, I guess it would be called hell, right? Like, let's try to figure this out step by step. Okay, so Satan's in hell. All right, and he's got a special place for me because I'm allowing you to put his propaganda. Okay, so I get to go to hell because Satan, I mean, yeah, I'm sure Satan does have a special place for you if you're really into this, but I'm not going, man. I've already been there. I've done all that stuff. It's bad. So then we saw, the information about where is he today, blah, 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 blah. But again, this is the real key right here. Do they have operators inside the media? And that was something Michael just said. The company platform was the last little prophecy phrase. What happens if it's exposed? Well, that's really the big question. Because again, once they get exposed, then you're going to understand why they put that plaque in the Capitol building with the governor. And they said, oh, he has a special place for you. Once they expose what's really going on with the media, people are going to be blown away. I mean, it's not an easy thing to swallow by any means. Then he says, does anybody believe that Virginia actually did this? And no, I mean, hardly anybody does, because it was clearly timed right before she would be called upon in anticipated tribunals. And it really freaked out everybody in our community, let me tell you, because I've had public and private discussions about that. Our dear, lovely friend Goliath was attacking Alex Jones, which, is no surprise. And then we see that he was actually defending these other brothers. Like, wow, really? And Ezra called him out for it. A community notes writer, we know who that is, is actively trying to imply that when she said she would never take her life, we should disregard it because, she said it 5 years ago. I pray that if the deep state ever blankety blanks me, people like this creep won't try to speak for me when I can't defend myself. I will say it again for 1,000 times, I will never commit suicide. I would agree. There's no way that would happen to me naturally, even if I end up like, Stephen Hawking. I'm going to stick it out through that, and I'll write my book with my pencil in my mouth or whatever the hell I have to do. It's not going to happen. If it did happen, it was a setup. So everybody is out there making those claims. I'll go ahead and throw mine into the pot as well. I am not suicidal. It's never going to happen. Not if I had any control over it. So that's what he's saying. And then again, the community notes writer he's talking about is Enterprising Desert Raven / Stephen. And in my mother's dream, the osprey disappeared. The giant osprey disappeared. So the community note right here, this is the rest of the graphic, and then that's what he said. Oh, the date was cropped out, which may lead people to believe this is a current message. She tweeted this on December 10, 2019. Well, yeah, there he goes. He's trying to denigrate her. And then Ezra responds to Alex and says, this is the same community notes writer now attempting to cover up for those brothers? Oh my God. And then he actually shows it to you. Image is from his 65th birthday. The event was billed as a red shoe affair. Due to his signature affinity of wearing red shoes, this is not evidence of a conspiracy. I mean, you have to be on the inside. You have to be part of their game to be that unaware of information that is everywhere on the internet. I mean, you spend a little bit of time looking at this, it's just crazy. So like, wow, this guy really is chilling for the top level. And then we have our good old friend BN, and he doesn't want to do anything except go in there and smash it all up and destroy. He's planning to destroy everything, warning that action must be taken before it's too late, insists that their entire nuclear infrastructure must be dismantled, centrifuges destroyed, all nuclear material completely removed. I said dismantled, I meant dismantled. Yeah, so they're going to go down fighting. This is part of the DS. It's not the whole thing, but Ezra's posts have really shined a light on how important we need to take this. This is a very, very big part of what's wrong. So, but again, it's just a few people at the top. Most of the people in this country are trying to do the right thing and win it back. So this is one of these really huge posts. We're not going to read it all, but they're talking about military intelligence. There will be no media and no leaks. That's what they need me for, to read this to you. How many military intelligence generals have been in and out of the White House in just the last 30 days? Yata, yata, yata. You can read the rest. And they're talking about slush funds and things being negotiated on the tarmac. And that this is really, I think, again, we skip most of it and we go to the last part here. These are crumbs. You cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If 45 failed, if we failed, and if she assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. What is the unthinkable? That would be a forced military coup. Like what my dream had with Congress having bullet holes all through the building and empty inside. It's not going to be like that. But that was what they were calling the unthinkable. That's what I was briefed on back in 2009, by the way. I was under the impression that they might go that way. I was under the impression that all of this stuff might just happen really fast. And it was only when they asked 47 to run, and he agreed to, that they went on to another timeline where they said, let's figure out how to do this by actually being in office instead of doing the unthinkable, which is, again, a force majeure type of coup maneuver that would have really upset everybody and nobody would have really been behind it. The way they've done it is much better. Dig deeper. You are missing critical points to paint the full picture. Here it comes. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. So that's what they're saying. The unthinkable would be using the military even more than what they're doing now, which is very light compared to that. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great company. We absolutely do pray for those in harm's way. So this is one of those really heavy posts that they keep throwing at you because they're telling you there's simply no other way than to use the military. So Macron wants you to blame Putin for everything. I don't know. It's really funny because I watched this video. It's translated out of French, and it says President Poutine. And I said, wait a minute. Poutine is like really nasty, man. They sell it in Canada in some places. It's French-Canadian appetizer consisting of French fries topped with cheese curds and brown gravy. Oh my God. So you're telling me that poutine is this like, that it's literally like frickin' fried, it's French fries with like cheese, and gravy. Like it's the heart attack meal, if ever there was one. If you really want to shorten your lifespan, go travel to Canada and start ordering poutine. Is Ezra Cohen Watnick? Yes, that's what we're saying. It is him, and he's now come forward. Poutine, I mean, it's so freaking nasty, dude. Like a French fries, which is bad enough. Like you should never, ever eat fried food again. If you could ever possibly avoid it, it's very, very toxic and dangerous. But then to throw cheese and gravy on it too, like, oh man. So anyway, I'm having fun with you, but it's President Poutine. So I said, David, we gonna sell poutine at the cigarette shop, son. We need your cigarettes, ham, fireworks, bacon, and now we're gonna get that there poutine. That's right, sonny. And I'm not talking about poutine. That's something entirely different. You don't want to go ask your mother too much about that. You come right on back over here. We got poutine. Poutine is when you take them French fries, which aren't really French, but they at least are fried, so the name's kind of halfway right. You take them French fries, you put that stuff on a plate, you got your gravy, you got your cheese curds. That is a full-blown country American meal, which happens to be from Canada, so I don't know, man. We decided, all right, we got the fireworks, we got the cigarettes, we got the bacon. We're going to get in there, we're going to get that poutine, we're going to put the poutine in there. That way y'all know exactly how to get to your really good greasy meats, man. We got your ham, we got your sausages, we got peanuts, we got all this great stuff, man. We going to sell poutine at the cigarette shop, son. So thank you, David. Thank you for coming on out here and teaching me a few things here and there about that poutine, because I'll tell you, We can have that down south just as fine as can be. Woo-wee! Thank you, Lord Jesus. Amen. Praise God. Had to keep it going for a while. Woo-wee! Yeah. We gonna sell poutine at the cigarette Sam Bacon shop, son. Come on, boy. Come on down. You guys are all laughing like crazy. This bit is hysterical. The poutine makes it for me. My pipeline's longer than your resume, baby. Get out of my province. God shows up through others sometimes. Awesome. You guys are laughing. Thank you. I love that. Anyway, President Poutine, huh? There you go. So, Macron urges America to direct all of their anger at Vladimir and blame him for everything that's wrong in the... Everything bad is because of your mother. I've told you boys so many times. I don't know how many more times I can explain myself. You look at your life, you connect the dots, you go here, 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 and here. You say, Daddy, what's the one thing that happened in each one of these situations? Your mother, your mother, your mother, and your mother. How weird is that, huh? Your mother was present in every single of these bad things that I was just telling you about, son. You don't think that's significant? You don't think that's important? It's okay, Michael. You can cry. Let's hold space for Michael, okay? He's having a moment as he realizes that his mother was the single most evil thing responsible for everything that's bad, David. If you can learn that, then you've got Daddy's philosophy drilled into your head. Because, boy, I programmed that into you, and I have had it. Woo, yeah. Man, I am on fire. We got Angry Daddy. All of these things are happening, and it's amazing. President Poutine, I've never stopped laughing because of that. I could not believe it. It was so funny, because it's like the greasiest, nastiest food. Anyway. This is the classic Prophecy 45 of something's coming this weekend. Right there, dude. Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend? Yeah, we're not waiting. Big things are en route. Then he spoke on her tragic death. And again, I got to be very careful that I don't say certain words. I hope you understand. I'm not meaning any disrespect. He comments on Virginia's event and says it was a very sad situation. He says he is not the only one and adds that there are other victims connected to the same tragic situation. The whole situation is very sad, her and others. So they're just letting you know, yep, a lot more things you're going to learn about. So now we got 16, which is another classic post about what's going to happen this weekend. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday are going to deliver on the promise. He knows he must clean house in order to free up and demonstrate who has authority to pass legislation. All will come into focus. And anyone who thinks he's not in control is kidding themselves. He is insulated. There is zero risk of impeachment. There you go. So I don't know what the heck Friday and Saturday are all about. I mean, we haven't seen that yet, but already look at the stuff that we just got last week. So yeah, I'm willing to put my bets on that this is, if they did 2 weekend posts, 2 videos in a row, something's going to happen this week that's going to rock. I mean, maybe it'll be the MLK files. We know those are supposed to be coming out soon. It could be something else we didn't even know about. It could be more disclosure. It's anybody's guess, but this gives me something to look forward to as I live through this week, and maybe you can do that with me too. Then here's our BN buddy again saying, oh no, they're enriching, they're doing all this bad stuff. He's warning that they specifically are doing this to launch an attack and to threaten us over here. Once they secure these weapons and they have the way to deliver them, he's trying to make us afraid and say, oh my God, they're going to go after every city. Do you really believe him? No. What in the world would a small country who just develops the technology out of nowhere do trying to poke sticks at us when we've got stuff that goes far beyond the effectiveness of this? It's just fear porn. That's all it is. And it's out there in the open, in your face. So yeah, this is part of the problem we're dealing with. It's, again, the people are fine. It's just a few at the top. There's a huge revolution going on in this country, and they are going to win. And then we'll lovingly embrace everything about it again. I'm happy to do that as soon as they clean it up. So, this is the one that we always hear about, where what is her real net worth, and how could she have gotten this money, given that they only pay you like a couple $100,000, if that. So again, they're telling you that it's all leading up to people being arrested, and you're going to learn about how everybody was being bribed. Her own lawyer said he doesn't believe that she did this to herself. Broken the silence, there's absolutely no indication that this was her intention, he says. She is distancing herself from the family because they're publicly stating what they believe, and that it was not actually an accident at all. Well, they've stated it was, but then later on they don't. They actually the father comes out and says he does think that this was a setup, and he does think that she was murdered. Attorney Carey says she was stunned by the news and the police were being vague about answers. Folks, you got to remember this. Not enough people were talking about this in the show. This is the only thing you really need to talk about. The authorities reportedly spent 12 hours, quote unquote, gathering evidence before they took the body out of the room for examination, and there was no note. 12 hours. 12 hours. That's enough time to go through all your old cell phones, to go through your computer, to copy hard drives, to dismantle things, to take things in confiscation, to comb the entire place for DNA, to comb the entire place for evidence, so that even if you have some box up in the corner of your attic that had something in there from when this happened, and oh my God, she didn't know about it, it's a photograph that was hiding in the attic, and it's even worse than the other one. No, they went through everything, dude. They went through her whole house to make sure that weird photograph is not in there. They took it all out, and it took them 12 freaking hours. 12 hours to scrub. I mean, that most of the TV shows I'm watching, they're not taking 12 hours. So this is pretty freaking crazy. The television told me so. So anyway, we got post number 83. And once again, you know, the whole focus is on this name. So in context, who do you think ordered this person to no longer be with us? They're telling you exactly. They already know that she was the one who made the order right here, the highlighted name. She's the one that made that order. It was not anything that was done to the person by themselves. It was actually operatives coming in and staging something and making it look like something. I mean, it's just so horrific, but this is what we're up against. This is why it's heroic for me to do a show like this, because people know after she got taken out of the game, right after they just did this show exposing this Unabomber type of guy on Twitter, it's like, wow. Then we have this happen immediately thereafter. Well, guess who ordered it? We're going to learn about that too. These are all going to be part of the trials you're going to see on a worldwide level. Everybody's going to know about this. So then we have this representative introducing articles of impeachment. And they had just said 0 risk of impeachment, right? His name is Shri, and he's officially introduced this, accusing that there's been serious harm on American democracy, claiming that Supreme Court rulings have been bypassed, the Constitution ignored, federal agencies dismantled without the approval of Congress, and other things that are unlawful. Abusing tariffs, violating the First Amendment, targeting journalists, creating unconstitutional agencies, and being bribed by foreign governments. He is tearing it down, and this is the Matrix view. I mean, he really articulated it well. He has a very funny accent. You know, he rolls his R's very thoroughly. But if I did the comedy routine on that, I'd probably get accused of racism, so I'm not going to. But yes, he's got a very, very hilarious accent that I could just go nuts on this if I wanted to. It's just that people would say I was being insensitive, so I'm not going to do it. Anyway, 209. Why did he scuttle the shuttle program, and what is SpaceX? Expand your thinking. This is the only one that didn't quite fit. It's like, it's kind of related, I guess. What really is SpaceX? I mean, I guess part of it would be enhancing the intelligence community's ability to listen everywhere so that all these things the Alliance are doing are more successful. Perhaps that's what they mean. It also kind of hints at the space program that we're going to learn about disclosure. That's kind of implied right before, because the very next post, after talking about no more shuttle program, is deep underground military bases on the biggest show there is. She comes out, former Bush administration official Catherine revealed to Tucker that the U.S. government has constructed underground bases as large as entire cities. And yes, they have trees and running water and buildings and streets, and you can walk around in there, and they project a ceiling that looks like the sky. According to Fitz, some of these massive underground structures are officially documented, others remain hidden, scattered across the globe. She theorized there could be as many as 170, and I've heard 235. I remember that now. That's what Pete had told me. And each one of them can flex up to 65,000 people on surge capacity. Some of them are located beneath the ocean, others around the U.S., interconnected by secret transportation networks. And yes, it's called the sub-shuttle system, and you're traveling in like an egg, and it's all done by aeronautic, like a pneumatic tube, where it's air pressure that pushes you through the tube. And one of the things Pete told me is that they have this vomit slot in front of your chair, so because when you go around the curves, you're going so fast that when it starts to steer, a lot of people throw up, and so they have this automatic thing that vacuums it out of you. You just lean forward and do it, and you dump it right in there while you're in your seat strapped in. So it's a very intense experience to ride in this underground pneumatic egg-shaped thing that you're in, the shuttle system, and many people apparently do throw up from it. She suggested that these extensive underground facilities may have been built in preparation for a potential near-extinction level event. I mean, dude, that is such a big disclosure, and it's on Tucker of all places, and he's got the word Fatima right next to him, as we saw last week. 1.3 million views. This is getting out there. Post number 63 says to those... Alive and Thriving says 47 just ordered Alcatraz revamped and reopened. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. You're going to need some more room. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the net, we will be ready. Well, we had that weird power outage. It was Spain, France, and Portugal, right? And that happened right after all these things are being disclosed. And it's like, yeah, we're getting really close here. We're getting really close to the end. So they're telling you we might have the internet come down. And they're telling people in this group that you can still make a deal. You still have a chance to stand up and do what you know is right. And they're talking to people that worked in the underground bases. So it's going to become like a really great thing for people who want to be whistleblowers. It's going to get a lot safer, and they're telling you right now, if you have this type of information, we will be able to keep you safe. Now is the time to come forward. And I think they're really making that clear, that you don't want to be held accountable for maintaining silence. You want to come forward and be a hero. So they also say, very importantly, they will take down the net if disclosure happens too much at once. So that's why the military is the only way forward. That's why they have to be arrested first. If it goes too far, they're just going to try to ruin everything. So then we have Rand, who, basically turned on the president. Not very cool. This did not win him points with the community, to say the least. He now has the votes needed to block it in the Senate and is co-sponsoring bipartisan resolutions. Although he describes himself as a supporter, he says he doesn't want to live under an emergency rule, says it's a serious mistake, it leads to higher prices and can harm the economy. Well, I don't think anybody's agreeing with him, but we had 3.1 million views on that. And then again, post number 49, the really key part here is, have secret sessions been underway, and how could this be discovered? So the key again is that the discovery that extensive secret sessions have been ongoing will rock the world. In other words, we're not starting from zero with the tribunals. They've already done them all. They're going to be available to watch, but the justice was already meted out. The trial already occurred. The sentencing was already made, and it's just waiting for this big moment so that all of these things can actually be processed. So yes, it's a very, very intense and heavy time to be alive. So then we have Canada's new president pushing this carbon tax grift, which, like, come on, does anybody believe that we need to pay a tax to this weird quasi-governmental body based upon their arbitrary decision of whether we're polluting or not? Nobody's into that anymore. So he secured victory. He's staying in power. I don't think there could have been any other way at this point. The future of trade will depend on adopting their tax. This will give Canada major advantage and leap ahead of American companies. Well, yeah, because they're going to steal all our money. They're going to tell us that we're not in compliance. It's like there was actually a window to, I was saying this to Chris Beskar. You go around London and other places of England and you see these buildings where they've got windows that are bricked shut. And they're like old buildings and the window is completely covered with bricks. Some of you guys are going to know about this in the comments here, but they actually created a window tax where you have to pay for the privilege of having a window that sunlight or air can come into your house. And if you don't have enough money to afford all the windows in your house, then you had to brick them off or else you were going to pay this exorbitant tax. That actually did happen. Carbon is like a window tax to me. It's so ridiculous. Just the whole, and it's a grift. It's absolutely a grift. So anyway, we got post number 75, which is one of the longer ones. The strongest weapon in the U.S. is a patriotic American. And it says here, this is, I think, the really important part, the whole reason why they did this. By the time he returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. And they do say that when the arrests occur, he's going to be up in the air on Air Force One, safe from potential harm. So by the time he lands the plane, the world will be a different place. Isn't that exciting? Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, so then we have the one that we read before, that he's blowing the whistle on this. We don't need to read it twice, but I will give you highlights. Confirmed that these aerosol programs are being deployed through jet fuel, and he suggested that DARPA might be the ones doing it. So if you're still being cynical and you still don't think they're going to do anything, like this was an amazing, amazing public disclosure from a major public official. Panic at your discretion, but oh, by the way, they're spraying. Panic at your discretion, but oh, by the way, they're adding it to jet fuel. Feel free to be as paranoid as you want when I tell you that DARPA is behind this. Whoa. Whoa. Man. Amazing. Amazing. And I love Dr. Phil's set, by the way. That's a kick-ass set. Anyway, I'm jealous. But post 55, they say, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. And so you better believe this is all reaching its climax, and he's going to be on board the jet when it happens. So then she has a $6,000 purse that's built to look like a common food item. This is Blake Lively. Are you freaking kidding me? Like, who would dare go out and do that right now with everything that we know and everything that's on the internet? It's crazy. Supposedly promoting her upcoming film in Italy, Another Simple Favor. But notice he says beverage, that this is her go-to beverage. Well, yeah, because there's something that they're drinking. So that's what he's really getting at, is whatever they're drinking. Yep, you know what I'm talking about. It's so freaking crazy when you learn the truth. It's very upsetting, isn't it? But anyway, there she is. You paid $6,000 for that piece of crap. I mean, I'll tell you what, I think there's probably a guy here in the sidebar, and he'd do it for $600, and he'd make it great, and he'd be happy with that. $6,000. Does that look like something worth $6,000 to you? Mr. Danke says, thank you, David. And we're still going live here. We got 4,000 people holding strong. Thank you guys for being here. No, it doesn't look like $6,000 worth of anything. It looks like something you could get for $49.99. Oh my God. Oh, this was another really, really big one that I almost put in at the beginning, but I'm like, oh, I'll just let it come out at the end. HHS themselves are being blamed for facilitation. I mean, what? He has declared an end of what he claims was Health and Human Services Department role in enabling for blah, 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 blah. Major shift in federal policy. They are now actively working to locate more than 300,000 individuals. And right there, during this past round, they became a collaborator in this stuff. That is an agency of the government that is being a collaborator. This was publicly announced by a public official the day after the aerosol thing. I mean, I can't stand it. There's so much winning. It's like, it's too much winning. We got to slow down the winning. I'm not really like able to handle how much winning is happening. It's blowing my mind. Like, dude, these are things we've waited our whole lives to hear, if you even knew about it before. It's such a peak summit event in human history that this type of stuff is now being publicly aired with impunity, that people are able to say these things. They're not being silenced. I mean, you're not hearing about it in the media, but the statements are being made, and it's all setting up for something that, again, some people are going to be really shocked and really sad. Oh my God, you can't arrest them. Oh my God, they're innocent. What are you saying? I don't want this to be true. You must be lying. They're going to scream. They're going to cry. They're going to be suicidal. They're not going to want to get out of bed. They're going to indulge in drugs and alcohol. I mean, it's going to get really crazy. So you're going to need to help people that you know to calm down and to pull their life back together once all the walls of denial are dropped and they can't lie to themselves that this exists anymore, and they can't wrap it all up in a flag and say, oh, this is just, we got to do what my country right or wrong. You know, that's the old saying. No. So then post number 23, again, I think the really key part here is he nominated someone new to direct every agency but one, and he controls the top. So yes, the Constitution explicitly granted authority to the president so that he can stop them from holding the executive hostage and engage with bad actors. And then this group, the company, thinks that their assets can defend against the executive, but they are not accounting that military will be used on domestic soil. Whoa, dude. Then again, we have another attack on this policy that he makes, arguing that it amounts to a hidden tax imposed without their approval. They don't like that. Warning against executive overreach. No president should wield such power unilaterally, declare emergencies that don't exist. And the White House has already said, yeah, we're going to veto it. So this isn't going anywhere. But he's just, that's his opinion. It's okay. You know, it's okay to disagree. But that's where it ends. So then 126 actually has the crosshairs in it. Uh-oh, what are they saying? Then 125 is a photo from Air Force One. So again, mass arrests, people in the crosshairs. He's going to be on board Air Force One when it happens. Now, we have Florida banning all of these things that were just disclosed the day before. These aerosol things, they've passed a groundbreaking bill that bans all of these efforts within the state, sending it to his desk for final approval. It will be illegal to inject, release, or disperse any substances into the atmosphere that might alter the temperature, climate, weather, or sunlight intensity. It also requires that any aircraft outfitted for this would be reported to the DOT. That's great. It's definitely, let's hope they can enforce it. You know, how do you enforce that exactly? So in post 167, he opened the door of all doors. Expand your thinking. So again, the door of all doors, I believe, is a reference to, my God, when you really realize how deeply entrenched this evil is, that it's got control over so many things, that it's actually demonic, satanic, that they actually want to kill lots and lots and lots of people. This is not a joke. It's the real deal. They want you to expand your thinking. It's gonna turn into extraterrestrial stuff too. Disclosure's a part of this. It's all coming out, spraying in the skies, you know. And then we have good old James here, and it says, does anyone know what James O'Keefe is about to release? So a lot of people made rude comments that said, oh, he's on the toilet. It looks like he's on the toilet. So he's about to release a big old dookie. So there's all these dookie jokes, I guess, by the way he worded that. You got to be careful about how you write a post if you're that popular, because, oh, James is going to release, you know, It's just, oh my God. I don't know. He's dressed all in black. It sounds like it's something very serious, like he's a Catholic exorcist. and he's getting ready to exorcise Satan. So my guess is, and look at his hands and the look on his face, he's going to be exposing Satanism because now is the time. I did it on the show. He probably heard about the show. And then we got 1.7 million views in 15 seconds, which is a direct callback to the one that I highlighted when defending against Stephen last week. Because remember, Stephen said he's going to kill David Wilcock and eat the body. Consequences of trying to murder me and my family. And I said, wait a minute. The Alliance is not trying to murder everybody. Go back and look at post 15. So we said that last week, and now Ezra called it back for this week, which is freaking amazing. So thank you again for that. And the Alliance, whoever told him to do this, or if he did himself, this is the slides I had last week, folks. I have consistently pushed to not use the death penalty. I'm one of the only influencers who keeps saying this. It's a big part of what Michael has been saying. And the Alliance said the same thing in post number 15, and then less than a week later, they posted it to 15 just for you guys to see that they're listening. We will not allow another satanic evil POS to control this country. There are more good people than bad. And the important part about why we're saying that it's not all about murdering people, the corruption that will come out is so serious, deals must be cut for people to walk away. Oh, you got to walk away. You got to cut a deal. You don't have to go to prison. You don't have to be given the death penalty. There's not going to be that much of that. Otherwise, 70% of elected politicians would be in jail. So deals must be cut for people to walk away. And as I said, the public would never tolerate massive executions anyway. They're only going to be able to do it for a few days. Probably that's about as much as anybody's got the stomach for. So Michael's also said we don't want to spend months and months and months in trials where everybody's just watching this. We got to avoid the witch hunt mentality. So they're telling you insiders can cut deals and be given their freedom. Deals must be cut because the corruption is so serious. Otherwise, 70% of elected politicians would be in jail, not killed. Now, we would defer to the judge as to their punishment. I mean, some extreme examples may involve that penalty, which could include enough terrorism. But again, I just did this last week. You remember that in the show, talking about this guy who's a mutual adversary that both Ezra and I are dealing with, and the Alliance, and all the top influencers are being stalked by this guy, including Alex, apparently. And then I said, go back and look at 15. They're not really trying to murder everybody. They say 70% would be in jail unless we give them deals and let them walk away. So that's why walking away is the smart money. That's the smart move at this point. So then she's attacking in her first new speech. We knew she's going to do that. That's basically the one trick that she keeps on demonstrating. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, right? I didn't mean it as that kind of a trick, so don't let your mind go to the gutter. Anyway, she wasted no time launching a major attack in her first major public speech since the election. She defended judges and others from that and then spoke out against tariffs. She concluded her speech by declaring the United States does not belong to him. Quote, this country is ours. It doesn't belong to whoever is in the White House, which I guess she learned the hard way already. Yeah, as a result of my last 4 years of experience, I can assure you the country doesn't belong to whoever's in the White House. Yes, we agree with you, honey. Everything's good. It's all good. Post number 22 says, can the National Guard work in coordination with the Marines, and what former president used the military to save the Republic? And then, this is the biggest intel you've ever gotten. Study and prepare. That's part of why I'm showing you the blackout videos. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. He's not trying to control the White House. What they're saying is that they need to actually finish the job and do the arrest. That was the answer to her public statement, which is great, right? I mean, we want that. We have the National Security Advisor. He turns out to be a stooge, and it says it right here. Also, his Chinese deputy advisor, Alex Wang, they have quote-unquote resigned, which means they were asked to step down. He's known for his aggressive stance on this country, reportedly pushing for military action, potentially even to bomb them in defense of, apparently, whoever was giving him this directive. So, yep, they're cleaning house. They got this guy out of there. That's part of the group they say is the problem. There's a few people at the top of this country that are really wanting to blow up the planet right now. And then we got the massive post number 28, which I've read a bunch of times. I don't really want to get mucked up in it. We're already very far along. But what do we have to engage military intelligence over the other agencies? And they go through this big thing. You can read it again. Basically showing how in the 60s they were surveilling everyone that was doing demonstrations, doing organizations. They were spreading disinformation. And then it even gets crazier than that, because it says in churches, campuses, classrooms, public meetings, they took notes, they tape recorded, and they photographed people, anyone who was dissenting in thought, word, or deed, including clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with people that didn't want to go to war. So like every demonstration with more than 20 people had inside intel covering it. And they're taking pictures of you and everything. And then they said, 47 already has had the military infiltrate negative groups and dissenting local governments. And they say, yes, well done, the picture is being painted. So then we have her father saying, no, she did not do this to herself. So, so what about whatever she might have said 6 years ago? Oh, it was 6 years ago, it doesn't count. Yes, it does. Her father has gone public with a powerful declaration that she did not and could not have taken her own life. He said this was impossible. She had too much to live for. He believes that someone silenced her. Quote, for them to say that she did this, there's no way she did. Somebody got to her. So he would know, because he's in regular communication, we assume. Post number 27. Again, we can't disclose everything, because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. Again, people are going to make deals so they can walk away. That's what it's saying, folks. It's not what you thought. Then we have the Understanding UAP event. He didn't write about it, but that's worthy of being in the show. And again, the big key here was that he drops that Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids, essentially everything I've been telling you is true. That's what this means. He said they're all about the same height as humans, and he mentions there are 4 types of beings. He also confirmed crash retrievals since Italy, 1944. They got it in 1933. So this was it, folks, and it's all leading up to much bigger events where we get to meet these beings in person, and apparently it triggers a cosmic ascension on the planet. So this is some Brazilian lady, and she is going to where Lady Gaga is, and she's half naked, and she's just screaming Gaga, 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 and like crying and pounding on the ground. And I looked at this picture and I said, you know what? I mean, it's supposed to be this really traumatic event. I get that. You kind of see where the arrow is located there, like it's pointing somewhere. I said, honestly, the picture didn't really bother me that much. I'll just be honest. I wasn't really offended by this. I didn't really think of it as a problem. I said, it's okay. What I'm seeing is okay. I can totally handle this. Yeah. Moving right along. Indeed. A fan went into a full meltdown outside of her hotel, dropping to the ground, begging her to come out and meet her. She says, Gaga, Gaga. Fans have been waiting over a decade for her to perform. The desperation has reached fever pitch. So, yeah. She bends over even more than what I showed you. I'm like, let's just stop it right there before it gets even more outrageous, even though some people would like that, but we're not going to take it any farther than that. So post 17, how can the military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? Well, it's happening right now, man, and it's going to get a lot bigger. Everything that they do to fight this has been forecasted and prepared for. And then we got this guy, literally, like somebody accused of this, his name is Sprayberry. Like his something or other is spraying something or other. It's a little bit too on the nose for what he was arrested for. Oh, yes, Sprayberry over here, right. There's no, funny innuendo. Like, when he chose that name for himself, it didn't imply that his berry might be spraying or that there was anything to spray, or that the berry might be any type of hidden remark that's got subtext that's not immediately visible. Let's just go with, okay, it just so happens that his name was Sprayberry. It doesn't mean anything. It's not anything sexual. It doesn't relate to any part of his, his body or what that part of his body might do. It's a pure coincidence. We don't know why. It's really weird, but like, okay. It doesn't mean anything, but the guy's name just so happens to be Sprayberry. Oh my God, it's so funny. I'm sorry to be laughing, but he's been arrested in a sting. Ugh, there you go. Taken into custody as part of a large-scale, multi-international, multi-agency bust. Same Democrat who once, oh, even better, called for so-and-so. How many of these folks are desperate to see him taken out? His name is Sprayberry. I mean, like, dude, that is so funny. That is so fun. I could go on and on and on with that. I could riff on that for an hour. Ooh, and then we get post number 40, which, wait for it, 4 plus 10 plus 20 brings us to the mother of all posts, number 34. Over the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that the country is being taken back. On the president's order, we have initiated fail-safes to safeguard the public from fallout slated to occur on 11.3. And that, again, is the DoD Law of War Manual about a foreign power occupying your country. Confirmation to the public and arrest announcements will be made, as they said right there, including this guy, Actionable 11.4. That, again, is the Law of War Manual. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Yeah, people are going to be very upset. They're not going to want to believe that this is true, and they're going to say, oh my God, he really is so-and-so from Germany. He really is that guy. Oh my God, what's happening? Oh my God, it's so scary. That's where we're going to come in, calm people down. They're telling you this is going to happen. This is the voice of the alliance giving you the message that they're getting ready to do this, so you better believe it. Public riots by the enemy are being organized in serious numbers to try to stop people from being arrested or captured. On his order, a state of temporary military control, panic at your leisure, no, it's going to be fine, will be actioned, and special ops will be carried out. And then, rest assured, we're making sure everybody's going to be safe, but the atmosphere within the country will be divided because so many people fell for the corrupt, evil narrative that has long been broadcast. That's what my Michael dream was talking about. And here it comes. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EMS, during this time, which does play video, folks, in an effort to provide a direct message and bypass the news for all citizens. Any organization or person wishing to do us harm will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our military necessary authority to do this. If you get too close, his berry might spray. That's all. You don't want to touch him too much. He's very sensitive that way. The story may seem... Oh my God. I can't resist. I'm sorry. Spray and berry. She needs to meet Mr. Dingleberry. Oh, I should have been reading this. You guys are saying all this great stuff. Answer me, YouTube, Beyond the Curb. Call me crude because I'm unrefined and I'm worth billions. It's hard to accept that we've been hoodwinked this badly. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's really the bottom line. We got to laugh a little bit to keep ourselves sane as we're learning this crazy stuff. So then we have the ousted representative going scorched earth here, where he says he's been sentenced over 7 years. My God. He says multiple members should be indicted and says they never will be. Same guy calling for impeachment has this zoo that everybody neglected. They had to go rescue these animals. It's crazy, that story. And then she claims she's had millions of dollars missing from her campaign fund. Right. So he goes on this crazy rant, which is great. He doesn't stop there. Says this individual is untouchable. They're doing insider trading. At least half of them, are hiding sex scandals. Right. He said deals must be cut. Otherwise, 70% of them will be in jail. Not murdered, but in jail. So a lot of those deals are going to happen. He requested a pardon and plans to flee the country once he's released. Well, that's not a really great way to say thank you for getting out of jail, but I guess whatever. Go ahead. You know, if you're free, you get to do what you want. That's what America's about. So we got 1 minute, 25 seconds, brings us to this, which again is talking about the stuff that these bad people do, that they hire for hits, they eliminate them after the job is over, that people get found dead when they've been murdered, da-da-da-da. I mean, it's very intense. That's why I don't usually read this one. So, sassy! Many Republican senators are, oh my God, they're secretly gay? How could you possibly have known that, sweetie? Oh my God. Stop, just stop it, okay? Just please stop. You're so silly. Oh my God, you're so silly. Just cut it out, okay? I've got this. This is my little friend, okay? This is my pet. He's my tardigrade, and I like to keep him right on my shoulder here so he can just snuggle with me and keep me warm and safe. I don't feel safe enough if I don't have him. Oh, he's so beautiful. Isn't he just so wonderful? Like, yeah, he's a rainbow. He's my little friend, you know. I just keep him close and I keep him safe. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you. Galian has emerged. Yeah, baby. This is what he uses to keep himself warm at night. This is his toy and his friend. It is a very large tardigrade sent to me by my ex-wife. Very interesting gift that I got from her in the mail, and I took it because we had a tardigrade routine we used to do. Transcosmos, ha ha ha, you're the best. So, we're taking care of all this stuff. Thank you guys. Have to do a little gayness once in a while. We gotta try to keep the queerness alive in the room. What are his pronouns? Oh my! I just gotta show you I can work any character. I can do gay really funny. Any of the characters you want, I can do. Some of them are going to be seen as racist, so we're not going to do Sri Sarandar or whatever his name is. You got to get that rolling R going. Articles of impeachment is so funny. Oh my God, I could go off on that, but I'm not going to. But yes, I will occasionally do, because I grew up around it. I was in a college in New York State. There was this gay theatrics every day in the cafeteria, and so I find those characters extremely funny, even though I'm not gay. There you go. Sue me. If you don't like it, you can sue me, I guess. Sassy! Many Republican senators are secretly gay. Oh, I'm so sleepy, honey. Why don't we just, go over to the bedroom? Because, I don't know, I'm just feeling really peaked and kind of tired. And I know it's kind of early, but can we just go to bed, sweetie? Please? Please, 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 please. Oh, my God. I love you. Thank you. Yeah, let's just try to, clear that energy out of the room. It got really gay in here, you know? There's a lot of gayness happening right now that might not exactly be content appropriate for this platform. But we just have to kind of allow that voice to rise up and have its own form of expression. Know that it's been heard and loved and understood. So what? I mean, it is funny, but it really doesn't matter. Sassy! Sweetie, you just have to stop. I just can't take any more of this. You're so silly. Don't let me get started. It's never going to end. If I go into the Chelsea character or the Galian character or Trama even, which just, she's more like a grandmother, but it's a guy doing it. It's kind of weird, He's definitely got some type of unique storyline that he wants to tell people in the world. But no, seriously, I grew up around it. It was like torture for a while, and then I eventually said, you know what, it's funny. I give up, I laugh, it's funny. Ed Creeder said, you are absolute gold. We had Vacapalo. Did you roger that? I'm also blocked from your X account. Well, sorry about that. We'll do what we can for you. Anyway, the problem is that Stephen has forced us to be very aggressive with our policies, but you can feel free to write us. Let us know your Twitter name, and if you think you were blocked unjustly, we'll be happy to fix that for you. We can get the customer service team on that. That's their job, is to fix things up and serve customers. So you've donated a lot, you're a customer. So, claiming that a surprising number of Republicans are secretly gay. Closeted lawmakers are the most eager to push for endless wars, obsessed with foreign conflict. Those with dark, chaotic personal lives shouldn't hold power. Does anyone come to mind? You can see who they're flagging right here. Again, whatever, you can do what you want, but if you're keeping a big secret from yourself and the world, that kind of does show that there's something painful. So be out loud and proud, baby. Just hold hands and walk down the street. Oh my God. You're so silly if you think you just got to keep it in the closet. Honey, that is like so last year. Like this year, it's all about like loud and proud. You're out and about, baby. You're like holding his hand. You're just going to walk down the street and you don't give a fidget about nothing, okay? Oh my God, do I have to explain this? It's like, it just got kind of like weird and sketchy in here. It's just a little too much. I'm a little too sketched out right now, okay? Woo, yeah! You got to keep it alive. Got to keep people laughing. That way you can handle that we're 5 hours and 45 minutes in. We're still going. Good old Fausti warning about normalization of untruths, which is actually called learning the truth. We're living with distorted reality, fabrications, lies, and conspiracy theories. Accepting this as normal threatens to unravel the very foundation of our democracy and social stability. Don't accept normalization of untruths. Well, they're just fighting to keep the last few people who are asleep unaware that there are time-traveling dinosaurs and they do smoke cigarettes and you can invite them to dinner and they're probably not going to do anything weird at all, you know? They're just going to hang out with you. They're not going to get bizarre. They're not going to act like any other strange thing. You just have a nice dinner, invite over your time-traveling reptilian. I mean, what could go wrong? You know, it's pretty basic, I think. Got to keep it really lit here. Keep it all lit up and fun. Yeah, I got some smoke in there, huh? I can get some baby powder smoke out of this thing. Ollie369 sent an email looking forward to connecting. My backers invented the first supercomputer. I'm excited for what's next. Thank you. Post 52. Woo! Here we go. It is another one that we're not really going to read that much because it's just got so many keywords, but you can take a look at it. There we go. Let's just keep moving. We have a federal judge protecting these individuals, ruling that the executive order targeting their law firm was unconstitutional. How convenient is that? Oh no, we're above any type of shit you can do. Issuing a permanent block, right, preventing them from ever enforcing the order after the firm had $2.6 million seized in connection to a global case where they played a key role as a go-between for you-know-who and the creation of this dossier. Whoa, man. So that's not going to last, obviously. And you can read the whole thing if you want to. This action draws from a playbook as old as Shakespeare, who penned the phrase, "First thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers." So that's their argument that, oh my God, this terrible dictator is killing all the lawyers so he can have absolute power. Come on. If you guys are guilty of something, we don't need all the projection. Let's just get down to business. Post number 20, again, is the one talking about the renovations of the White House, which is how they were trying to listen to the competition. Then we have the Wicked Star going viral for creepy hands. And they looked unusually large because of extra long nails, but clearly in the video it's compared to a demonic entity. And she is in something called Wicked. So again, this is just showing you the symbolism they're always pounding over our head. 1.6 million views. Post number 18, again, is kind of mucking around with Pelosi and her net worth being obtained by being a public official. We're almost done. So the funny Pope meme came out. I actually just had a gut-busting belly laugh when I saw this. I can't believe he actually posted this. Right, he does love to troll. Now she's out there doing damage control, saying, oh, I had to pay for my own food and my daily expenses. Because now people are finding out that all this taxpayer money has still been going to her. It's what, $122,000 a month or something, I think? Noting that many expenses like travel weren't covered if the president wasn't accompanying you. But they got a $65 million book deal, they invested in luxury real estate, and she earns up to $225,000 each time she speaks. Well, that's a lot more than I ever got. Okay, so post number 21. At this point, we are far enough along that you can paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. And we have Warren, who is resigning. That's something we should all celebrate, I would say. It's like another Sauron being defeated. Announcement came after he made criticisms of the tariffs and said it could be a weapon. He's been CEO for 55 years, the longest-serving CEO of any S&P 500 company. And he also resigned as a trustee of their foundation in 2021. So this is a big moment of celebration as well. It's happening gradually. Post number 14 is, again, huge. And so, he has the goods on everybody. He knows where the bodies are buried. That's why this guy is resigning. That's the obvious implication of what they're saying here. The military is playing a vital role. And he was asked to run for president with assurances made to prevent tampering. And they're going to stop this group from using terrorism. So then he says he cannot guarantee your safety if you come to this meeting. I mean, like, really, dude? Planning to attend the Victory Day parade, several leaders, including that from China, planning to attend despite this. And then the president's calling it a sacred holiday, urged them to respect a 3-day ceasefire. They reject the offer and instead say we need a full 30-day truce. And if you go to this event, we can't. I mean, he literally just threatened the lives of all some of the most powerful people in the world. If you go to this thing, I can't guarantee your safety. Like, that's mafia stuff, dude. That's crazy. It's crazy that he actually said this. So I think something's going to happen pretty soon because you can't just go on having that much of a sassy mouth forever. Post number 19 is about how they're controlling the blacks and that they, we know which parties were originally involved. What happens if they lose their slave grip on this population? It's a very important point. And, they're trying to get everybody on their side. And they again talk about how people have more money than they should for what they're doing. All these questions paint the full picture. Then this is one of the last ones. Pakistan is saying that they're issuing a major warning, ready to launch if provoked. Officials claim to have obtained leaked intelligence documents indicating they're ready for a targeted military strike. Calling the threat imminent, they will respond with a full spectrum of military power, both conventional and nuclear. My God. Let's hope this just goes away. Let's do that in our meditation, okay? We'll pray for that. And then again, they're talking about the classification and how the enemy is basically being given this technology by the DS. They're the ones behind all this stuff. Then they say Mike Waltz committed treason. I think if you've been following that story, it's pretty obvious again. This representative... I'm not going to say this with a black accent, okay? I decided... I get to say it. If I want to call myself a cracker, I'm not actually a cracker, but I mean, saltine, mayonnaise, whatever. Steve Schuster donated $50. Thank you very much, Steve. And so we can safely do that. Thank you guys for being here. David has tremendous stamina. That's right. We've done this for so long. So, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. If you watch this, like, where did this come from? I'm not even going to read it to you because you need to read it. She claims that these men caused more deaths in the U.S. I mean, that they are totally trying to stoke up this race war. It's incredible that she went that far with it. No disrespect intended. It's just, that's the headline I felt like writing. Post number 52. We just saw that one, so we don't need to do it again. It's about how they get their money and why do they have so much money that they didn't really earn. Then we have this economist calling for a world government. Like, that's not anything new. The only way we can tackle the climate crisis, atmosphere doesn't recognize borders, so we must not either. We have to have a united global authority. All right. And then we got post number 60, which again says there's only certain number of people, less than 10, aware of what they're really doing, and it goes all the way to the top level. You can count it on less than 2 hands. That is the future, folks. We're going to learn about all this, and right now we are out of time. So let's do a nice, quick meditation. Disclosure is happening now. You learned about the time-traveling dinosaurs. Maybe we're going to do the Maybe next week we're going to actually do the tornado physics, because there's a lot of really fun stuff we can talk about with that. We'll keep it on the same track, kind of stays thematic, and it's fun. All right, so let's now close your eyes, put both feet flat on the floor. We're going to do our global peace meditation, which is really important because Pakistan, India, we got Ukraine threatening people. If you go to this thing, we're gonna blow you apart. Like, what, really? I mean, wow, you guys. Kind of a little bit inelegant and too on the nose of a statement to make as a public official. 6 hours in, I'm getting a tad delirious. You and me both. Let's do it. All right, close your eyes. Put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. Feeling the peace, the warmth as we go deeply into silence. Such gratitude for the messages of Archangel Michael this week. It really so amazing what he said, that all of these things that we're seeing now are leading up to an event that is beyond description in its beauty and its majesty for all of human history. That both David and Ezra and many others are being guided from even before they were born to fulfill this incredible plan that goes far beyond that of what the Alliance has publicly stated they're going to do. Breathing in the warmth and the security of knowing that all is well. Feeling the light around us, knowing that ascension is possible, that our DNA can transform, like the frog eggs transformed into salamander eggs, like this cosmic galactic geometry. As we hit the corners of the geometry, we're having massive upgrades of all life on Earth, and that is happening again. Our DNA is expanding 100 times faster in the last 5,000 years, and it's all leading up to this moment of concrescence, this incredible awakening where we simultaneously have an ascension and get to meet our galactic brothers and sisters. And they have been here all the time, while we thought we were alone, while we were laboring in the darkness, believing ourselves to be lost and adrift without spiritual support that we need. And now we find out that we have a family, this galactic brotherhood and sisterhood that is finally returning to the earth. And they say once the shock of the surprise wears off, you will quickly learn to enjoy this new life. In the grandest sense, they want you to remember that you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. In the name of Jesus, we seal these workings, and we thank you very much for the gifts today. Adonai and Amen. All right, you can wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, come on back into the room. Can you believe it? We just did 6 hours together, you guys, and we still are holding 35-55, so hardly anybody left. It's still a gigantic crowd. Love the humor. Keep it going, says S. Gashner. I really kind of queered it up here today. We got some big queerness going on in today's show, but that's okay. You know, I kind of have a queer haircut right now, so we'll just allow that love to be spread through the room, and then we'll dissipate it when we're done doing the routine. And just kind of leave it alone. I'm making you a gift. I'll mail it soon, says Sally Ritchie Color. I love you, David. You're the man. Thank you, thank you. Stay strong, stay in the light. Praise the Holy Lamb of God. Great live stream. Don't get woke. I won't, believe me. It's just a character that I think is funny. Stefania just donated $100. Look at that going up. That's red. Thank you very much. 6 hours and very funny today. Gary Hyder says it went by so fast. Great marathon show. How does he do it? Thank you, David. We're almost there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome. I really love you guys. We'll cut it off at 5 hours and 58 minutes now. So thank you for being here. It's been an incredible day. We've done time-traveling dinosaurs. We got all these amazing things to explore. We will see you next time here on David Wilcock Live. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.